a sphere, right? But we're saying that it just geometrically falls apart at the equator, basically. On a flat plane, hypothetically on a flat plane Earth, observing the celestial sphere, geometrics fall apart when you reach the equator. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, no. Well, what it actually looks like is that you're floating in space and that you're a point in space. That's what it actually looks like. And that everything is rotating around you. It doesn't appear as if you're on a sphere because you can jump to each side of a so-called each side of the Earth, right? And you won't observe any parallax. So if there's no parallax, it's as if you're at a point, right? And all you did was rotate. That's the actual description of the observation. It doesn't appear if you're on a sphere. Because if, say I was in like on the North Pole and the South Pole, and I made observations of the same stars, right? Stars that were, say, above the equator in the globe model, right? And I'm on the South Pole, I look at them. I'm on the North Pole, I look at them. I take the difference in angle. There would be no difference in angle, right? So there'd be no parallax at all. So if you think about it for 2 seconds, it would be as if, even though I'm separated by distance, it would be as if I was on the same point in space. And this is how they actually model it in the geometry. It's just that they say everything's so far away that we can model the Earth as if it's a point at the origin of coordinates. And all
But
they do is rotations.
But the coordinates are based off a sphere, a celestial sphere, but a
celestial sphere, a celestial sphere. Exactly.
But based off of a sphere nonetheless.
Yes.
And projected onto a flat plane, where there are geometric distortions because of said projection.
Well, I mean, technically they project it onto a sphere, and then they project it onto a globe. So what they do is they take the celestial sphere, mark coordinates on the land, and then they take that land, and then they project that onto some flat map. But, okay, it seems crazy, right?
No, I get it.
No, and you're like, hey, there'd be distortion. Do you know how they take care of the distortion? And they interpolate the error. So in the globe model, they have curved plumb lines. Did you know that? That vertical, you know what a plumb line is?
Like for making something straight?
Like a plumb line. Like a plumb line is like in building. Yeah, they take a little weight and they hang it on a string.
Yeah.
If they want to build a vertical. In the globe model, that piece of string is curving. Yeah, bro. It sounds so stupid because it is.
Okay.
And that's not us, right? So if you do this, right? So you make a bunch of land measurements, right? You do the celestial sphere thing, right? But you have to have the distances between observation points match a globe. Well, how can you do that? Well, you just tilt the plumb line, right? You deflect the plumb line, right? And they use something called a reference ellipsoid, right? So they have the celestial sphere and they have this reference ellipsoid that they're going to map the ground measurements onto, right? They're not going to measure a sphere, they're going to map them onto a mathematical sphere. But their plumb lines have to intersect this mathematical sphere at a 90-degree angle, or it doesn't work. So when they do these ground measurements on a flat plane, in order to get it to intersect at 90 degrees, they have to take the plumb line and curve it and turn it into a curve. Otherwise, all the distances would be fucked up.
Right.
Yeah, this is what they actually do. Like, I'm not making this up. You can look in any geodetic surveying. You can look in the beginning of geodetic surveying, the first publications on it. This is what they do. It's called deflection of the vertical direction. When the ground doesn't quote unquote match the celestial sphere. Because if I have a coordinate on the ground, right, and just say by coincidence there's supposed to be a star at zenith over my head, and then I take my astrogeodetic theodolite and I look up through zenith and that star's not there and it's somewhere else, right? It's off a little bit at some angle, like say half a degree. I go, oh, the gravity is deflecting the vertical direction, right? So that's why when I level my theodolite, it doesn't point to that star. Gravity is actually tilted relative to the surface of the Earth, and that's why the star isn't in that position. This is what they say, man. It's not my shit. It's their shit.
I believe,
in my opinion, it's their opinion.
Understanding the stance of the opposing side, perhaps. I just think that again,
it doesn't matter what.
Let me ask a question. Do you think can we agree that math describes reality?
No, we cannot.
Okay, so do we agree that 1 plus 1 in reality equals 2, right? That seems
That's an
right.
identity.
Okay, so I
No,
have
hold on,
one.
Miguel. I'm gonna point something out. That's an identity. It's saying the
Okay.
same thing twice. It's going to be a tautology.
When
1
you
plus
mean
1 equals 2 is just saying 2 twice.
correct. It's an
So-
equation, yeah.
So,
An
so if I,
identity, but it's true mathematically. But go ahead,
Correct.
Miguel. Go ahead, Miguel.
yeah, I want to say this. So I have an orange, and I add another orange. Do I have 2 oranges, or I have juice?
I'm sorry, say it again.
So I have 2 oranges. I join
Right.
together. Do I have 2 oranges, 1 plus 1, or juice?
I feel like that's a category area if we're calling
Yeah,
out
you see the
fallacies.
problem. Math is not reality because I did join 2 oranges, and it's not 2.
Right, but
It's
joining
juice. It's juice, so it's
But-
not again.
Okay.
It's not more orange. It's juice. So
Right,
thank
but
you.
if I feel like that's absolutely not the same thing.
Yeah,
know?
you said math. It's reality. So when I add 2 apples, sorry, 2 oranges, what's happened? Do I have 2 oranges? Still have 2 oranges? No,
I don't know.
I have
There's
juice.
another world where you
Yeah.
Well, what if he gives you have an orange, Miguel gives you an orange, and then he says, give me 3 oranges, right? I can write the equation for that, but you can't do that in reality.
Can't have -1 orange.
Not even mathematicians think math is reality, so I don't understand why people even make this argument. Engineers definitely don't think it's reality.
Maybe some of you guys have come across the Kumu virus. They'll say things
So-
like math is reality.
So we can use math to emulate the physical world, certain phenomenon, right? And that's just basically data fitting. But it's not reality in and of itself. That's like a Platonic viewpoint.
It's a fair point.
Well, I mean, if you go we actually have a math channel. If you scroll up and you go to, I'll actually just post it in the chat.
I can scroll.
I mean, it's up a little ways. It's title of the paper is called "The Reasonable Ineffectiveness of Mathematics." It's a rebuttal to Witten's "The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics." It's a refutation of it. Because there's something that's pretty famous in the field of science called unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. That basically makes the same argument you made that mathematics is reality, and so that's written from the viewpoint of a physicist. But this guy's an engineer, electrical engineer, and basically he gives example after example where they use models in mathematics to get some output, right? To get some result in an engineering design, and they work, but they're using like just crazy mathematical concepts that have nothing to do with reality. Hyperspaces and just crazy shit.
Hyperspace. The hell is that?
Hyperspaces. N-dimensional hyperspaces.
The fuck?
Yeah, exactly. They're just mathematical concepts. I mean, they don't K-blades and like shit nobody's ever heard of because they exist only purely abstractly. So what you do, you take a bunch of data, right? So I collect data. There's some phenomenon. Collect data, collect data, collect data, collect data, collect data. And all I'm trying to find is a mathematical relationship between the data points. So I'm just trying to find a function that fits that. Doesn't mean that that function exists in reality. Because I bet almost a nearly infinite choices of mathematical operations I can do to fit that function. Just because I find one, but I could also find another one that's different than that one, right? Okay, hey, I found a function that fits that data. Oh, I used a completely different technique. And I used calculus for this one, algebra for this one. I use geometric algebra for this one that doesn't even have numbers in it, right? I use set theory for this one. Like you can come up with all sorts of things that will get the same mathematical methods to get the same result, right? Like I'll give you an example. Geometric algebra, which just might go over your head, but you can start from an axiom of things like the square root of negative -1 equals 0, right? So if you start with that axiom, you can construct a complete geometric algebra out of it and model things like quaternions. So quaternions are used in vector mathematics, right? And matrix algebra. And like all these things that exist in mathematics in regular, like so-called arithmetical mathematics, but you started with an axiom of pure geometric objects with no coordinate system, no numbers, and you can emulate the math that emulates reality, even though your initial starting point is the square root of -1 equals 0.
Right, but what if the axiom that you started off was again that 1 + 1 that we can agree mirrors or at least describes reality rather than obviously it being reality or it being true necessarily, right? But it
Well-
describes reality as we understand it, that 1 + 1, as in if you have one thing and then you get another thing, bring another thing into the equation, then you will have two things, right? We don't squish anything together, right? But
Yeah,
that equation plays out in reality in natural sciences in quotes as I'm reading the refutation, right?
because that's the one we found, but we could find another, right? We could come up with a mathematical system where there's no third number, or some other operation that doesn't exist in regular arithmetic.
But then there would be a
thing.
then there would be a third number, but the fourth number would just be the third number. It would go 1, 2, 4, and 4 would be 3. Like you understand what I'm saying? What there the
I'm
way that
talking
we
about
just,
excluding any type of operation that would involve a 3, right? So you can't multiply by 3. You can't do any division by 3. You can't do any of that crap.
sure, but again, if you base your mathematics around reality, right, which I believe is what the point of mathematics is, right? Then you get more accurate answers at the very least. Again, I'm not saying everything is 100% true. I'm saying that it can give us a better description of reality, especially that may beyond human comprehension otherwise.
Well, let me ask you this: can you calculate the ratio of a diameter to the
I'll stop you
circumference?
there. I can't calculate shit, but go
Oh,
ahead.
can anyone do it? Can anyone calculate the ratio of the diameter to the circumference?
Say that one more
Which is
time.
pi. The ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle. Can anyone calculate that?
If they tried really hard, no. Not fully, because it's an irrational.
incalculable.
It's irrational number.
Well, it's a transcendental number, which is also an irrational number.
They're both, yeah.
The point is, if I draw a circle and a diameter, there is definitely a ratio of those.
right.
Because I have a real line that exists in real space, in reality, and I have a circumference that exists in reality, right? So there is lead, my pencil lead or pencil graphite on the paper, and if I sat there and counted all the atoms and fucking molecules, right, I would come up with a real ratio of something that really existed.
Right. I agree
So,
with that.
and I'll give you another example of how all this fails, right?
I'm not saying.
So the square root of 2, right? It's like arithmetically, you cannot calculate that, but you can actually draw it out geometrically. So if I take a square, right, and make a stepwise function across the diagonal, which is what a square root is, it's the diagonal of a square, the length of the diagonal of a square, I can actually, it'll always equal 2, no matter what. If I make like a little staircase from diagonally, and I make that staircase smaller and smaller and smaller so that it approximates a line, no matter how small I make those steps, it'll always be 2. It'll never change, and it'll never approach the arithmetical square root of 2, which is 1.6 something, 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 right? So some things are true geometrically, which aren't true arithmetically. So, like you said, you can't calculate, and I was just talking about someone this 3 days ago, that the people that bang the desk the hardest about mathematics in reality understand math the least. And that's not meant to be an insult. It's just an observation I've made. And other people that have a little proficiency in mathematics, at least the history of mathematics and how it works, is like this is just an observation we've made just generally, is that people that, you know, thump the table, math is reality, they're the ones that understand math the least in the limitations of mathematics, because no mathematician believes math is reality.
Facts.
So here's the funny thing, and I bring this up time to time about AI, right? So eventually we're going to be able to feed, you know, data into a machine learning program, and it's going to spit out correct answers, and no one's going to know how they do it. It's never, and there's going to be no mathematical model. It's just going to be derived purely from weighted fucking sums in a neural network that were back propagated. I mean, which means what? Which means nothing. No one knows how they, like, inside of machine learning software, it's black box. No one knows how it actually operates inside. But you could actually feed a bunch of like ballistic data into it, and it would spit out the right result. If I said, hey, we're going to fire a cannonball, the cannon, you know, this much gunpowder, this is how much the ball weighs, this is the barrel size, this is the air resistance, right? If we fed all these parameters into the machine learning program, it would spit out the answer. But it wouldn't spit out Newton's laws. That's the funny thing. It won't spit out Newton's laws at all. And will you then say math is reality because some neural network freaking predicted where the cannonball is going to land?
Bruh.
I mean, the only truth statement you can think about math in reality is math is useful for predicting what reality does. And we can make things, we can engineer things, and we can, you know, other than like a useful statement, it has utility. There is like no truth statement there.
Indio cooking right now.
Oh, home cooking.
And this panel is going crazy. We're 1 away from 30, folks. Glad to see you all in here.
I'm worried about machine learning being employed by NASA to decode their SETI alien radio transmissions for the public.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, shit.
You just ruined my day. That's
what's
going to happen.
I ruined everyone else's day in the other server with that remark, too. It's going to be crazier than the globe, guys. We're going to be fighting the globe and that at the same time.
The first message is going to be, hello, we are from Regulus Reticuli or some fucking stupid thing. We've been waiting for you to develop your computer technology to decipher our message.
I mean, NASA in Hebrew means to deceive.
Adam, you tell him, boy.
Brian Recluse, didn't I speak to you a few days ago?
I'm sorry, who said that?
Wolfgang.
Wolfgang.
Are you Cyclone?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the one who let me back in here.
Oh, that's fine.
So
you've been looking into it?
Yeah, you know, having a lot of interesting conversations for sure.
Gotcha, bitch.
Where are you at so far? Tell us what you've learned and what you're thinking.
I'm not gonna lie, my stance has not changed from just several days ago or from 2 days ago, whenever you're referring to. I would still describe myself as a globetard, mainly because I think it's a funny thing to say.
So what is it? What's the main thing that's keeping you on the globe?
Well, again, we were talking about how math isn't reality, right? But you might have been in there earlier when I was talking about Polaris, right, and our view of this cosmos, right?
Right.
And how that doesn't necessarily, it starts to break down when you kind of think about it in terms of geometrics, obviously.
Well, What do you mean breaks down?
Well, like you can't observe Polaris from below the southern hemisphere, or like latitudinally below the southern hemisphere,
Why is that?
equator rather. You cannot see Polaris in the southern hemisphere. Is what I was trying to say.
Why is that?
That's the definition of it. You can't see it past the equator. That's the definition of the
Right.
elevation angle to Polaris. It's the
Right.
minimum elevation angle to Polaris. That's the equator. That's why you can't see it past there.
Sure.
But I did post information about you can see for example the Southern Cross at the Canary Islands, and I post. I'm gonna post again. You can see Polaris from the south. I'm gonna post the information.
So just to clarify though, it's not any measurements or observations of Earth that's keeping you believing in the globe. It's more about what the stars are doing. Is that right?
It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot more than that, but this is what I'm currently on.
We know what it is. We know what it is. It's the
I'm a
same for
heathen and
everybody.
a dumbass, right?
No. You've been bamboozled by your screen.
Sure. I mean,
That's what it really is. I mean, let's keep it a buck, right? 99.9% of people think the Earth's a globe because of what they saw on the screen. If you go to like indigenous populations or people that aren't brainwashed by media, Africa, South America, probably frickin' some places in Australia, and you ask those people if the Earth was a globe, I guarantee that they'll be like, no, because they haven't been brainwashed.
You got to admit, there's a lot of good propaganda out there.
Yeah, like, what if your friends and family found out that you were taking flat Earth research seriously?
Probably not good things, but I do tell them about
you off the island.
Technically, I'm not anywhere near water, unless they could throw me into Lake Michigan.
Oh, it's from the Survivor frickin' TV show, right? They'd vote you off the island.
Oh yeah.
What's your current confidence level in the globe, if you could put a percentage on it from 0 to?
Pretty damn confident. Yeah, we'll say 98. I'll say 98%.
98% because of the stars or because of other stuff?
Again, several factors, really. Again, gravity. I'm so a big fan of the theory of gravity. I got to admit.
Which one?
I want
Which one?
just to show a curvature,
Yeah, again, like I would point to it like a picture, or like again like the rockets, that take off and then are in space.
I have
Like,
one. I have one 300,000 miles. How about that?
That'd be dope. Yeah, can you post that?
Yeah.
Well, just quickly, since you
said 300,000 miles.
Sorry, Clone, you're coming through really muffled, mate.
300,000. That's a far distance. 300,000 miles. That's the moon is 200,000 miles.
Let me see.
One second. One second.
Can you hear me now?
I'm trying. Okay, go on.
Yeah, we can
hear you just really low.
Yeah, the moon is allegedly 238,000 miles away from the Earth. So I don't think that rocket went 300,000 miles up.
I'm trying to
30,000, perhaps.
Where I did put that.
Or no, 30,000, 300,000 feet rather.
I think it's feet. Yeah, I think it's feet.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
I'm high. That's my fault.
It's almost 100 kilometers. So yeah, it's feet.
Please post.
But I am trying to remember the folder.
No, you're good. Take your time.
Okay, I have it. Okay, so here, no. Just a sec. Okay.
In live stream voice text, right?
Yeah, but sometimes I use my laptop at work. So let me see if I have it. But anyway, you go on. Yeah, I just will find it. Okay.
Well, I was just going to ask you quickly, since we kind of had the conversation last time, and I established that our main contention is that there's no surface curvature. Did that prompt you to go and find someone who's measured it?
That specifically, no. I got distracted by a lot of other stuff, if I'm honest.
Okay. So you still don't know anyone who's measured curve?
There's that one guy whose name I keep forgetting with the sticks in the ground. I'm not gonna lie, I like that guy's math. I'm not.
He didn't measure curve though, did he?
No, he made assumptions that led him to a semi-accurate
Yeah,
Semi-accurate.
someone would have needed to measure that to verify it. His assumption was correct.
And historical depictions of this guy, Eratosthenes, show him with an abnormally large cranium, like comically large. That way you know that he really did measure the globe.
That's funny because he got a big old dome head.
It's
Yeah.
insane. It's like a bigger dome head than any of the other Greek guys.
That's hysterical.
They weighed his brain and stud.
Yeah, since no one knows what that is really, they could say that too.
Here, I was on Blue Politics Flat Earth channel yesterday, and I was talking with AI Overlord 2.0. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar, but we were talking about truth, right? And how we come to truth, and what are the truths that everyone here can agree upon that are either self-evident, and then following from that, what are the presuppositions that everyone has to rely on presuppositions to, base their truths off of. So what are the presuppositions that we can all agree on sitting here, And we gathered a couple, right? So if anyone disagrees, feel free to stop me, or feel free to comment after I'm done. It's real short, right? But the truths that we agreed upon, at least yesterday, right, are that, and these are all I statements, right? But I exist, therefore I perceive, right? I exist in an external reality that is real to me and congruent with my experience. And then the last truth is my mind and body are linked in the external world, right? Those are the truths that we think are self-evident, right? That are perceived and therefore can't be presumed because they are proved self-evidently, right? And then the presuppositions that we agreed upon, there's 4 of them. 1, my senses are reliable in perceiving the external world, the external reality, because we can't perceive otherwise, right? 2, my mind and body have certain properties in said reality. And 3, I can interact with the external world in limited ways. And then 4, said external world has real independent agents with consistent experience of said reality. So, does anyone disagree or agree with any of those points?
They all sound good to me. Maybe we could add to that we all experience the same world.
What's shocking is how many people disagree with that. That's the actual shocking.
What's okay? What would you say is disagreeable in those statements?
So the first thing what I've heard, some people think that there's no independent agents external to them.
Yep.
And that everybody's just a freaking figment of their imagination.
Yeah,
by the way, Brown, he's not talking about us.
No, I know. No, yeah.
And say things like,
I'm not
I don't know if I'm on this
you guys
club
are real?
now. Yeah, exactly.
Real cute.
Oh God.
All right. No, but that was a loud gay. That was a loud gay. Okay, but are there any reasonable presuppositions or self-evident truths that anyone wants to add to this list? Shut up, Cat.
The accuracy of perception of the senses.
That's the first one. My senses are reliable in perceiving the external world. That's number 1.
My statement was going to be they're more reliable than thought.
Is that okay? Can expand upon that?
Okay, think today you woke up. How many errors did you make with your senses today versus how many errors did you make with your mind? Errors in thought, errors in what you thought would happen. Physical mistakes, mental mistakes. How many of those were there versus errors of your senses, where something was there you saw something there that wasn't actually there. You heard something that didn't actually make a sound. You tasted something that didn't have a flavor.
I'll tell you this.
Felt something that wasn't actually there. Right.
I'll tell you this. Tell me which one this is, right? This morning I was leaving for work, right, and I'm tired. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. I slept for like 5 hours, right? 5 hours and 15 minutes. Anyway, I left for work. I locked the door.
You just made a mental mistake right there.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just let me finish, please. Right? I walked out the door. Right? I locked the door. I go home, or I get in my van. I get ready to go to work. I'm like just 10 seconds away from my house, and I'm like, did I lock that fucking door? Right? And then I go back and I check, and I walk all the way back up my stairs to make sure I lock that door because I was unable to remember whether I locked that door properly.
Yeah.
So what is that thought or is that senses? Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Thought. That's thought, right? So you when you walked to your door, you weren't like, fuck, that's the window. It looked like the door, but it was actually the window.
To the wall.
Yeah, so you walk into the
To
wall
the
thinking it was the door.
window, to the wall.
Check the mailbox to see if you locked the mailbox, like
Mm.
does it look like the door? Right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, we rely on our senses to survive every second of every day, and if they were erroneous, we would just die. Yes, they can be fooled. Yes, you can make occasionally there'll be sensorial mistakes, but they're very rare. And when they happen, we think we're going crazy, and we think that we literally say, "Hey, dude, my senses are accurate all the time." And when my senses aren't accurate, I think that I'm actually having a mental fucking breakdown.
Right. So I think that kind of pulls back to like one of the self-evident truths, right? That the mind and the body are inextricably linked, right? So like the mind is our perceptions, in my opinion, right? So like again, as an atheistic globetard, right? I think that we are entirely consists of our. Thank you. And we are entirely consisting of, our material being, and our mind is linked to our brains, and when our brain ceases to exist, our mind ceases to exist, right? Spiritual, religious believers would obviously disagree, right? Having, a spiritual form or soul, right? I don't, I would disagree with that stance, right? But in reality, right, in life or in existence, right, the mind and the body, these two, linked entities that are, again, somehow separate, because obviously we're referring to them in different terms, right, but still one and the same, right? In my worldview, it is a emergent property of the brain, evolved over millions of years, or millions of years, right? So
no.
that's again fair, stance. Take the stance if you'd like, but that's my opinion, my belief, right? My religion, if you'd like.
Yeah. Well, so the reason I brought up the sense mind thing is because the foundation of the globe is that your senses are deceiving you, and that you can't trust your senses. Right? That's the whole foundation.
Oh,
because we have an experience of reality, and then what they say is, look at these equations. Think about this in your head. This can't be real. There's some other greater reality, right? Oh, the ocean isn't flat. That's not a flat ocean.
Think about this.
That's just a ball too big to see, right?
Yeah. So, but again,
but that's a mental construct, right?
Right.
It's not derived from the senses. There's no primary input where you're like, hey, man, that looks like a ball. It doesn't come from the senses. It comes completely from concepts. It's conceptual.
Can I
and
say
it's
something?
very, but the point is the foundation itself, the bottom, dude, like from which everything else is built, is conceptual.
Right, sure, but let me just add this to to the equation, right? If the Earth hypothetically, right, or if the planet that we exist on, the realm that we exist on, was an infinite cube, right, and it was cube in its properties, right, and it was just a giant cube that if you walked in one direction, any direction you pick, you will never reach the end of it, right? Or your lifespan or the cube is finite, right? It's a giant finite cube, but your lifespan is so futile that you will never reach the end of it, right? And one man cannot reproduce, yada yada, right? This is the hypothetical, right? There are other ways to figure out, right, what the dimensions of the cube, right? So hypothetically, in this hypothetical world, right, if you could see like the shadow of the cube, right, on a nearby celestial object, right, that might be one of the proofs for said shape of celestial object, right? But you can never travel the distance, right, because you are so infinitely small compared to this giant cube that and granted, in that instance, it is flat, right? But it is not purely a flat plane. It is a geometric, three-dimensional object that you will never be able to know the property and shape of unless you use the context clues around you, which would be the sky in our instance, which, in my opinion, falls apart on a flat plane.
Yeah, well, I mean, I already described why it doesn't fall apart. It actually falls apart on the globe, but you ignored that part.
Okay, maybe reestablish it then, because again,
20 degrees above the horizon. It only obeys the spherical geometry 20 degrees above the horizon. So it's in a circle above your head, right? So if you went 20 to 90, right, zenith to the other 20, so it's a small portion of the sky. It's not the entire sky. It's a portion of the sky where it obeys this geometric relationship. Past that, it doesn't.
What if a globe Earth was to say it was due to light refraction? What would you say to that?
I mean, you could say whatever. I mean,
right. But what if
But
that's the truth?
Like you refuted my my claim that the whole thing is conceptual by doubling down and coming up with an even more absurd concept.
How is that? We observe light refraction.
Giant infinite cube. No, giant infinite cube, dude.
No, I was just trying to relay a hypothetical.
So, like, is there anything you can't imagine?
I have a big imagination. I play
Yeah,
D&D.
but it's like in reality, is there anything like beyond human imagination?
Sure.
Beyond human imagination?
Yes.
I'd like to see what that is.
Well, we can't imagine it, so we wouldn't know.
That's like
There you go.
permanent consequence.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Again,
what I'm saying is
so do
that
I know?
you can imagine anything. So if we go like, yes, but we could imagine it being a globe, or we can imagine it being a cube. That doesn't get us any closer to the truth, because if we hook our wagon on imagination, like, we have to eliminate all possible imaginative iterations of every possible imagination of every possible human ever to be born. We have to eliminate those one by one, which is like just foolish and impractical. Right? So we have to start somewhere. We need a starting point from which to analyze reality. You have to start somewhere. That's
what my list was about from previously, the truths and presuppositions. That was my kind of truth foundation. I was trying to build upon that, but I don't think we made any reasonable claims.
Well, the point is that the sense is, I mean, you're not seeing the forest through the trees. The point is, sensorially, we experience a flat motionless Earth. Okay, that's undeniable. Even though there are globers that will deny that shit, that's fine. The thing is, to get beyond that, we have to jump into the imagination and imagine it's something else. So now imagine, I imagine it's a cube. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out into the world and I'm going to just look for the evidence that supports my presupposition. I'm going to be able to find evidence. I'm going to be able to, like, imagine consequences to it being a cube. And then I'm going to be able to find a piece of evidence that supports it. But I'm also going to find pieces of evidence that don't support it. And then I'm going to ignore those. Right? And then I'm going to compile a large book of all the evidence that supports my idea. And all the pieces of evidence that don't support my idea, I'm going to just leave those out. Then I'm going to get a bunch of people to believe all the shit I believe. And then I'm going to just, print books, tell everybody, and then it's become a tradition. And everybody's going to tell their kids and their kids' kids, so on and so forth. That doesn't make it any more reality, because the reality of the situation is sensorial experience, no matter what concepts people construct in their head. The globe is just a concept. Well, the globe is a concept. It's not experienced by any people you know. It's not experienced by you. It's not experienced by anybody.
What if I knew an astronaut? What if when I was in the 3rd grade, NASA sent me personally an envelope full of patches and
What if? We're back to imagination. What if?
I'm actually, now that's where I got
you. What if you got bit by a radioactive spider and started sticking to the ceiling?
NASA did send me an envelope full of patches and pins when I was in the 3rd grade, so take that.
We got freaking locked in a chamber and blasted with gamma rays and turned into a big, mean green guy.
That'd be dope. I mean, at certain times it would be dope. Otherwise, it would probably be a big burden.
Worst part of being a Hulk is replacing your clothes.
Yeah, you gotta imagine how many. Why do they turn purple? That's the big question.
Yeah, exactly. And like, how would he ever not be pissed, right? So he turned into the Hulk, his clothes would rip, and he turned back to Bruce Banner. He'd see
like,
that he needed new clothes
motherfucker,
again, and then he'd be pissed again and turn back into the Hulk. He would never be able to get dressed.
That'd be hysterical. And then he is the Hulk, and he sees his pants are purple. And he's like, "What the fuck?" Now they're purple. I think he gets even more angry and therefore more powerful. So really, it's an end of the cycle. It's about
put these gay skinny jeans on me. Dress me in gay skinny jeans.
The Hulk in skinny jeans. Yeah, I think that's what.
You dress me in gay purple skinny jeans.
All right. So okay.
So let's go to the refraction thing, right? So the refraction thing. So there's models. I don't know how deep I want to get into this.
I'd rather, if anything,
let me do it like this, right? And this is kind of, I find this humorous, and maybe other people don't, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Okay, say fish were as smart as humans. Fish that live underwater, right? From underwater, you can see the stars, right? What would they think the Earth's a globe if they had telescopes?
You don't know.
So what they would see the same thing we'd see, right? For a small portion of the sky, everything would follow this small spherical geometric relationship. But then as you approach the horizon, it would start to be off more and more. Because they're underwater, that deviation would happen sooner. So what a lot of people don't know is you can actually see, if you're in a particular position underwater, a certain distance from the surface of the water, you can actually see the shore from being underwater. You don't have to be above the water, because the light is refracted by the interface of the water and air so much it makes something called Snell's window, and you can actually see this horizon from underneath the water. Which sounds bizarre, right? But if they took their little telescope and they put it up close to the water, they'd be able to see the entire night sky. And they'd be like, oh my God, it's a globe. We know it's a globe because this geometry. Right? So the difference between what we see and what they see is how much distortion there is at the horizon. There's literally no difference. Other than that, they get more distortion at the horizon. The angles increase more. The point is that this rule, this spherical rule, only applies for a portion of the sky. And because if we use the whole sky to reach the conclusion, it would falsify the globe. We just pretend it doesn't exist. And this is the same thing I was talking about, the cube thing, right? If I wanted to prove it was a cube, I'd go out and I'd look for all the information that confirms the cube, and I'd ignore the information that don't. And this is what the globe is. All the information that doesn't affirm the globe is ignored, and the information that conforms to the globe is adopted and accepted.
What if the globe conforms to reality? Hence
yeah,
why
but it don't. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It don't, because if I said, hey, I'm gonna make observations of the sky to see if there actually is a celestial sphere. Yeah, looking at seeing it's fine. Looking at frickin', 85 degrees, fine. 80 degrees, fine. 75 degrees, fine. Fine. 20 degrees, oh fuck, no, it isn't working now.
Can you
Now
post
it's
what you're
15
referring
degrees.
to? Can you link to what you're referring to? Because I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not phrasing it correctly, but
When I say 20 degrees, so if you measure up from the horizon in an angle, like with a sextant, you know what I'm talking about, right? A sextant.
I understand what you're saying. I can't find what you're talking about though, like as a searchable link. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like I'm googling it. Maybe is it in the channel somewhere? Because like you know what I'm saying. I just don't. I'm trying to like expand my knowledge on it.
Well, what they say is there's too much refraction.
Okay, and that's an unreasonable.
And it displaces everything.
Right, and that's an unreasonable assumption.
Well, what they'll say is they won't be able to get accurate measurements, quote unquote. It won't match a globe, right? Because that's what they're expecting. So when they say inaccurate, they mean doesn't match the globe. That's
Right.
what it really means. So why would you think it's inaccurate?
Right, but what if it is inaccurate?
You expect X, you get Y. What's the X they expect? They expect a spherical relationship. They expect the stars to have a certain angle between them, and they don't maintain that angle anymore.
Right, and then they have to figure out why it does not maintain that angle anymore. And light refraction is an observed phenomena, right? And
What
that's
do you mean figure out why? That's saying light refraction's observed phenomenon is literally just affirming the consequent. You're
Is
saying
it-
the globe doesn't match the globe. We need to come up with an ad hoc hypothesis on why it's not a globe. Refraction's an observed phenomenon.
ad hoc hypothesis are how
Yeah.
science occurs, in fairness.
No,
Right? And then you try to
no.
disprove
Ad
that
hoc?
right? Go ahead.
Ad hoc is when a theory is going to be falsified and you come up with some band-aid so
Yeah,
that it won't
exactly.
be falsified.
Exactly. That's exactly what
No,
science
that's
is.
the opposite of
let me
science.
let me
No,
clarify.
that's the
Right? Let me
opposite of
clarify.
science,
Please let me
dude.
clarify. Let me clarify then, right? In science, right, you try to prove a theory wrong, right? In this instance, the globe, right? And so when a instance or something does not match up, you try to prove that wrong as well, right? And that's essentially what they're doing. Again, they're not just coming up with any random solution, right? They're coming up with a reasonable solution and figuring out if that doesn't make any sense, right? But if light refraction does make sense as the cause for said distortion in the spherical celestial sphere, right, then that becomes the next reasonable assumption, right?
How do you determine if it quote unquote makes sense?
You measure light refraction. You measure light refraction over certain distances based on the angle that you're perceiving the sky. I don't know exactly how you measure light refraction. And again, I'm not a scientist, but that's what.
What if I told you they never did?
Let's Google it. I'm gonna Google it for you. 1 second.
Go ahead. What if I told you these measurements never happened? There are no measurements. It's just a model. My model works because my model works. That's all it is.
Right, but if the model works, what's the issue?
No, I mean, the model works within the model, but once that model is taken to reality, it don't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But how does it work then? Wait, so but if it worked,
it doesn't
you know. All right, 1 second. Let me read. There are 4 main types of refractometers: traditional handheld refractometers, digital handheld refractometers, laboratory and ABE refractometers, and inclined process refractometers. Like again,
yeah, that's not what we're talking about though.
But we're talking about refraction. I guess. Oh wait, 1 second.
Yeah, the phenomenon called, well, in the case of celestial navigation or astronomy, it's called astronomical refraction. Sometimes you'll hear people call atmospheric refraction. When it comes to the ground, it's called terrestrial refraction. Sometimes they'll also call that atmospheric refraction. It's all the same thing. So I'll read you some citations from peer-reviewed papers. Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, who's a science. He's at San Diego State. He's written a bunch of stuff. He cited a lot. So I'll give you refraction within 5 degrees of the horizon is so variable that no a priori formula or table can be expected to give accurate values there.
Right.
Fraction within 5 degrees of the horizon is so variable that okay, I already started that. At below the astronomical horizon, refraction depends primarily on atmospheric structure below the observer and varies so much, tens of minutes to even several degrees, that only very acute predictions can be made. Atmospheric refraction is both an astronomical irritant and an intellectual puzzle, a major problem for observational astronomy since Ptolemy baffled Newton and consumed nearly a year of his life trying to understand the problem in order to aid the astronomer John Flamsteed. Despite its complexity, it's been a delightful puzzle for students of optics and mathematics. Okay, I can just go on and on. Refraction is a detrimental problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic error in the precise determination of distances and directions. Propagation path to light in the atmosphere is influenced by inhomogeneities of the refractive index. These refraction effects deteriorate the accuracy of the direction and distance measurements in geodetic applications.
Right.
Geodetic measurements are still limited due to atmospheric influences, especially refraction. And listen, here's the important part. Refraction is still one of the unsolved problems in applications of surveying. Refraction is a complex problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic error in precise determination of height distances using trigonometric weighting. It is important to bear in mind that determination of K by means of model may turn out to be somewhat inaccurate. Okay, this is a really important one. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of a wide range of sizes. These include both variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence, and they cannot be accounted for by any deterministic models. Now, a deterministic model is a model where you can put the variables in and it'll spit out an answer, and that answer will be accurate.
Because they don't know all the they don't know all the variables.
They don't even know how the variables interrelate.
Exactly. So, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's incorrect, that it's invalidated, because everything you said would sound very reasonable, right? And again, they're just admitting the things that they don't know.
Yeah, which is everything.
But it is observed, obviously, that things distort close to the horizon, right?
Yeah, it's observed that things are in apparent positions.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you see it in one place, but it's not there.
Right. Exactly. Right. So, but in fairness,
like a funhouse mirror.
In fairness, everything, right, is in apparent position in our perceptions, right? Am I wrong?
No. Oh, no. We have laser targeting, right? Do they shoot in an apparent position? Like when they got the periscope up in the sub? Do they fire the torpedoes at a Mirage?
No, they usually hit typically. But again, in order to perceive the other submarine, right, they have to observe it with, whether it be radar, sonar, fucking their eyeballs, right? They have to observe it with through some media, right?
Yeah.
And that is the apparent position, whether it be the actual position or the apparent position is what you're seeing, at all times. That is the apparent position, like the apparent position.
Definition, it's apparent because that's how it appears.
Exactly.
But there's the geometric position, right? The geometric relationship, it's true distance in absolute numbers. It's true height in absolute numbers. It's true size in absolute numbers, as in feet, meters, whatever units you want to choose, right? So you have that, but then you have where it appears to be. It's apparent distance, apparent size, apparent freaking height, all those things. So in astronomy or looking at the stars, everything is in apparent positions. They're in multiple apparent positions. This is even the more messed up part.
Yeah,
I didn't really want to get into this, but you got something called stellar aberration. So, because the Earth is supposed to be in motion and we're hitting the light at an angle, that has that apparent position. Then we have the apparent position of caused by refraction. So that has another apparent position. But it's only not in apparent positions where the geometry, just the pure geometry, like you can just use the geometry, spherical geometry. It only works for a portion of the sky, because below that, the observations don't match a spherical model. And if they apply a correction, a refraction, right? If they apply a refraction correction, that refraction correction does not accurately predict where it will be. So you can't make the observation below the 20 degrees, say, let's apply this refraction correction, and then we're going to get the true position, right? And then we could do our spherical geometry from that.
Because you established that we don't have a proper refraction eliminator. Like we don't fully understand refraction and all of its properties. Therefore, we cannot fully eliminate it from our observations. Therefore, anything below the 20th degree, 20th degree of sight, right, will be inaccurate. You just explained exactly why it would be on a globe model. Like, I don't understand what's unreasonable there.
Okay, what makes you think it's okay? Because the whole thing about refraction must exist because the spherical geometry breaks down. Okay, that's the logic. Refraction must exist because the spherical geometry breaks down. That means you're assuming your premise assumes the conclusion. Your conclusion assumes the premise, right? It's called affirming the consequent, circular logic. Because listen, check this out. If the spherical geometry worked at the horizon, regardless, right, you could have all the same meteorological conditions. You'd just say refraction is not an issue. Doesn't affect the celestial bodies. And no one would have ever came up with a theory of refraction in the first place. The whole point of where the refraction theory originally came from, guess what? Observations of eclipses. Because the eclipse, something called a Selenilian eclipse, would have falsified the globe Earth model. So they came up with a post hoc. This is way back in frickin' Roman times. They came up with a post hoc idea that somehow there's refraction causing the sun and the moon to be both above the horizon with the shadow of the Earth projected onto the moon. Even though the Earth was below the feet and the sun and moon are above the head, and there's no way to geometrically make the shadow of the Earth get to the moon when the moon's under your feet. So they came up with a ad hoc hypothesis that it must be refraction causing this. Right? This is where it starts, right? And from then on, you have this perpetual Band-Aid, right? That whenever you make an observation that would falsify the globe, you just say refraction. Right? It exists to make the globe unfalsifiable. Do you understand that? Well, let me ask you, just straight up point blank. Is there any observation that can be made of the celestial bodies or the Earth that could falsify the globe claim? that can't be somehow just like hand waved away by just saying the word refraction.
I mean, I don't believe so. But again, I
There
haven't
you just
I
made you
haven't
just
seen any
pseudoscience.
evidence. I haven't seen any evidence otherwise. That's
Well,
all.
you just admitted the globe was pseudoscience. You just
I
admitted.
want to kill that refraction once for all. Okay.
Let's do it.
You
It's already
guys,
dead.
you Globers have to explain to me. You know, you claim refraction forward. Now explain to me why the horizon is still horizontal. You see the problem? I even posted 317,000 feet, and the horizon is horizontal.
Wait,
You see, you can't prove, you cannot prove curvature.
Did you
You
post
just go talk about refraction by talking.
Did you post the? Did you post
Yeah,
the
I did
rocket?
post it. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't see it. Where is it?
Oh,
Is it
you
in-
don't. Now I have to post again. Let's see.
Yeah, post again. Post again.
Yeah. This is from NASA, actually. Alright, you know. So explain to me why the horizon.
You had a
No,
video.
just a second. Like, well, explain to me. You claim refraction. Now explain to me why the horizon is still horizontal.
Oh, I don't know. I thought you had a video.
How can you have straight lines on a sphere? You see the problem. The globe model doesn't have horizontal lines. So talking about refraction, you Globers just talk about refraction because you are failed Globers. You know, you think because if the horizon is still horizontal, is there the cylindric shape? You are failed Globers. You are cylindric shape failed Globers.
Cylinder Globers, cylinder Earthers,
cylindric Earth ball. Cylindric Earthers. Yeah. Because they are talking about refraction, but they cannot explain to me why the horizon is still horizontal. How about that? You know what? You talk about refraction because you cannot prove curvature. That's it. You cannot prove curvature, then you jump to other things.
So 1 second. Can I ask? Can I ask real quick? Why are we taking this example of like if I provide an example of something shooting up from space that should occur?
All you have to provide is curvature. Where is it? No curve, no ball. It's simple. Don't talk anything else. No curve, no ball. It's simple.
Let me post. I can find a couple of videos. I'm sure.
You can hide behind this word like a shield. Refraction. Yeah.
Well, we're whistling past the graveyard here. He just admitted that there's no observation that could falsify the globe that can't be fixed by refraction.
I don't know that that's necessarily
true. That's what you said. I asked you specifically.
I said that's what I believe. I can't say that that's necessarily true.
Well, that would make the globe unfalsifiable, which is pseudoscience by definition.
Damn. You got me.
Because it always comes down to this. Like, we play this dance around game, and it always comes to, I'll just ask the Glober, is the globe falsifiable by observation of the ground or the sky? And they'll just be like, no. The only way you can falsify the globe, and it goes back to the thing, which you're trying to find right now, are where's the picture of the flat Earth from space? It always comes to that. It is so freaking remedial and basic to me, dude. I mean, I can't imagine having an entire worldview based upon a fucking screen.
I'm watching the video I posted. There's a gorgeous view at 30 minutes.
Is it?
Gorgeous view of the Earth.
How do you know it's gorgeous?
It looks gorgeous. Look at it. Even hypothetically,
in your mind's eye?
No, I'm looking at it right now in this video.
Yeah, what are you comparing it to?
I just what I've seen in the past, you know what I'm saying?
No, some other video?
No, I'm just talking about I'm comparing it to like the experience I have on a day-to-day basis, right? And again, I'm not saying that flat emotions is I'm just saying you're saying what makes me think it's gorgeous. What is it gorgeous compared to?
You're comparing it to some other video that you saw purporting to be the Earth.
Look at it.
Right? If you saw a horse, right? You'd be like, hey man, check that out. There's a horse. And then someone showed you 3 pictures of a horse. And one was particularly well lit, right? And their coat was shining. And you'd be like, yeah, this gorgeous picture. Because you know why? Because you saw a horse in real life. And you haven't seen the globe in real life. You're just comparing it to some other image that compares it to some other image that compares it to some other image. You have nothing to compare it to. You have no reference to even determine whether what you're seeing is real or fake or anything. It's literally, it's your imagination versus your imagination. Who wins? Your imagination?
Okay, so the guy is did post a video of ESS. Now I'm gonna post another video. Go watch it, okay?
I'm watching
It's the
other
ESS.
thing.
Yeah, the ESS.
One second, I was talking about. Oh, okay. One
Yeah.
second.
Now
Was that
explain
hair?
what's happening there. You know why they
Yeah.
have to use harnesses and all smoke and mirrors to fool us.
It's probably because they're trying to. Get
Yeah. You cannot prove Carvata, and then you bring this video of ESS.
It's a good video. You got to admit, it's very convincing.
Yeah, mine is too.
Like it's just the special effects are just so much better than like Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? Like it just.
Yeah, explain to me why they have the biggest green screen.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know exactly. That's where Hollywood goes to do movies. Let me see if I found it. This one.
Like this little
Yeah,
video.
no, explain to me. This, I saw the movie Ender's Game. You see that?
It's a great game. Great
I
movie.
saw. Yeah, it's a good. So why it was done there at NASA facilities?
Why was it done at NASA
So,
facilities? Probably because they got a bunch of cool shit to fake being in space.
It's called Michoud NASA facility.
It's like that would be dope.
Why they have the explain to me why they have to have this bigger green screen.
It's awesome.
Yeah,
Would you
it's
go
awesome.
there? Would you go there if they like invited you?
Yeah, if I go to NASA swimming pool, then I could say, I went to a space pool of NASA. Do you want to see a scuba diver in space?
Kinda.
Yeah, let me see it. So let's see this guy, this helmet. This astronaut is supposedly in space. That dark space, So there's a guy with a camera, and he's wearing a scuba diving suit in space. Can you explain why we see videos? There's bubbles in space.
Very
interesting.
Maybe because they're underwater.
Yeah.
I think
So
maybe
that's it. Even China. Let's see this one from China.
Not China too, please. They were my one faith and hope for reliable information.
Let me see. This one. Just a second. This is from China. Bubbles in space. How can that be possible? Going up.
Maybe they had like that Willy Wonka juice where they burp bubbles, and that's what helped them go into space. You ever consider that?
Let me see. But look to this. Second. This was supposedly the Hubble telescope in space, but there was a moment we can see those pillars or walls there at the top. So space is inside a building. I did found this video. Let me see if I found it. The link. I go. So yeah, this one. This is that exact moment of this gift taken by this video. So you click the link I did post it, gets you to that time.
Just looking at other things.
Then I was watching this when I was a little kid. What is that guy doing in that space between quotes? Quotes. Okay, so yeah. Let's go to Apollo 11. Apollo 11. So, oops. Okay, so here. You know that photo they claimed that it's from Apollo 11. Actually, that's a window. It's not Earth. It's a window. So they claimed this photo. They did fake it, just turning off the lights. So there you go. You have space. Just turn off the lights. And the window was actually oval. So let me see. So this is what they were getting. An oval window. So they did at the right some semicircle thing just to make fake it to appear like round. And you guys think this is Earth? This is just a window with some clouds there. And you guys claim that this is a photo from Apollo 11.
Pretty sick photo, though. You got to admit.
This is from they in the video. This is from NASA, yeah. So they did send by mistake. Let me see the full. To that time, you can see this link here. And I have a confession. I can post a link of his father was a security guard. I am a security guard. So there was a military hangar. So there were 2 doors, and they had a list people allowed to go in or out. So his father was one of those security guards. So let me see. He said, it's his son. So he's with a terminal sick disease. So at first he did deny to do the testimony. Then he did accept it. So let me see. Sibrel. So he said that his father, when he saw the moon landings, he did cry. But he did cry because he said, that's what I saw inside that hangar. Very interesting. So I'm going to post that one. Copy the link. So there you go. Why they have 2 trucks with rocks and cement pounder? Why they have to use that? Very interesting.
Well,
and then we have Stanley Kubrick. He did change the script of this movie, The Shining. Let me see.
Hey, Brown Reckless, do you see what I just posted?
1 second.
So it's
Yeah.
in the visor, right? So one astronaut's taking a picture of another astronaut on the moon, allegedly. So in the visor, you can see the reflection of the astronaut. Now, if you look at the second image, you can see the leg of the limb, and the shadow goes off. How does it go between his legs without falling on his body? It goes between his legs and out the other side. It never falls on his body. Can you tell me how that happens?
Multiple light sources.
So more than the sun.
Like a camera set, like lighting for a camera set.
Projectors.
Yeah, a set. Yeah, exactly. A set.
You get it.
Yeah, so there's only supposed to be the sun illuminating everything. There's no second source of light. They didn't bring lights up to the moon with them.
Also, I gotta mention, it's like such bullcrap when they're saying they can hear the sound of the sun.
Oh, dude,
Like,
they said
does
they
it?
can heard the sound of Jupiter and like all sorts of crap, dude.
Yeah.
This is what
Like,
Jupiter
that's when
sounds
I
like.
first knew NASA. There's something up with them. That's when I first knew that.
I mean, the images I posted are irrefutable. You cannot have a shadow go through your legs, come out the other side with the shadow not falling onto your body. It'll fall somewhere on your body, your legs, your chest, your head, somewhere. It's not going to
Would,
just go between your legs like a, like Bill
would it would
Buckner or
it
something.
would it not be on his foot where it is like in the shadow? You see what I'm saying? Like if the light source is like to the right of the camera, right? The
It has
shadow
to.
of the flag is on his foot where it would be on the if the shadow you can't see the quote unquote right leg of the shadow because it extends to his right leg, which both of the shadow and his right leg are touching the flag's shadow.
It's the Lem shadow.
Regardless, but they're both touching the vertical shadow where the red line is drawn.
Yeah, but the point is the shadow has to fall on his body somewhere.
It would be on his foot.
Yeah, no, it can't. It can be on his foot.
Oh,
Like,
I understand what you're saying.
between his legs, right? It goes between his legs. I'll even zoom in on it.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying. The man is not obscured by the shadow.
Well, the shadow doesn't touch him at all.
Yeah, they fucked up there. That's where we got him, boys.
And this is just like one piece. When people say what's fake about the Apollo landing, I just ask where do I start? Because there's so many problems that I don't even know where to start half the time. One piece. Yeah, yeah. So I guess Gary, they faked the moon landing. They flew to the moon to fake the moon landing, right?
Yeah, well, I saw that, when I was younger, and I didn't understand what was that passing. So they found that rare leaf.
There's people that believe in the moon landing so hard that they think that they flew to the moon for real, but then faked all the imagery because they found aliens or a freaking secret Nazi moon base or some bullshit, right?
Bruh.
But they know that the images and stuff are fake, but they have to cope. So they went to the moon, but that's where they faked the moon landing, on the moon.
That's cuckoo
You've never
conspiracy.
heard that, man? You've never heard, dude. There's a whole conspiracy theory on the internet is that they went to the moon and they found aliens and they got pictures of them, and that's why they had to fake all the photographs.
Wow. Wow. That's just next level.
Those are the alien people, right? They think there's like secret tunnels underneath the United States connecting secret bases and aliens live underneath them. I heard all this crap on Coast to Coast AM one night, right? There's like all these people calling in and saying this shit. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Can't have a flat earther on because that's ridiculous.
Right. We'll let these goofballs on here. And they ain't with us.
There's a movie. Isn't there a movie like where the Nazis like fled to the moon and then they like come back to Earth to like take over like 80 years in the future or something?
Bro, what the hell?
That's serious. Hold on, let me find the name of it. Called Iron Sky. The Nazis set up a secret base on the dark side of the moon in 1945 where they hide out and plan to return to power in 2018. Dude, just type in Nazi moon base, man, and frickin' you get tons of hits.
It's crazy because I feel like I've heard that before.
So scratch the Operation Paperclip, where all the Nazis actually came here and started the space program.
Somebody's clicking like crazy. Who is that?
Sorry.
Can you guys
Playing
hear
League
me?
of Legends. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
just
what's up, kid? We can hear you. Yeah.
There's nothing to add to that. You nailed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard people say that it's real, but they fake the footage. But to go to the next level, I'm going beyond to say that, oh well, they faked it on the moon and that there's alien. Like what? You don't really meet that many like hardcore alien believers anyway.
You're in
It's
the wrong
almost
circles. That's the thing. You're hanging with the flat earthers. That's the problem.
right. Well, isn't that kind of like written into the heliocentric worldview, if you will, that there's a potential other civilizations and people, things like that? Or
I think that's why a few of the people we get that are so dead set against flat Earth is because, I mean, that guy that said it, man, he said it. He said, keep making jokes. He said, this is why aliens won't come see us.
oh, right, of course, I've heard that before too.
Hold on, dude, I saved that shit. Go on, make everything a joke. This is why aliens won't talk to us.
Ridiculous.
That's like the far side of NASA fanboys. There's the NASA fanboys that are just like into rocketry and astronomy, and they don't want to think that they've been wasting their time. But then there's like the far side of that, like the other side of the bell curve of like insanity of like they actually think Star Wars is a documentary or something.
A documentary is crazy.
Documentary. I'm being sarcastic, wise ass, but you know what I mean. They think that that's like a potentiality of
Right.
reality that might happen someday.
A civilization. Yeah, exactly.
Star Trek
In the
might be
future.
like a real thing, man.
Yeah.
They just have to get the technology, and if we just dump more money into NASA, then we'll get there. We'll be on other planets.
I mean, did you not used to believe this a little bit, Indio?
In aliens, I investigated it. I wouldn't say I ever believed it.
What about like outer space and stuff like that? Maybe
yeah.
moving
yeah,
to
dude.
moving to space and living there or whatever.
No, because I knew that was never a possibility. Because if you look at the numbers they give you of how far away everything is, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so Voyager, the fastest thing they've ever sent into space, right? If you assume all this shit's true, how fast it's going, it'll reach the closest star in 150,000 years.
Holy.
Yeah, so the closest star. And you just got to get lucky that there's someone even there to hang out with, right?
Right.
And then if you incorporate like evolution, human beings have only been around 250,000 years, so basically more than the half of the lifespan of the entire species. Bang, you just reached the next
What happened to the star? What happened to the star dying by the time the light gets to you? That's what we learned in school. Somebody's like, no, that's not true. The other day, they're like, that's not true. I was like, what? That's what they told us.
Yeah.
I remember that shit. Like,
Yeah,
by the
that's what they
time you
used to
see
say,
the
yeah.
light, star went supernova or whatever, some
Well, they update the DLC on you,
nonsense.
bro. They'll
Yeah,
update the DLC.
it went orange giant, then red giant, then green giant, then freaking Jolly Green Giant. Then it went supernova.
And it went freaking corn and green beans and.
No, that was
Lord.
in if anyone played Mass Effect. There was like a
Great
mission where
game.
you went to that was an amazing game. I'm not gonna
Other
lie.
than
The outer
Andromeda,
space is
Andromeda bit ass, dude. They cheaped on that shit.
that's what I heard. Dude, like the setting of outer space is actually pretty cool. I give props to whoever came up with that. But and there's a mission where you go to a different galaxy and the sun is like near its supernova. It's about to explode and it's so hot and you can't stand in the sun for too long. And it's actually pretty cool how they incorporated that lore into a mission, That was really neat. I'll see if I can pull it up because I posted it before. I'll see if I can dig that out.
To a great story, and it is, and I like it, but that's all it is.
I was watching Riddick, the freaking movie, yesterday, and I'm like, dude, you remember when the dude like goes out and like lets his body turn into dust in the hot, in like the solar freaking wind? The one guy who was whatever part of that creepy clan, whatever the hell they're called. Dude, this movie's it's hilarious how they like that anybody would think like that would work. Like outside, like the solar winds are like just turning your body to like dust, but like Vin Diesel's like right in this cave in the shade. Like it wouldn't be hot in there, he's fine. Dude, the movies are fucking lit. Just remember fucking what the hell's it called? Riddick. The Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah. Remember when what is he swinging to save the girl? He grabs her and the one guy just like vaporizes because he looks out. He grabs her and just tucks her in. Like, yeah, you're good. Like
Yeah.
It's freaking goofy, man. Space shit. Space movies. Fucking hilarious. Oh, why am I cussing?
Yeah, we're still live, guys. I'm just looking for that clip. I don't think it's actually a clip. It's just like a link or something, like a video. But man, that stuff was like ingrained in my brain. That Mass Effect mission, so cool. And it's weird. People actually believe this stuff. Hardcore.
Dude, I love the gameplay mechanics, man.
Yeah, it was fire.
Just awesome.
Isn't that funny?
Combos and shit, man. Man, dude, you could solo that game and just destroy shit if you do play it right.
Nice.
I remember when I was a NASA fanboy, it was like you just geek out. Everyone just geeks out on the big numbers, like the sun is like a million bajillion miles wide. It's like
Right.
new one they found, it's a million bajillion times bigger than that one. It's like whoa. And it's like, yeah, and it gets so hot it would melt diamonds on the world, and it's like, whoa, no way. It's like huge facts that were ridiculous. And it's the same thing as like any lore on any storyline, like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars.
Oh,
it's
it is, man.
It's the same thing. It's a storyline. It's like I know more about it than you.
You got to update the DLC regularly, man.
Yeah.
If you don't get the DLC download, you fucked, man. You'll be behind the times.
Exactly, Indio. Yeah, dude, we started a role here called the Lore Reporters. So if you ever come across someone who starts updating the lore on the fly, just hit them with that Lore Reporter role. Oh, dude, these guys are hilarious, bro. They'll update.
So how did they get the radius of the sun? Did they send is it like the other Greek? Is it like Icarus? His wings didn't really melt and he flew to the sun, set up a couple sticks. Like what did he use as the light source at the sun? To do his sticks and shadows. Imagine the solar radius with sticks and shadows, man. Swear to God, it's a true story. So Esteban, you hear the lore update that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere? Have you gotten that lore update?
Yeah, I heard that one. It extends out to some crazy long distance that doesn't seem right.
Does that mean no one's ever been to space? If they were always in Earth's atmosphere?
That's what they say, right? They'll be like, yeah, we didn't actually go to space because it was only -14 torr or whatever, negative to the exponent of -14. It's like, oh my gosh, like I sign out. I'm done. It's just so dumb now.
Oh, there's a new lore update. Dark matter is actually a parallel universe where time runs backwards.
Oh my
Oh
god.
Lord.
What about quarks and gluons and all that? Have you guys been into that at all?
Bless you.
Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 2 parts water, 1 part plutonic quarks.
That's what I figured.
Shout out to anyone that knows about My Hero Academia. He said quarks, and I'm thinking already quirks from My Hero. Well, that's some deep anime shit if you're a weebo out there.
Quark gluon plasma. Ever hear of that?
Fuck is that?
Oh man, you're freaking dude. You didn't update your lore, man? You skipped that update?
Yeah, I guess my console's a little outdated there. Sheesh.
Well, I mean, this idea is a little outdated. It only runs on Xbox.
Dude, what the heck, Patient Bear? Are you even like subscribed to Wired? Like, I mean,
My Snopes account was recently terminated, I think.
Oh, that's embarrassing, bro.
Yeah, they banned his console. He cheated so bad.
Yeah, I forgot to accept the cookies on Snopes, so they banned me.
Yo, man. Snopes. We used to come in here and cite Snopes back in the day, man. That's some sad ass shit.
And the whole story about how it was founded and like funded is total, it's a whole story. Like he like divorced his wife and like it's a whole lawsuit and like
Like a
it's
degenerate sexual train wreck.
yeah, right, exactly. He like spent all his money on, women of the night and casinos and all that kind of crap and it's like, wait, this is the fact checkers? This is some 2016 crap, right? But this is old. But yeah,
If
I
I
remember him.
remember right, it started off as like some sort of menage a trois between him and another girl, and then he was like with the other girl, but then that didn't work out. So
She
then
belongs
he
to the
just went
streets.
full coke and hookers and whatever.
Jeez.
Gotta fact check the fact checkers, man.
Yeah, Alan Watts would always say that. Who's gonna guard the guards? Police the policemen. So it's the same thing. Who's gonna fact check the fact checkers? It's almost like a infinite regression fallacy.
It is. It's the Oracle, man. The Oracle just gets up on high and just proclaims truth. You know the NSA calls Google the Oracle?
Nah.
Yeah, it came out in like Snowden shit. Yeah, they just called Google the Oracle. They would say consult the Oracle, and that meant go see Google.
Jeez. They would. Guys, we're 30 deep in here tonight. Let's go.
Well, is there any more globe people? No, we got Wiggles here. Wiggles is gonna make the same silly freaking.
Well, hello.
What's up, Wiggles? You got the same old dried up shit.
You in my sights.
I don't know. It doesn't really. It doesn't really. I don't know. I'm kind of like. I think everyone at this point is kind of like convinced of their side. So I don't know what the point of debating at this point is.
Wait. Let me set the table for you then, because you've got the wrong idea. I'm sure you've seen some sort of shows or movies that are based around a court case, and they often will show the two different lawyers. They might jump in an elevator together. Maybe they'll talk shit, or maybe they'll goof off and like get a beer afterwards or something like that, right? You have to keep in mind that you are basically like a lawyer for your client, the Globe Earth, and we are the opposite. We're the client for we're the counsel for our client, the Flat Earth. And so we're not here to convince each other. It doesn't matter what we think. It matters what the judge, the jury, and the public think, right? So I would say when you come here, don't worry about us and what our opinions are, what we think. Make a case. We're live on YouTube, on Rumble. You'd never know who's listening, bro. So I would say don't just back down because we might not accept your position. Make a case and make it strong for the audience, for the judge, the jury, and the people listening. So you need to reframe your mindset.
We're not trying to make you flat. We're not trying to make you flat. We want you to freaking buy coffee though.
That's hilarious. Well, who's the judge? I would say, see whoever you believe.
Guilty.
See your God, whoever you believe made this earth, or whatever. Like that's your judge, whoever you think, or maybe you don't believe there's a judge, whatever. But really, I'm talking about the jury, the people who listen, the people who don't speak. There's 30 people in here. There's not 30 people talking. So there's going to be people who are willing to sit here and listen to your case. So I would say do it for those people, not for us. We've heard it all, but you need to make your case strong. Don't just pipe up because we, don't accept it.
But like at this point, like you've heard it all from the Globe side. I've heard it all from the Flat side, and no one's.
I doubt
that. I think that it would be resolved at this point, or maybe it's not. But anyway.
Well, the thing is, again, it's about the people. There's still people who have never heard this stuff ever. There's still people tuning in for the first time all the time. So keep those people in mind. When you say you've heard it all from us, if that's true, great. Then tell the people. But I would
You
push
haven't
back
acknowledged
on
it
that a little
all.
bit. Yeah, I would say I'd probably push back on that.
No, he hasn't acknowledged it
I would
all.
doubt
The claim that things can't disappear about a person on a flat surface has been proven false by demonstration, not just words.
Oh yeah, if you get upward refraction on a flat surface, that'll cause
not Earth curve.
Yeah, you can if you got a perfectly flat planar Euclidean 2D surface, you can cause bottom up obstruction on that if you get if the surface is hot and it's causing upward refraction of the light passing directly above it. Yeah, that'll cause it.
Yeah, but not Earth curve.
Yeah, Earth curve is not necessary for that. For what I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah, so when we see something obstructed bottom up, it doesn't have to be Earth curve. It can be something else.
Well, it kind of depends on how tall the thing is, how far away it is, how far above the horizon it is, and you kind of look at the observation and see what kind of explanation.
Any of that?
What's that?
Can you quantify any of that? You're saying how high, how far, how this, how that. You just saying random variables. So, what are the consequences?
Yeah, so there was a really good video that you had. It's one of my favorite ones that I've kind of analyzed. You called it Canagoo, but maybe you renamed it to something. But it was it's Grand Ferrand and
yeah,
that one's really good because where the mountains are so high, right? To cause upward refraction for that, you need the atmosphere to basically go to below absolute zero to cause that kind of upward refraction at that high of an elevation, so it's not.
Yeah,
gonna happen.
that's a cool claim, dude.
Well, yeah. So what do you think?
Can I ask?
What do you
Hold on.
think
I want to
about
ask. Do you think claims are evidence?
Oh no, claims are tested with the evidence.
Yeah, but the claim itself is not the evidence.
No, the claim is different than the evidence. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so you just made a claim. Do you have any
Yeah.
evidence for your claim?
Yeah.
No, actual evidence, physical evidence, like a prediction of anything, right? So you're saying that there has to be some upward refraction. That claim is just silly.
Ask him what he thinks about Walter Bislin's slider, his little slider button that matches Canada's little thingy.
Well, the thing about that Limoges, right? So, according to the globe Earth, like you should only see a little tiny bit of that thing. It's called God's finger that sticks out on the top of the mountain. You should only see a little bit of that. You can see like the entire Limoges.
Well, I analyzed it, and I found that like the globe with standard refraction, pretty much, I couldn't find any disparities between globe with standard refraction and the actual photo. Like they matched. Like,
Yeah, you're just saying that.
was that? No, but
What
I
do you
didn't
mean match? What do you mean match? How did you find the horizon distance?
The horizon distance I didn't need. I was just at bottom of.
No, you have to have the horizon distance. You can't do any calculation without the horizon distance. So the globe, any calculation for curvature, drop, obscured, all those things, the very first calculation in all those formulas is to find the tangent, which is the horizon distance. So if you have the elevation, first thing you do is you find the horizon distance. That's how the math works. You can't just skip that part.
Oh yeah, you can use like the Al-Biruni formula to get that. Sure, yeah.
No, if I want to calculate the obscured, how much should be obscured, or how much something should dip, be hidden, or what the drop is, or any of those values, none of those values can be computed or calculated with an unknown horizon distance. So
I can walk through what I did. I can dig up the photo. It's been a while, probably a year since I looked at that now.
So I showed you a photo of some windmills that are cut halfway off.
You don't even need to show it. I've seen that floating around so many times.
No, this is different. You've never seen this one.
Okay.
Guarantee you've never seen this one. I mean, you might have seen it. I mean, you can't guarantee it. But I'm pretty sure you've never seen this one. I found it accidentally. So it's a picture of some windmills that are cut off. But none of the windmills should be cut off at all. Because from the elevation of 55 feet above the sea level, the horizon is supposed to be 10 miles away, but the windmills are all cut off halfway.
When you calculate the horizon distance, do you account for refraction?
It doesn't matter. Either way, listen.
Bruh.
The horizon distance would get farther if I used your so-called accounting for refraction. If I even asked you, what is accounting for refraction? How do you even do that? You can't tell me.
Well, you can use the Sitter equation, and that'll give you the refractive
Sitter
index.
equation. That'll give you the refractive index for what? For something of that particular air temperature, right?
Yeah, you just plug in like it calculates the index of refraction as a function of wavelength, temperature, pressure, all that stuff.
Yeah. What does that tell me? Because it's the change in refractive index which causes light to deflect. It's not.
Yeah, the dN by dH. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not the absolute value, right? So what does the absolute value tell me? Nothing.
Yeah, so you do it for a bunch. It's kind of a pain to use it for a bunch of different levels, but yeah, you could plug in the Sitter equation. Yeah, I've seen that picture before.
Yeah, well, it's probably not the one I have.
Did you see picture of Black Swan?
So yeah, that's a good one, right? So, like, can you explain why the windmill that's farther away is higher than the one in the foreground?
Maybe it's taller. I don't know.
No, they're all the same height. All these windmills are the same height. They're identical freaking brands. Everything is identical. Because that would be kind of stupid to have a windmill farm with a bunch of different product, right? Because then you would need to store that, right? I'd need to store the motor for one and a different motor for another and different blades for another, right? So that's not how they do things in industry. They make everything standardized so that they don't have to inventory 55 different parts.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just like kind of like want to establish the facts, like really kind of get the facts established first, and then we could kind of go through it. But that takes a lot of effort.
I mean, you can clearly see that it's higher than the one in the background that you cannot see the blades. Do you think that that's in front of the one that you can see the blades? You think that's closer?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there 100%. Like, it could be like compression artifact causing you not to see the blades. Who knows?
Well, that's a crazy cope because we know what compression artifacts look like. You can partially see the blades, right? So, and this isn't even the one I'm talking about. I'll show you the one I'm talking about.
I've been asking people lately why aren't there millions, thousands and thousands of pictures of people taking pictures at the beach of the water hill at roughly 3 miles, like just people all day long. Like everybody's at the beach a lot. You know what the beach looks like. You know what you see when you look out on a clear day. Like
Oh yeah, I go
you
down to the beach all the time.
So you see this? You see this picture here?
Yeah.
In the chat. So those windmills are 8 miles away, but the horizon, according to the globe, is supposed to be 10 miles away. And if I quote unquote it accounted for refraction, it would be even farther away. So how can the windmills be behind a horizon it's not supposed to be at yet? None of these windmills should be hidden. That's the point. These should not be hidden by anything, but they are.
I don't know. I just want to like get the location of the windmills, verify the camera location, all that stuff. I'd want to verify it to be sure before I say anything about it. Obviously.
Shouldn't they also be tilted in some odd direction, considering it would be a ball?
They're actually not that far away from the camera. They're only 8 miles.
How'd you get the 8-mile number?
Because I know where the picture was taken from, and I know from the maps where the windmill farm starts.
How do you know where the camera was?
Because they say, hold on.
It's GGI for sure.
Found this accidentally. By the way. Okay. Ames, and when I found it, I was like, this distance can't be right because there's no way they should be hidden. And I went and looked it up, and then turns out the distance is correct. Okay, so
Sasha, you're on miking.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of where. Actually, I'll post the link where I got it from. I found this accidentally. You could buy 5x2 aspect images, and this happened to be one of them. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. James hired sailing barge Kitty and paddle surfers at 1 mile distance and Thanet Wind Farm at 8, with photo taken from Victoria Parade on Viking Bay at Broadstairs in Kent, England. Now you can find exactly where this is. It's 55 feet above sea level. We go on Google Maps or even any other map of where the windmill starts at 8 miles.
And we are still alive, ladies and gentlemen.
The horizon from 55 feet is 9.8082 miles. So none of this should be hidden. So is this like sub-refraction?
Oh, no, I'm just reading into this Wikipedia file there. I don't know if they're on the beach or what. I don't know.
No, they're elevated. There's like a cliff or something that they're on top of called Victoria Parade. It's a little like tourist center or some shit.
I don't know. I just want to like verify for sure where everything is, and then we can kind of work with that data.
I mean, you can go ahead. It's fine. It's going to be what it's going to be. Point is, the presupposition, the claim that things can only look the way they do on a curved surface is demonstrably false. It's not just like, yes, theoretically, if there's some refractive index, blah, blah, blah. No, it's just demonstrably false. We can just demonstrate it. We don't need a reason why it happens. We don't need an explanation. We don't need a story. We don't need a physics model. We don't need anything because we can just demonstrate that it happens. So the lake observations, the RC boat, there should be no horizon at all, period. Right? Because in the globe, the horizon's 2,600 feet away and the lake's 1,000 feet long. So why is there a horizon at all on a 1,000-foot lake?
It just could be like hot water, like the water is hotter in the air, or the humidity from the water causing the upward refraction.
The water's hotter than the air. They measured the air and water temperature.
Yeah, but what's clearly happening there is like upward refraction. Like the humidity can cause that too.
Clearly?
I mean, we can.
How is that clearly happening? What's
Well,
clear
what
about
is
it?
happening in those RC boat photos?
Who
Like, what is
cares?
happening?
Who cares?
I think that's kind of the question.
No. Who cares? We know what it's not. Right? We know what it's not. It's not Earth curve. We know
Well,
what
that's
it
if
looks
you
like.
assume the globe.
We know what it looks like. It looks like Earth curve. But we know it's not Earth curve.
How do you know that? Maybe
That would be a mighty tiny Earth.
what they say it is.
Listen, it can't be Earth curve because the globe model says the horizon is 2.5 times farther away than the lake is long. So the lake has a length of 1,000 feet. The horizon has a distance of 2,600 feet. If you can't ride the water to that distance, the 2,600 feet distance, because you would have to put your boat onto the ground, right? It can't be hidden by a horizon it can't reach. It can't reach the globe horizon because boats don't sail on land. Unless you're in marine traffic and you zoom in on Antarctica and see a bunch of boats on the ice sheet. Which is what happens. So here's the odd thing. They're not so odd. The obvious thing. Y'all's claim of bending fucking light in the air around a curve is or in a curving freaking spherically symmetric atmosphere that bends the light. There's zero evidence for that. There's no demonstrations of that. There's nothing. There's no demonstrations that you can make a horizon appear farther away or that a flat surface or a curved surface will extend to look flat. The best you can do is take some butane or frickin' super cold CO2 or methane or some other gas with a high refractive index and make some object beyond the so-called horizon move up and down in your field of view. But you can't make the horizon move and you can't make anything look flat. And you definitely can't do it in regular air. So we have competing claims, right? We have a competing claim, the globe claim, which can't be demonstrated, can only be talked about and conceptualized. And we have the flat earth claim, which can be demonstrated. And you're trying to falsify the demonstration with conceptualization, which is impossible. You can't think your way out of it. You can only demonstrate your way out of it.
What's that Alan Watts quote? A man who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. There's a lot of thoughts there.
I don't know what that has to do with the presidency in China.
I was gonna say I like Alan Watts, but what the? I don't know how that connects.
Okay, so yeah, so
guys, the lobby is going crazy right now. By the way, the lobby is going crazy. So if you're not an active speaker,
want to kick the beehive or something?
Get in there. Lobby.
Anybody else who wants to talk, feel free to chime in, man. Don't let me hog the mic.
India, I want to ask you something. Can we change on the Black Swan to oil rig to put some kind of Photoshop?
Like what? Photoshop what? What do you want to Photoshop?
Listen, I want to Photoshop the Black Swan image and to put these two oil rigs to put something like two screens, like do you know what is screen? Big white screen, you know. And it be written like first 6 miles and second one 9 miles, you know. And that's it. And then we will speak about refraction. Because they will, we can make also blurry that screen that you cannot see that it's 9 miles, you know, but it is 9 miles, you know, that is 9 miles. We can make that you cannot see that it's written on 9 miles. But then the question will be what refraction is doing to influence, to change the surface behind oil rigs. Because this guy is speaking about something is happening, light is doing something, and I am seeing ocean.
No, man, that's an optical illusion. That's not really ocean.
No, that is ocean because oil rig is in the ocean.
No, not to these guys. That's an optical illusion, man. That's not actually the ocean. That's an image.
Yeah,
that's a refracted image of the ocean.
Yeah, that's the point. This is ridiculous to claim refraction because in Black Swan example, there is no refraction apart the crane, but we don't speak about oil rigs. We are speaking about surface.
I posted what it should look like on the ball. That's exactly what we should see.
I mean, yeah, like the squiggles and all. Yeah, that's like accurate to like the millimeter on elevation G's.
Water hills is what you would see.
You'd also see like the Baltardia. Like, do you see that written in the ocean as well? That would be there.
Probably, yeah. Obviously, the hump wouldn't be so humpy, but I mean, you would, dude. At 3 miles, if you're sitting on the beach, or if you're a dude standing on the beach, like 6 feet tall, you should see the hump all day long, every day at 3 miles.
The question is,
they'd be hanging out. They'd be hanging out at the hump. The hump would be the place to be. Like they have your boy would be out on his boat. He'd be out there at the hump. You'd be like taking a picture of him. You're like, here I go over the hump, and then like I'm coming back. Here I am. Like I'm appearing little by little. Here I come. Like you'd be doing it all day long. There'd be freaking tons of videos.
Yeah, dude, I do videos where I'm like racing back on a jet ski and like to how fast I could come over the hump. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You jump it. You could jump the hump.
Yeah,
you'd be jumping the Humpty Hump on the hump.
Guys, a bunch of new people joining real quick. Madeline is here, and some other new people have joined, so just wanted to welcome them, but please continue. Yeah, no, seriously, if there was actual curvature, there'd be tourist locations and people, you could go to see it. People would charge money, all that stuff, but obviously there is no seeing curvature.
Okay, I have to ask, what's a tourist location?
Eagles, can I ask you, did you see the Black Swan?
Yeah, I've been seeing it for about
do you
4
see the
or 5
ocean
years.
Do you see the ocean behind oil?
Now, someone did, I think Petey it was, he kind of showed that there's a little bit of, that the far oil rig was actually a little bit
I'm
obscured.
asking you, do you see the ocean behind the oil rig?
I'm not sure what's going on in that photo, honestly. It's a bit of a mess, like the...
It's a video, man. Did you see video?
Yeah, I think BLMSB 69's
Yeah.
original photo, yeah, that didn't have the
Do
quantum
you
eraser color change yet.
do you see the ocean behind the oil rigs or something else?
I don't know if that's haze or what it is, but I can't say for sure it's ocean. Like that.
Okay. Can you ask somebody? Can you ask in this room? Choose. People choose. You can choose and ask what he see on that example. Like my question: do you see ocean or something else? India, do you see ocean or something else? CB, do you see ocean or something else?
Oh, sorry, I was looking.
see
Yes, I
ocean.
see ocean. I see ocean. Yeah.
I see ocean,
Okay.
and further to that, if the horizon was refracted, you couldn't measure it. This is all lunacy.
Do you see the ocean behind the oil rig?
Ocean.
Yeah, water.
Yep, ocean behind the oil rigs, definitely.
That means, Miguel, you
Not
are
a hill
only
of
one.
water.
You are only one who don't see the ocean. What is going on with your eyes?
Not a hill of water.
Let's we got that photo there somewhere, so I can look at it again.
Okay.
To me, it looked like haze afterwards. Like it's kind of like some sort of haze, or I don't know what it is. It's a very, very unique refraction.
Okay, can I ask you this? Is it real water 5 meters behind the oil rig?
What's that? Is there water 5 meters behind the oil rig?
Yeah.
Well, there's water all around the oil rig. It's in the ocean.
Is it also behind the oil rig water, or there is no water there?
Well, there's water all around the oil rig. The oil rig is in the ocean. Just, I'm sure, like
Yeah,
miles around.
that means you see the ocean.
It could be some sort of haze. I was trying to dig up the picture there.
Haze on the ocean.
Sure looks like ocean to me.
That's why we're discussing refraction. You know?
It's going to be really painful to sit here and listen to somebody explain, well, there's other variables like refraction. Yeah. It's like you guys forgot that when a boat disappeared, no one cared about refraction. No one cared about haze. Once the boat disappeared, that's the curvature of the Earth. But once we debunk that claim, wait. Refraction. No. You need to be defending curvature of the Earth. We already know there's things like refraction.
I know it could be ocean, but like what PD showed though was that the ocean was actually obstructing a little bit of the oil rig. I can dig up that video PD did.
Yeah, that means that this picture, this ocean is not real. That picture, what's showing the horizon in front of oil rigs, that's the real. That's the reality.
The one that confirms my bias is the real one.
Well, we have that one too. It's also part of our argument. But it's also not where any curvature is either.
But how is possible that you see the ocean when it's covering the oil rig? Then you see the ocean.
I'm trying to dig something up there. Spit hard. Like I don't like. There's so much stuff that piles up over the years.
It's fine. I posted the examples in the chat just so you don't have to look for it. I already have them ready.
I have another picture, and can you tell me? I will post it now. And can you tell me which kind of retraction is happening? What is- Oh, okay.
Can I say something real quick? Can somebody ban the 3 trolls in the lobby? Like, there is no talking to them, and they have no intention of taking any of it seriously. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Let's get some cleanup crew. Got it.
Yeah, there's the link. PD kind of showed that part of the oil rig was kind of missing, hidden behind the ocean a little bit. Wait, are we still live? Holy smokes! I've been in the lobby. I totally forgot we're still in this VC. And ladies and gentlemen,
right?
wow, it's like we were in another dimension there for a second. That was crazy. So, Wiggles is here, ladies and gentlemen. Globe Earther.
There we go. That image I just posted there. That's the cliff notes of that video.
And we are still live. We're here with Plum Bob and Madeline, Flatload Ride and Drace, Buyout, Shekel, and a whole bunch of people listening on Rumble and YouTube. So welcome, one and all.
Yep, good to be here. I'm just here to pick up my paycheck, and then I'll probably be on my way, but I'll hang out for a little bit.
All right. We'll be paying you in shekels.
I
But,
set the way you
okay.
did pay.
So who else is here? Who else wants to say hi? Shout out to the Rumble. Shout out to your mom, whatever. Go ahead, guys.
I was gonna say, get these shekels off my feet so I can dance.
I have some Polaris trivia for you.
Hit it.
Of the top 50 brightest stars that we can see, where do you think Polaris belongs on that list?
33rd.
At the center?
Thank you. Mr. Freemason, but no, it's 48th.
Damn, so almost dead last. Wow.
It's not really a super bright star. The Southern Cross stars are considerably brighter than Polaris is.
What is the brightest star in the sky?
The sun.
Actually, good job. Yes. What is
Next one is Sirius.
Yeah. After that, maybe Procyon or Betelgeuse, somewhere around there.
Well, Vega's like I think in the top 10. A couple there.
Yeah, I know this because I was trying out a little bit of celestial navigation the other day. That's pretty fun.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to share more. How does that work for the
Yeah,
people
so I
that
mean,
have
like,
never heard of celestial navigation?
yeah, celestial navigation is great. Like when they originally designed it, they didn't have all this crazy computer power that we had, but they were able to use the angle of the star above the horizon to basically place yourself within a circle on the Earth called a circle of equal COEA, a circle of equal altitude, yes. And then, so if you get enough stars, you can narrow your position down to a specific latitude and longitude. Just by looking at the stars. And of course, when you're trying to sail across the ocean, you know you want to get your position within a few nautical miles. So you can just kind of navigate by the stars to fix your dead reckoning position and navigate safely.
Alrighty, awesome. That's thank you for the lesson there. We appreciate that. Okay. All right.
It's kind of quiet here now.
Yeah, guys. And I guess we'll do it live.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live!
So yeah, man. Globe Earther, we have you join the panel. Would you say there's any doubt? Or are you pretty convinced you're full-fledged? It's a globe no matter what.
A lot of stuff would have to be false for the globe to be false.
Bruh.
But I would say you realize that like the world, the way it is right now, is flat. So all the technology that's currently working and everything, like it wouldn't just all of a sudden just stop working if I waved a magic wand over your head and made you a flat earther. You realize that, right?
No, like I can believe whatever I want, and anyone can believe whatever they want. Really, it does not going to change what reality actually is. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's not that things have to be wrong. It's just maybe you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone has like their own metaphysics, their own models, and kind of theories of how the world works that they use, and they assume they're true, act as if they were true, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. So, a lot of things would have to be wrong. Could you give us like one thing? Like, what's one of those things that would have to be wrong?
Well, celestial navigation is a great one because that one is kind of based on the globe, and
No. You are telling to me 500 years ago, the Portuguese navigators are dumb because they were flat-earth guys.
No, celestial navigation
No,
is
you are
all.
claiming that celestial navigation all is possible on the globe is the dumbest thing I ever hear.
It can only be done on a flat plane. You can only do it on a flat plane. So you're just wrong, Wiggles.
Okay. Well, the problem though comes when you kind of like poke a hole in the globe and try to flatten it out and make a map out of that. That's
Why
kind of
are
where
you
the.
doing that? We don't have to do that. Celestial navigation proves the globe. That's where you get your latitude lines from. Longitude comes from the position of the sun, and latitude comes from your angle away from Polaris. And the minimum elevation angle to Polaris becomes the equator. And that's when you're on the equator, when you just can't see Polaris. It's just disappeared on the horizon. Poof, you're on the equator.
Well, almost. Polaris is not exactly at the celestial North Pole. It's a little bit off, like half a degree or something. I don't know.
Dang close.
But if you made that assumption, you'd be off by, I don't know, maybe 40 miles, something like that. And we know we can map like where you are on the Earth down to the nearest like meter easily. So like being off by 40 miles would be a big thing. So
Well, the other
Polaris
thing about celestial navigation is you're not going to use it if you're down to a minimum angle either. You tend to not use it when you're when the star is at 20 degrees or less because it's not accurate. So you wouldn't use it there, but you would have to use another star to get it. But that is where your equator comes from. It's all done off of a flat plane. You can't get an angle off of the curved surface. It just doesn't work. You can't use a tangent. You can't have a ground position that's off in space somewhere. It just doesn't work. It's flat, Wiggles. Sorry. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I seem to have I've managed to do all those things. So I did get the curve from the, or I did get the angle from the curve.
Damn, Wiggles, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Oh, it doesn't bother me. Like he can like.
How are you digging?
Can you show the math for getting an angle off of a curved surface? Can you do the math on that and post it in the chat, please?
Yeah. Or can I show when Flatsoid did it actually?
No, I want you to show me an angle from a curved surface.
Oh shit. He's testing your gangster right now, Wiggles. Man. You gonna let him test your gangster like that?
Yeah, I got a screenshot saved of doing that, so I'm just looking it up.
Okay. About to bring receipts. All right.
I can help you. Can you drop the line 10 centimeters straight, and then you make 10 centimeter curved line, and then tell me which angle is there.
I know the angle is measured at the exact point of intersection.
What? Are you making lines in the air?
You can construct the line in the air, sure. Like
Oh yeah,
geometrically.
you can imagine some line in the air. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You can also imagine some curve. Man,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
easy. Take on paper. It's easy. I told you, 10 centimeters. Line straight, and then curved line 10 centimeters. And then you tell me which angle is inside. What's the value?
Sorry, I was grabbing a screenshot there. What was the question again?
Draw the line 10 centimeters straight, and then curved line 10 centimeters, and then tell me how much of what is angle inside.
Okay, so if you draw like a straight line, and then at the end of that straight line, you kind of continuously attach a curved line to it.
You can close it that with 10 centimeters straight, another one. Make a triangle with one curved line if you want, but that is not triangle. Then.
Yeah. So the angle is defined like at the point of intersection. So you only care about what the line is doing infinitesimally close.
What do you need for one angle? What is the definition of angle?
A right angle.
What do you need for angle?
An intersection point between two smooth lines.
No.
That is correct. What I've
let's say that you are now in primary school, second class, and I ask you, how is angle made? From what? From 2 points?
Yeah, well, they're going to teach the kids the easy case. They're not going to teach the kids the calculus case.
Okay. How you will make angle? What do you need? You need 2 circles, 2 pyramids. What do you need?
You need the intersection point between two differentiable curves.
No, it's not correct. No points. You need something called. Is it square?
Dang it! I failed Dr. Desash's geometry class.
Do you need 2 squares for the angle?
No, definitely not 2 squares.
Do you need 2 circles for the angle?
You could, if you wanted to. You could find the intersection at a point, or the angle at the intersection of 2 circles.
Then we will find out what we need for real angle, for one angle.
You have the intersection point.
How about this? How about to be simple? We need 2 lines, 2 straight lines to have an angle, intersecting in 1 point.
That's sufficient but not necessary condition, I guess.
Not necessary. Is that the angle when we have a point and 2 straight lines going from that point?
That's an angle, but other things are angles.
What, for example?
In the image that I linked, should be like I actually did use 2 circles because that's kind of easy example of curved lines that you can get angles between.
But for angles, you need 2 straight lines. You cannot have curved lines.
Mathematicians disagree.
I'm a mathematician. I disagree with you.
So where do you measure the separation at? So where do you measure your angle at?
The exact point of intersection.
Well, then there'd be no angle. The angle would be 0.
No, it does exist. It's a limiting. It's a calculus. It's a limit. It's well defined.
So wouldn't that be calculating the smallest possible angle, and wouldn't that be 0? Because the separation of those 2 lines, even if they're 2 curved lines, 2 circles, they intersect, right? So that angle is going to decrease, and at the point itself, the inflection point, it'll be 0.
Let me see if I saved the image. Well, I saved a GIF of it where I zoomed out. Like
So it's convergent series. It has to converge to 0.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. How would it be a point?
Not all limits are 0.
Yeah, I know. They either diverge or they converge. So, is there a third option?
Well, those kind of ones that like Grandi's series, we kind of call those divergent, but they kind of like are bounded, but
arbitrarily. So you truncate it arbitrarily. That's what you're doing. You're basically truncating it arbitrarily. You're going to have to measure, in order to get an angle, you're going to have to measure some distance from the point. And that distance is arbitrary. So say we measure it, we draw 2 circles and we measure it 10 to the 10 to the freaking 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10. or actually negative 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10 meters away from the point. What would that angle be?
Yeah, like 10 to the minus 17 units away from the point, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to approach 0 though, right?
No, the angle is going to approach a well-defined value.
You're just saying that. Nothing you're saying makes any sense in mathematics. If the lines intersect and they're curved, that curve, eventually that curve, they'll become parallel. So it's 2 tangent points, right? So if I took the circles, right, and I took 2 tangent points on each circle and had them approach, there'd be no angle separating them. But as soon as you touch the circles together, those curves are going to form an angle at some distance away from the point. But at the point itself, it's going to have a common tangent. So 2 circles that touch each other, they're going to have a common tangent that runs in between them. Those, you could say this tangent line is on each circle. It's a parallel line. It's a 0 angle. It isn't until you come off that tangent point that you're going to have an angle. And where you measure away from that point is going to determine what the angle is you measure. This isn't disputable. This isn't like something that you can dispute or fucking talk about, dude. It's a mathematical fact. It's a geometric fact. You can't measure a difference in angle off of a curved line, period. Because where you measure the angle depends on what the angle measurement's going to be.
I think we need a jury of mathematicians.
Dude, you can get freaking all the mathematicians you want, and I don't really care what they say, because they can't prove anything to the contrary using mathematics.
I say we give them 2 circles, like 2 arcs of a circle, so that there's only exactly 1 intersection point, and we tell them which side we want the angle on, and we'll tell them to calculate the angle.
Yeah, so what happens if we draw a tangent through the point where they touch? We draw a tangent line. We're going to draw a tangent. We're going to draw a tangent on each arc. We're going to draw so the arc A, we're going to draw a tangent at the point where they touch, and arc B, we're going to draw a tangent where the point where they touch. Is there going to be an angle between those 2 tangent lines?
Yeah, there's an I guess angle between the tangent lines, yeah.
Okay, I'm done talking to you. You're just bullshit, bro. No, there won't be. There can't be.
No, I think that's a good idea to get a jury of mathematicians. We give them a math problem.
So you're just wasting our time, dude. You know you are. You know the fucking stupid game you're playing. This is why you end up in CogDis, because you're dishonest fuck. Yep. Anybody listening to this knows you're full of shit and you're an embarrassment to fucking Glovers everywhere.
Hey, pal.
I don't mean to be mean, but if you weren't like dishonest like this, I would have been normal. But I can't take like epic bullshit that you're trying to spew. You can get a jury, like you could get fucking, because every mathematician that ever fucking lived, and they're not going to agree with you.
That is a bold claim. I like it.
Well, if math is objective and deductive, then they'll never agree with you. If you're going to like use some other mathematical system where certain rules don't apply, where lines aren't parallel, tangents have a different definition, then maybe they'd agree with you if we just throw out, common accepted axioms of mathematics, of Euclidean geometry, period.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Saying that celestial navigation only works on a globe is ridiculous, because if you use elevation angles at all, you're wrong.
I've used I don't know if you guys have been talking to Protothad before. He's like a navigator. He gave me a few like, what's that?
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's a fucking idiot.
Who the fuck is that?
Well, he's an actual navigator. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, he knows his stuff, but when you bring something up to him, he just pretends he never said it and carries on.
I did ask to that guy to prove me that refraction, and he couldn't. You see,
My
I
man,
did present a mountain. I said to him, so with that reflection, I can see what is behind something. And yeah, he said yes. So what is behind this? And he couldn't. So that's it.
Yeah, that sounds like the conclusion of a conversation.
Prototrap.
I mean, it's really simple. Elevation angles uses the surface that you're standing on. You can't use a tangent, or else it's not an elevation angle.
But we could play a little game though. You could put me on the spot here. Like you could give me two intersecting circles. Like get me to calculate the angle between the curved lines, and then you give that same question to someone that you trust that does mathematics, and you see if they get the same answer that I get.
You're gonna have to use a tangent, man. You can't do it without a tangent.
It's impossible to get an angle from a curved surface. It's undefinable.
With the tangent in the limiting case, right? Like you take the angle as the distance from the intersection point becomes 0, like, and that's the angle at the curved points.
No, it
So you're gonna
goes,
make a
it goes
flat plane.
towards 0, but you never actually reach 0. So you're gonna have to arbitrarily truncate at some point, or you'll never finish the calculation. You understand? We can
No,
say
you can
yes,
calculate
calculate it
exactly.
yourself, and I want it to as many decimals as you can write. We'll just be going to your funeral before you after you finish. You'll never finish before your funeral.
Well, certain numbers are irrational, yes.
Oh, you just don't get it, dude.
let's say
So
on
if you have
10
an
miles.
infinite series, so you'll have to make an infinite series, which by definition is infinite. You'll never reach the end of it. You'll be dead before you finish the calculation.
No, but I did get the exact value of those circles. Did you see that image I posted?
Hold on, I'm looking for it. You posted it? Let me go up.
Yeah, I can't post images, but I can post links without the image that pops up after.
Okay, fine.
Man, there is no curved lines. There is all straight.
I post a citation from Prototype. Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't see any curved lines on that. How did you get? How are you getting something off of a curved line when there's no curved line in your diagram?
Those are curved lines.
No, they're
Oh,
all
wait
straight.
for-
Are you crazy? Can you
Wait
tell
for
me
the
which line?
reveal.
Which line? Can you tell me which line it's curved? Green, pink, black.
I honest to God forget which one is the curved one. We're gonna find out now.
Bruh. You gotta, dude, you said in that thing exact angle. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Literally. Stupid. Okay, so any
It's just
trigonometric
so
function, they're called the circular functions. They're infinite Taylor series expansions. They don't have an end to them. You can't get an exact value because exact values don't exist for them in the real numbers, period. So what are you talking about?
Man, again, you posted. Oh Jesus! Look at that.
There we go. I just posted the GIF there just a few seconds ago.
India, look at the gift, please.
So those are not angles then, because those lines are curved. So
What are those
try
green
again.
lines? What are those green lines?
Dude, I
What are
must be
those green
colorblind
lines?
I don't
Because
see
that's
much
where you
color.
measured the angle at, right?
No, the green lines are distracting. They're actually not creating the same angle that the purple lines are creating.
Then why do
Those
you
are
have it?
not angles. You did not show us angles. Those are a curved line. You can't get an angle from a curved line. It's not possible.
I calculated angle B though, exactly.
At some
No, it's not exact. The very fact you use tan is not exact. You use arctan. It
Actually,
can't
the
be
angle
exact.
was the angle between the purple lines was actually happened to be actually equal to 60 degrees.
You want me to post a whole 3-part presentation on the problem with angles and how they are not exact, and they can't be exact and can never be exact in the real numbers, period? They just can't be, because they're
Who
it
is doing
was
this presentation?
proven a long time ago, that the circular functions sine and cosine, they are actually an infinite Taylor series expansion, right? They go
Oh, yeah.
on forever. So how can they be exact if they go on forever?
Well, for certain transcendental angles, I think, yeah, you can get exact values for sine. Or, yeah, like pi over 6, sine of pi over 6 is a half. Exactly.
Well, you don't even have pi.
Well, pi is transcendental.
Okay, so use pi. Can't get to the end of that, so how can pi over 6 ever be a half?
That's the wonderful thing
Because you
about
can't write
proof.
it in the numerator. So it can't be exact. Because pi itself is not exact. It's not an exact solution. So this is a perfect opportunity to point out that you're just being a propagandist using rhetoric, saying things like exact when they're not exact. You also say things like perfect, exact, because you're trying to give an impression.
That's the Taylor series error for sine off the top, sine of x off the top of my head. I'm not even going to check it. This should be right. I know it's odd function, and the x is...
Yeah, and it keeps going.
Yeah.
Forever. And ever and ever and ever. I said, you would die before you finished it. I'd die before you finished it. All humanity would die before you finished it. It would be the heat death of your freaking fake universe before you finished it.
They created the rigor for these concepts in like analysis, which is kind of like the deeper, like it's a branch of mathematics that goes below calculus and kind of establishes the more loosely stated theorems of calculus.
Yeah, I'm aware of Cantor's and set theory and Dedekind cuts and all that shit, dude. Which goes to real numbers and all that shit. Can't be done. You know, not all math.
Oh crap, we lost Indio.
Oh shit, they got him.
The mathematicians kind of came in and cut his Ethernet cord. He was about to reveal the secrets of math and how there's no such thing as real numbers.
Funny how they call it an Ethernet cord.
You need to define real numbers? You have a definition of real numbers?
Yeah, they are a field. One is not equal to 0. You have the group. So yeah, and well, you have the rational numbers, which are a field. But then the real numbers are the completion of the rational numbers.
The real numbers are just taking making any number divisible by 10. That's all it is.
Let's see if I can define it off the top of my head right now. Let's see how close I get.
To math stupidity.
Hey, testing. Do you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Thank you.
We got the group, we got the takeaway 0 and multiplication as a group. Yeah. Yeah, Norman Wildberger, yeah, I was thinking of him too he's like an ultra finite, he doesn't like the field axioms, the completion axiom.
Yeah, because you can. His argument. Do you even know his argument?
You can't store a number. You can't store every real number on a hard drive in decimal form, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's his argument.
No, his argument is you can talk about doing it, but you can't actually do it. You can only talk about it.
Yeah, it's the same as what I said. You said like you write out a number, like you say like 3.141592653589793232846.
Or you never actually get it. Yeah, you never actually get an answer. You just
Yeah, like
pretend you get an answer by arbitrarily truncating at some position. But you
I
don't
could be
actually
going-
get it a true answer. Right? So
Well,
1/3, right? So we have 1/3. I
What's
can
that?
divide something. Look. So I'll use for an example the value 1/3. Right? 1/3. I can divide something into 3 parts. Right? And if I add 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3, I get 1. Well, what happens if I use the real numbers? 0.3333333, 0.3333333, 0.3333333, add them together, you get 0.999999. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in base 3, a third is just 0.1.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, it isn't.
No, in base 3, 1/3 is equal to 0 decimal.
Decimals
one,
are in
whatever.
base 10. If you're using decimals, you're automatically in base 10. Right off the rip.
No, there's other bases. Binary, like or hexadecimal.
Yeah, but there's no decimals in binary.
Yeah, you can call it a binary point or a hexadecimal point or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but they're not. I mean, first of all, I want to get off this subject because it's probably going over a shitload of people's heads. Counterproductive.
Yeah, it was a tangent from celestial navigation and angles from curves and defining.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, if you say we can approximate an angle, fine with that. But you can't get an angle.
No, you can get it exact. If the lines are curved, you can get it exact. That is possible.
You can choose an arbitrary distance away from the intersection and get an approximate solution to the separation of the lines. At that point, so if you draw some other line connecting the 2 lines, you can take the angle between that. But that's all you can do. I don't think it's even though it's true, I don't think it really says that much about celestial navigation one way or another. But when you start with we got a 90-degree angle, right, and you make graphs that show 90-degree angles, well, you got a problem because you don't have a 90. You got a 90-degree angle to a tangent. I mean, even in celestial navigation, they say that they're using what do they call it? The celestial horizon, which is supposed to be a plane that goes through the center of the Earth. But within, you don't actually use that distance above that plane. You assume that you're on it.
Yeah, because the Earth is treated like a point when the stars are light years away.
Thank God, someone finally said it. Some glober finally confessed that celestial navigation does not assume a globe, it assumes a point.
I'm glad that someone finally said the thing you were waiting to hear.
Yeah, it's only been like 7 years.
Yeah, we treat the stars like points too, basically.
Yeah, everything's a point. So the geometry is not of a globe. People make the claim that celestial navigation, astronomy, all this crap demonstrates a globe, but there's no globe in the math. It's just a point.
Well, when you use the moon lower limbs and upper limbs, you do kind of gotta account for the radius of the Earth and stuff like that when you're correcting moon angles, which is something I wanted to try, but it's too damn cloudy every friggin' night. I can't get a moon sighting. But yeah, I was gonna try out the moon correction when I get a chance sometime in the future.
So Prototat tell you all about celestial navigation. How far above the horizon do you make observations?
Didn't the Apollo astronauts do that?
How do you even get a horizon from outer space?
Well, if you're like, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, then your horizon dip angle is just going to be huge, but I think the math still checks out.
The horizon dip angle from outer space? It's
Yeah, go for it.
Which horizon? You see a ball? Do you like turn yourself sideways and do the horizon that way, or upside down and then you do the top down horizon or bottom up horizon?
You're gonna love it. You just stand so that you're up for the whatever latitude, longitude you're at. Well, you don't know, I guess, where that is, but you just put your feet towards the center of the Earth, just like you do when you're on Earth, and that's down, and that's then you just get from that's your reference direction. And you're standing on like a 1,000-kilometer foot platform.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's exactly what they did.
So 96 kilometers of altitude. Where is that curvature?
96 kilometers. What's the curvature? What I don't understand the question.
Yeah, 317,000 feet. Why
Oh,
the
the
horizon
horizon
is still horizontal?
Not only that, Miguel, if you go 96 kilometers up in 1 hour, the Earth is 66,000 miles away from that point.
Yeah.
There is no up on the globe.
There's infinite ups. There's a Aleph 1 if you accept the continuum hypothesis.
Yeah, I told you. I told you now. You go 90 kilometers up, but you need at least. Let's say you need 1 hour. In 1 hour, Earth is 66,000 miles away from you now. In 2 hours, the Earth is 132 miles away from you. 3 hours more and more and more and more. In 1 day, you are 1 million miles away from Earth, from that height up.
That is
Because
if you
Earth-
canceled your orbital velocity.
Because Earth is moving, it's not stationary for you.
Yeah, but the astronauts are orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, the astronauts where? Apollo 11? Apollo 11 turning off the lights. I did debunk that already 1 hour ago. Turning off the lights to fake space. The window is the Earth. And the window was oval. And then they did add at the right a semicircle something just to look around. Is that the Earth? A window? And turn off the lights to do that space?
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Could have been anything. Could have been an asteroid. Could have been
An asteroid.
Could have
Are
been
you
Mars.
fucking? Are you trolling now? An asteroid.
I'm just making
I'm
up
talking
silly
about. I'm talking about the Apollo 11, fooling us, and you talking about an asteroid.
I'm just making up a silly answer.
Yeah, it's what you do. So I'm gonna post this from NASA. So how can this work on your ball Earth? You see, if you cannot prove curvature, then forget about it. There are not horizons on that ball. And you can talk about refraction whatever you want to call it, because refraction is not curving the horizon at left and right. Bye bye ball.
I'm not sure what the source of your image
Yeah,
is.
yeah. This is from NASA. X50.
You got the source?
Yeah, no, F60. That's what you need to know. F60. Sorry, X50. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. You're kind of just like throwing a random image at
Yeah,
me. and
no, you are
expecting me to
doing
know
that.
everything.
You are the one doing that. You are not presenting proof. The gift that you did present us, is that what the navigators were using? Fuck.
Well, that's the graph
So
of a circle.
I'm gonna post. So you think this is a photo from Earth? I'm talking about Apollo 11, right? This thing. You think this is a real photo from Apollo 11, right?
Again, I don't know the source of that image.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, it's NASA.
Looks like the Earthrise photo.
It's most famous photo, man. How do you know that?
That's the Earthrise one, isn't it? Yeah.
No, he's running away. He's doing a weasel. No, he's just running away. Now you have to explain why they have to fake it. So they turn off the lights, and that window, it was oval like this. The window was like this. The window was oval. So that's not Earth. You see that they just turn off the lights. That's not space. And that was the window. And you guys think this. You see that at the end of that gift it says Apollo 11. That's the original video from Apollo 11. So I'm gonna post this. Yeah, this is from them, not from me. At the beginning. But of course they didn't show this to the public, right? So that window is Earth. That window is Earth, right? I did finish.
And Earth size is the same like a moon size in the sky. Like a moon, it's the same size like Earth. If we watch the moon to Earth, and if we watch Earth from they're the same size.
Anyway, I've been here for a while though, so I do gotta kind of head off. It's kind of late for me now, around 10 p.m., 11 p.m. So.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, you boys, he decided to throw me out of Cognizant into here, so.
What's your aim?
Well, actually, the reason I joined the server was because I plan to do a lot of hiking this summer and getting a lot of those kind of beach videos. Like I think someone was talking about like, does anyone just go down to the beach and take a crap load of photos of the ocean blocking something? And that's what I do a lot of actually. So yeah, that was the reason I joined the server like however many months ago. Because whenever spring or summer gets here, which it has, just curious to get a bunch of photos and see, if we ever get that money shot of no bottom up obstruction from the beach. I don't know, it could be full of fun experiments. See, I'll keep going down, see if we ever get the flat Earth observation, and haven't yet. I'm at observation 75. I still have not, but who knows? Maybe 76 will be the flat Earth
Well,
observation.
I did show it to you that 317,000 feet, no curvature. So what's your point?
I mean that sells it right there. I mean, like if there's 317,000 feet, if there's no curvature by then, no, there's never going to be curvature. I think you
Yeah.
got it. Anyways, I gotta head off. So it's been fun.
Okay, nice to talk to you. Have a nice
Yeah,
one.
nice chatting. See ya.
See ya. Sorry if I killed that globe. It never existed. Anyway. So those guys that talk about refraction, they are actually failed globers. They are cylindric earthers because they cannot explain why the horizon is still horizontal.
Well, there's a new person with no roles. I don't know if you want to make him go to VC check-in. Spencer at the bottom.
New account. I have seen that picture profile. I don't know.
Oh, that's just the default one. On Discord, there's like 10 default profile pictures.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a new account, so they just have a default picture.
Okay, I get
But that's suspicious. It's probably a repeat offender or a troll, yeah.
Sometimes they are just some people don't use Discord, so of course they do a new account, but most of the time just another the same guy doing alt accounts.
Yeah, they asked to be unmuted in the lobby, so like I said, you can force in the VC check-in, or I don't know what the protocol is.
Let's do it. Okay, let's unmute. Welcome, Spencer. Yeah, just too suspicious at all.
Yeah.
So you
That
did
took
listen.
2 seconds.
Doing a fake voice. Yeah. When Glover's like they don't have more evidence, they just run away. I have to go.
Yeah, it's more fun to talk to like new people than the hardcore anti-flat earthers.
Are you saying you don't like to talk to Scott Mackey?
Oh, Sky Mike from politics.
No, it'd be like
I did
usually it's eggshells or
I did listen to him like 1 week ago or something like that. He was bringing evidence presentation. I don't know if he actually did that to debunk flat Earth. They promise something and then they don't do it.
Well, he's probably still got his supercomputer doing all the calculations still.
No, the one good thing about talking to anti-flat earthers is, especially if it's recorded, you can get some really good clips, some really good double speak, and then if you can clip it, put it on your channel or whatever. But or you get like I caught Fight the Flat Earth saying you can have gas pressure gradient in a container, so that destroys any one of those if that ever comes up. So. Are they going to throw Fight the Flat Earth under the bus like they do Neil deGrasse Tyson? Probably, but
Well, that guy has some kind of mental issue.
it happened yesterday in this VC where Gary Clampton said, "You can't have gas pressure gradient in a container," and then we showed it to him, and then he changed and moved the goalpost to like something about. Well, they they said you can have gas pressure gradient in the container, but it's because of gravity. It's like, well, I don't care. I still took your concession. I don't care what your excuse is. You still Glober's claim that you can't have gas pressure gradient in a container. Here I have Fight the Flat Earth saying you can have gas pressure gradient in a container. So I mean, you're destroyed.
Yeah, when they have nothing, they go grab that gravity to everything, to curving water, to folding and curving water, and we don't see that. And then the alien goes up, so gravity is not holding, and then it goes up, and then they claim gravity is there holding, like a container.
Yeah, usually when they say gravity, it's just like pretty much, yeah, they just stepped into multiple bear traps because then you just ask them which gravity, they don't know which gravity, you ask them for the experiment, and then they're just cooked instantly. So right when they say gravity, I'm like, yes, you're done.
Yeah, like I said, the other guy was like, they preferred like they are hiding behind this shield. I'm talking about those shields that they use in wars a long time ago. When they were fighting with swords. Anyway, so they just put behind this shield and this with a word in front, just saying refraction, gravity. That's it. They think by hiding behind this shield and that word, they prove everything.
It's like a magic incantation. They're just like summoning demons or something, and just like chanting a word, hoping it'll all go away.
Yeah, like Harry Potter.
Yeah, exactly. Refraction, refraction, refraction. Gravity, refraction. Grab a fraction. Refracted gravity. What? How are you flat earthers still alive?
Like that spell from those spells from Harry Potter. I remember actually Matthew Never Learns was here talking about.
Oh, Matthew will make some dumb argument. It only needs to bend 0.009 degrees per mile. Yeah, dude. Keep telling yourself that.
It was talking about that writer that wrote the Harry Potter. You know, so there's let me see if I get the link. There's the library here in Porto City. So that lady that did wrote that, the script of Harry Potter, the book. She was a English teacher there, so of course she did visit this library. Now it's more a museum library, but anyway. So yeah, and you can see in the Harry Potter. Let me see if I got it. That stair, stairs. So let me see. I found the link. So I did debunk because Matthew Lyons was saying that it was fictional, and actually I did debunk him. I said there's a real place there where they did, if inspired to do that stairs at Harry Potter. So she did inspire on that place. Let me see the link.
You talking about J.K. Rowling's, the chick that
Yeah.
wrote it? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a library, an old library here, but let me see if the link. So now these days there are a lot of tourists going there to that place because of Harry Potter. Let's see. I did post a link a long time ago, but
You know, I wouldn't mind their refraction or gravity argument if like the response didn't it's like it's pre-canned. It's like they all have this, and I hate to call it a script, but it's just so. Oh, it's just so weak. Their arguments are just so weak at this point in time. It's like you think that they would have gotten better after all this time, but they're not. They're still. They're either worse or the same. I think maybe worse.
Come on, Indio. They're still using 19th century arguments.
Yeah, you have a point. 19th
So-
century, maybe like 300 BC arguments.
That too, 240 BC. Eratosthenes arguments. Yeah, they all knew it was a globe. That's why that nobody built any globes until 1491, and Copernicus didn't come up with his heliocentric model until 1624, because they all knew it was a globe.
Oh, those are minor details. Don't look behind the curtain, man.
How many centuries do we need before we'll get proof of the globe? Another 17 centuries?
The kid that was in here earlier, what was his name? I don't remember his name. Anyway, he was like, Eratosthenes, that's I liked that one. It's a pretty good argument. I'm thinking, whoa, what, are you out of your mind? It's
Yeah,
literally the worst.
He's talking about Brown Recluse guy.
Oh yeah, him, yeah. I'd be embarrassed if that was my evidence. If I had to come in here and be like, you're like, what's your evidence the earth is flat? And I was like, well, in 325 BC, there was a guy. He had some sticks. He had some shadows. He walked around a little bit.
Yeah, he
and
had
he
some
proved the
guy.
earth was flat.
Yeah, tell me how in 240 BC you just have some guy walk around and measure out 5,000 stadia between 2 points in Egypt.
Yeah, when they probably had no roads.
We lost that technology.
No roads.
We
no-
lost that technology.
No,
That's the best
yeah.
answer.
The weather is not conducive to long walks.
But I want to see. Do you know that they're saying, "Let's do that now"? And somebody was saying, "I will do it in New York. I will do it." And what they, I don't know what they will do. Which sticks? How much? How big sticks will be?
That's what she
How
said.
tall? How tall will be? It will be 1 meter stick or 100 meter stick. And now when they get the shadow, well, let's say length of the shadow 1 meter will be 2 meter. How that calculation will give them that 2 meter shadow? Let's say that it's 2 meter. How that 2 meter shadow will give them radius?
I mean, why didn't he just use like an obelisk? I'm sure there was obelisks all over the place, right? It was ancient Egypt.
That's the story. He used an obelisk or something in Alexandria.
That means that two obelisks need to be the same height. Because you cannot make one obelisk 10 meters and another obelisk 50 meters and to measure shadow. That's not correct.
Well, the shadow measurement in there in Syene was just a well. Someone dug a well and there was the light would hit the bottom of the well perfectly.
They have no values for that shadow, nothing.
So, but I always wondered about that. Like, don't you have to look down the well? And if the sun was directly overhead, like, wouldn't your head like cast a shadow and you wouldn't be able to see if like it's a perfect shadow lighting up the bottom because your head would be in the way?
There was a tower aside. And he looked from the top.
He climbed the big tower and looked down the well. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah, checks out.
I thought you had to be in the well. I don't remember.
Oh, maybe that was
Maybe
it.
Timmy was in the well. Timmy fell into
Oh.
the well, and they had to go rescue him.
Wouldn't have been much of a well. Where's the water? Then hold on. If there was water in it, then it'd reflect the sun right back up into his face, and he'd go blind, wouldn't he?
This was non-reflective well water.
I'm Batman. That's fun.
Yeah. Look, the shadow.
You might have used a mirror, Indio.
Yeah, maybe like a little periscope, specially designed so you could peep the well.
Right. But wouldn't he have also realised that he was looking at the bottom of this water, this well, the water's still perfect, it's seeing like a perfectly flat reflection?
No idea. I mean,
The well water was curved, so it didn't give a perfect reflection.
I don't know. Just one more piece of evidence that the guy never existed and that never happened.
Well, I never heard of him until Carl Sagan mentioned his name.
Wasn't his assistant like an ungodly amount of distance away from him or something like that? That was a problem with that.
Yeah, we're wondering how he coordinated too. How they did that.
Those guys did not travel.
They had walkie-talkies.
But they didn't travel alone back then. They had caravans. Like you did not want to be alone out there in that shit.
Smoke signals, man.
They communicated by stork. That's stork. Same way you get babies. They were using storks.
Pigeons. They send the pigeons.
I was watching Sunday Gate
They're staffing these pigeons.
about the USS Liberty, how it was a spy ship, and there was, it got attacked by the Israelis or whatever. It's not really the important point. But they were interviewing one of these guys, and he was like, "Yeah, we used to send our data back to the NSA by bouncing a signal off the moon." This dude legit said that shit.
India, all these militaries during the Second World War, they thought about globe. They will all be dead.
Oh, of course, that would have been dead a long time ago.
Yes.
Everybody been dead. I mean, there also would have been a lot of wasted ammo.
What happens if you bounce a signal off an imperfect surface?
What happens if you bounce a signal off a spherical surface?
I think they were using a bunch of friggin' airships back then. You see like a few pictures of the blimps, but man, I think they were like everywhere. I bet. I don't know. I don't know. Going into speculation about the you got all the old photos are all like vanilla skies. You've heard that theory, right? They're probably using.
I've never heard Vanilla Sky.
No, the old photos, they're all white. Like there's nothing in the sky.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Well, they say that might be the reason. Because there was a bunch of freaking. Who knows?
Who's using early 2000s Nokia?
Bro, that's what it sounded like.
It was from Virplegic.
Hey, that's me freaking doing the Captain Crunch weird shit.
You're getting a moon bounce interference over his Nokia.
Yeah, that's the sound your TV would make if your phone went off. Your phone rang when it was on the TV or something. The TV would go wild.
It's a Kyocera. Kyocera is still working. Those things are like bulletproof, man. Little short things. You remember those?
I wanted to
Kyoceras?
bring back the ones with the keypad, man. With the keyboard, with the touch keyboard. Those are awesome. Remember those Sidekick? Is that what it's called? Sidekick?
Yeah,
It's like a
yeah.
evolution of the
Spiders.
BlackBerry, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't like the Blackberries because they were just like a little bulky. But the Sidekicks, they like slid open and there was a keyboard.
It was so weird. Like every government agency, they all had Blackberries. Freaking weird.
Because of the OS, the operating system was secured. Well, relatively secure.
And then Obama got into trouble for using his own personal BlackBerry.
No.
And how old is this heliocentric model?
How old? The model or just the idea?
Yeah,
I'm sure
idea.
the idea is. I think the idea comes from Gnosticism or something, right?
Yeah, I think also because if you say 500 years, they have a globe without some continents and land.
Yeah, I've seen the artwork of where there's a guy with a globe and like Africa's like taking up like from pole to pole. Like,
Yeah. Like Australia, they knew that it's a globe, but Australia come later on the globe, and Antarctica, of course. I think Columbus thought that he will reach India.
Yeah, when he went to America, he was thinking it was in India.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Portuguese already had that figured out.
Yeah.
You think that nobody crossed Atlantic Ocean before them?
Mm, yeah, I think someone did cross. The
Yeah,
Vikings
the
and
Vikings
others.
did.
Oh no, man!
Egyptians.
Vikings is a story. Now you have these persons, for example, that will take small boat and it will go wherever. One person with a small boat. But Egyptian, Romans, Greece, Persians, they didn't know how to build boats to cross the ocean.
There's a the movie at the beginning. It says like 400 years before Columbus, the Vikings arrived at the north of America. And there was a lady. She did found there is an island, and there was some evidence of old constructions of Viking houses, and she did found nutshells. So yeah, she did find evidence that the Vikings already did navigate at north of America a long time ago. But anyway,
Well, wouldn't the Russians just walk across and then keep on walking? And
Yeah.
also, I'm sure as humans, you're gonna be on land and you're gonna build a boat and see how far you can get. That's what humans are gonna do from the start of time. You're gonna build a boat and see where you can go. So, if you believe the Columbus story, then I would never trust the government narrative.
That history stole is bullshit. There are
Yeah.
pyramids, and there was no boat can cross you can build everything, but you cannot build the boat. Strange civilization 2,000 years ago.
Even the Bible talks about that huge boat.
Yeah, they make in Bible it's even bigger than everything. You put all animals inside, and how big was the ark? Noah's ark.
Maybe it was a fridge arc, with DNA.
Yeah, that story. Yeah.
Anyway,
The ark wasn't it like the length of a football field? Those
I
two.
don't.
Yeah. So according to the official narrative, it took 1,400 years for them to build a boat that could go across.
Yeah.
Remember, he had to plant the seed from Anthony Hopkins in the desert, and then all the trees had to grow first. That's what took so long, 1,300 years. Oh, wait a minute, was that Noah? Shit, the movie? Maybe not.
That was terrible. So horrid movie.
The other watchers are rocks that move around. Dude, it was kind of cool when they found out they were going to heaven, and they found out that once they died, like they were going to heaven, then they started fighting harder. It was kind of cool. They're like, "Hey, the Father's taking us home." They started just like swinging shit, killing all his people. It was kind of funny, man.
Some weird depictions of like what of the Noah story in was it the book of Asher?
The book of Shush.
Talking. The animals were talking and stuff to him. Like he was talking to the animals. Dr. Doolittle shit.
Oh,
yeah. Insects are also animals. Or insects. Who put them on the boat? All mosquitoes, flies, and all bugs.
I was saying years ago, that holy shit, it reads just like God was in the boat in the ark with him, and he shut the door from the inside. Right? And then I'd never heard anybody else mention anything like that until what's his name, Ken Hovind or whatever his name is. He said the exact same thing, and I was like, oh shit, someone else picked up on that.
Matthew was here, but he just left.
He was just checking if there's any Globers to save. He'll usually come in when there's a new person, and then he'll jump in a couple minutes in and try to take over.
And Danny Faulkner, he stays here like 1 minute and just go away.
Who was that? Who just jumped in?
No, it was NASA. NASA learns, Matthew never learns. But I was talking sometimes. Dr. Faulkner, how he did. Sometimes he did join the live stream just for 30 seconds or 1 minute, and he just left like that. Yep.
Yeah, he's just collecting information or he's recording. Believe
Yeah.
Yeah, but why? I mean,
it or not, even years ago, probably this was like in 2011. I was on like just local like football forums, and there was journalists that were on these forums, like reading what we were saying, and then using it in their papers. And so, like, obviously, Danny Faulkner's done it with his book and stuff. And there's obviously agents or whatever government agents collecting information and practicing their arguments and seeing which websites to delete and which videos to delete.
So he's working with them or something like that.
I know Faulkner's collected information and you put it in his book and stuff, but I was just doing parallels to where like there's people listening for different reasons. There was like I can't remember the Netflix documentary, but they were describing how they would go onto forums and like Discord and listen in, and then it would be in like they would use that as some of their information in the documentaries.
Yeah, but they always distorts what we are saying.
Yeah, it's even been shadier. Like I posted like a DM or a screenshot, and then the Glober was like, "You're not worried about having your time zone?" So like they're keeping notes on what time zone you're in. They check like Kosho has like a bot. I don't know what he said. He was collecting all the chat from all the server and using it for his bot. So like they collect the messages, they store them in the databases, and then whatever they're using the information for, some nefarious and some not.
Yeah, that that this Joe Fizes from Brazil now is a flat earth guy. Let me see. So this is an old video, but someone did recently translation into English. Let me see. I can get. So here. So this is the guy I have been talking a long time ago. Anyway, but let me get that video. So he has yeah, he had a channel, but YouTube did censorship. So it was a ciência de verdade. It means the true science. So let me see. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
this
I
one.
have like 37 subs and I get shadow banned. I had one short go viral. It went like 1,500 views in like the first day, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. And then I had another video just recently where it was like 400 views in like the first couple hours, and then it just stopped.
Yeah, this one. So he did say that pear shape. It's because the distance beyond the equator doesn't work on globe, so they did that even to account time zones because time zones coming from the North Pole, it spreads out. So yeah, it makes sense on flat Earth, but they are trying to do like a pear shape. And in this video, he's talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is an old video, but this someone recently did make a translation into English. You can still hear him, in the Portuguese at the back. That's
Yeah,
the
I'm
guy.
surprised the Globers didn't call for his job. Usually, if
So-
you go public with your face, they're gonna call your job.
So that's the guy, You see that this photo. This is from another video. So he's saying that at school textbooks they show this, convection below, hard mantle, and like red. So and he's saying it's not me, it's all the geophysicists. They know this is not actually red. There's and I have seen this talking about this mineral olivine green in other information talking about volcanoes. So there's anyway. What is interesting at school we learn this, and he's saying he's a geophysicist, and he is top one, like top 10 to go to that University of São Paulo. You have to have good notes. So he's not just a random guy. I can post his let's see his credentials there. So it's not just a random guy. So yeah, and what is interesting is that he's saying that that what they teach at school actually is not the information they are working with. So anyway.
Yeah, you can't reason with the Globers. You can show them the video of Congress discussing how they censor flat Earth, and then 1 minute later they're just going to say that flat Earth isn't censored. So they don't care if it's a geophysicist or Congress. Like they just.
But this guy was, he had a college, a geophysicist, another geophysicist. So that geophysicist was a flat Earth guy, and yeah, he did send some links. Watch this, these videos, and this guy was angry. This Afonso, this geophysicist, he was angry at first, and he didn't understand why he was angry. He's saying that video. So because as he was watching more videos, it was more harder to him to get the answers, So and then he realized that one day that that there's no glove. So and he was a glover, and there was anger because he was defending, because he had this other geophysicist, his college, talking to him. The Earth was flat, so. So yeah, it's
Well, that's one of their strategies. Like when I was researching in 2015, 2016, 2017, before the censorship, you can find videos nonstop. But now, if you come into it, you type in flat Earth, it's Demented Dave, and whoever else comes up, and then maybe 3-4 pages later, you'll find a flat Earth video. But yeah, it's hard to find the real flat Earth evidence.
Yeah, this guy I remember he even talks about that, But the links that it was this channel say hypocrisy without hypocrisy, translated. So yeah, but he's talking, there was some censorship of YouTube, when you search flat Earth. So yeah, these days you have to go through here or other places, people posting direct links to YouTube and other platforms.
Yeah, it makes it easy for us because they're just going to come in and parrot Dave Farina. So, or they're just say Aristosthenes or whatever. So, I mean, it's just easy pickings for us, but it just makes it harder for anybody who's. But if they're actually trying to find truth, then I mean, they should be able to find the right avenues. But
Exactly, and his videos, sadly, when he was talking about Flat Earth, sadly it was demonetized. Not just him, another other guys from Brazil. So there was a lady. She was taking. I don't know, I don't remember, but she was like at the UK taking. I don't know how to say in English, but she was like those guys that work to secret agencies. She was in that field, and suddenly she was like, she did a video. Why Antarctica is so she was talking about the globe and the view of flat Earth. But she was just at that moment. It was just talking by talking, but suddenly, even their videos, because she had a lot of followers, her videos were starting to be demonetized, so YouTube was not paying to her anymore.
Well, you know what that is, right? You know when they did all that? You know what that
Censorship.
really was? Well, it was more than that. It was ostracization
Yeah.
from a particular media platform, right? Which media platforms don't necessarily have to be electronic or digitally related. It can be like on actual platform where you've got the stage and the eyes are on you and you're relaying information. It was like they were saying it was ostracization. It was an intolerance. They're saying there's a justifiable intolerance towards this group of people that are saying these things and presenting this information, and they call it misinformation. It's interesting that they're basically saying we don't like your kind around here.
Exactly.
And by doing that, they were suddenly dividing people that are saying that are talking about flat Earth from the people that would never question the globe. That they were creating that division line because we were all just one big community. Some were talking about this, some were talking about that. This person was making this video, that person was making that video, and then as soon as Flat Earth said, "Hey, right, we'll have a we're in on this, yeah, let's do this," they were like, well, okay, but over there in that corner over there, like away from everybody else.
Exactly.
Or it'd be just hypocrisy where they claim to be like all inclusive and love is love, and we're open to all these new ideas. But then Flat Earth comes and they're like, put it in the corner. You can't think like that. So it's just
that's going too
chalk it up to
far.
another, just another point in the government hypocrisy department.
That lady I was talking, I did found this Rumble link. So she was doing crossing information, and she did find interesting documents, and even from the CIA, the classified. So yeah, very interesting woman, young lady. She is a flat earth lady, so because yeah, she did talk a lot of flat earth guys from Brazil at that time. She did found
There is a
the
bit of a
connection.
resurgence.
Yeah, she did found
There's a bit of a
yeah. Just to
Sorry,
finish,
go on.
she did found the connection to the Royal Society. Yeah, yes, just that. I did finish. Go on.
Sorry, mate. Yeah. There's a resurgence in flat Earth, sort of. I mean, like as far as YouTube, there's YouTubers that are reviewing like TikTok videos, right? And they'll express during their shows that they favor the flat Earth. And even amongst the TikTok videos that they're reviewing, you'll come across some Dave Weiss stuff and some other flat Earth shorts, and the host will stop after that's over and then talk about it. And a lot of these guys are actually like, yeah, I don't believe all that heliocentric garbage, like Earth a ball spinning around in space, don't think space is real, blah blah blah. They'll say it, like they'll comment on it and blatantly say it. And then the next TikTok video might be about, Bigfoot or something, or some alien conspiracy, something like that, and then they'll comment on that too, and it won't necessarily involve talking about flat Earth. But these people, the TikTok video reviewers, are getting thousands of subscribers and millions of views.
Yeah, that even that I didn't knew about that Caleb. So very interesting guy.
They kind of saw those ridiculous numbers that were happening in 2016. That's what they're seeing on TikTok. Kind of, that kind of interest. And so now they're like, man, like, give me some of that action, That's what they're thinking. But it's interesting what they were pushing. It seemed like all that when the flat Earth was going crazy, and then they finally just kind of did that whole cut it back, whatever the hell you want to call it. There was like the crap they were pushing though, my gosh. It was like everything from like BLM freaking destroying statues, or just like the crap, man. But you don't talk about the shape of the Earth, Hilarious nonsense.
I want to correct something. That link I did post, that's the lady that is talking in that Rumble is not the lady that wrote the book. Deborah G. Barbosa is the lady. So just to correct that. But anyway, she had a YouTube channel, and I have some links, and it's not more available. So she did suffer the demonetized censorship from YouTube, and censorship even YouTube YouTube videos. So yeah, but because she was finding good information, documents, and she was good, crossing information. So, but anyway, and not the only flat Earth, she was discovering connections to the at UK, the royal family. So many things, Anyway, You know, when I'm talking, some people, yeah, in the past, even there was some guy with a new account, you know, um, that guy was DM to me, oh, you are making up and etc. You know, no, I'm not making up. I have sources, you know. So when I speak about someone, actually, it's someone that I saw, you know, some videos and etc. So I'm talking about the real information, real people, not making up things.
That's interesting too. That you like, say, you're watching this stuff in Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting, like, to hear from like, from someone from a different country where there's, you know, information being presented in that in native tongue, something that I wouldn't understand, right? I'd watch it unless I had the subtitles on, right? But I wouldn't go necessarily looking for like a Portuguese like video. So it's interesting to hear that. Obviously, like, you would, right?
Yeah.
People like you would, you know, and so it's interesting to hear it relayed back, you know, interpreted back in English, you know, watching from what something you've watched that I wouldn't have even thought existed.
Yeah, thank you. You know, that's it. You know, I'm here just to sharing my part, and it is interesting because at the same time, people are getting knowing about these flat Earth guys from Brazil. You know, um, before I did came here, there was Donato. You know, that silver guy. So he's from Brazil. I have seen. You know, sometimes I don't have time, but. I have seen some live streams, you know, some Globers against Flat Earth guys live streams at Brazil. So Donato did he's participating there. So yeah, and you know he's getting information that he did learn here from here to those live streams. So that's it, you know. Um, so yeah, you know, yeah, and it's you know, because I know Portuguese and understand Spanish, so I have different sources to share, and it is amazing, you know. You know, sometimes I found things that, yeah, some videos are not more available at YouTube, but yeah. So even this one big point, I think is his name, you know, is the Silver, I think, from here. So he did post this, and I was reading, and I see, man, this is a Portuguese book. You know, I don't know if it's Brazilian or just, you know, from Portugal. But you know, someone did the translation, and it says "Engineer's Manual," and it talks about flat and stationary Earth, and there's a diagram there with the North Pole, like a black mountain, Pole North, and then going to left, we see equator, the sun above, and then we see. Further at left, circle gelo, it means ice rinks. And this is a engineer's manual. But when I was reading this, this is Portuguese. And I did ask to him, you know, do you have the full book? He said, oh, it was a long time, but yeah, very interesting book. I never, you know, it's, but reading this, and I mean, this is Portuguese. So that was a good finding. Yeah. And you know, sometimes actually what I do is cross information. You know, even at Sundays, you know, speculation Sundays, I can talk because there's some Globers, I know, some even flat earth people. They, you know, they ask this question. Yeah, I know, I did find this. I'm just sharing, you know. But anyway, but yeah, it's very interesting that suddenly I did found this Spanish guy, and so it did spend like 1 hour and a half talking about the circuit and the Tesla circuit, negative energy. But anyway, at the beginning of that, like 15 minutes of that video, he's talking. He did spend 1 month on an astronaut house, uh, maybe at USA. But anyway, he did spend 1 month, and this astronaut did said to him, I have to cut that part, but anyway, to post it. But he's saying in Spanish. So this astronaut this said to him, these rockets go up. There's a barrier, so they cannot cross this barrier. So he's talking literally that, that guy is an astronaut, and he said to him, I don't understand why NASA is hiding this from us, and he's an astronaut. But that guy, that Spanish guy that did talk about it, he was a Glober because he did receive some information. But even that astronaut, he said, when you go up there, you see that this like circle of white, Antarctica. So, but he was a Glober. He did share that information, but he was saying, "Oh, I don't know if it's just some kind of refraction, or you see not has a ball." But actually, that astronaut said to him, "Earth is not from up. It's not a sphere, But anyway, he did receive that information, and he was like in the defense mechanism, talking. Even with that information he did receive, he was talking. Or maybe there was some kind of refraction that doesn't allow to you to see the Earth has a ball. But anyway, what is curious
Did you
is
say
that. Yeah, go
say
ahead.
these guys are physicists?
No. I don't know
Oh,
his
okay.
field, but he did spend 1 month in that house of that astronauts. But he was talking, at those 15 minutes, he did talk about that information. Very curious, and but then he did spend 1 hour and a half talking about that circuit, electronic circuit, but talking about negative energy, an invention from Tesla. And capacitors, old capacitors. So yeah, but he did spend most of the time talking about that circuit. So yeah, but what is interesting, that technology, that circuit, is the title was anti-gravity, so to make things like fly, or float. So yeah, very interesting. It is a little complex to understand what he's talking about that circuit, but many interesting things. But just it was great, because I understand Spanish. So it was a great finding because he's talking about this astronaut saying to him, "Earth is not a ball, and rockets, when you go up, there's this barrier." Very interesting. But anyway, second testament. But anyway, very interesting information. But at the same time, it's good to know that there are people working, to those places, NASA and so on, and they are like us, but they have to do their work there. So of course they don't. He did talk in second person because the guy didn't want to know who he was, But anyway, for security reasons, right? But at the same time, the guy did want to share that with us, so that Spanish guy did talk to us. Very interesting. Anyway. And we have Buzz Aldrin that interview to that 8-year-old lady, child. He did said the truth because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. It's simple. I think he was enough, to lying, so he decided I'm not gonna lie to this child, and he just said the truth. That's it. And at the same time, sometimes I see, yeah, like I'm talking about 3 years, 4 years ago. Suddenly, I saw this guy, he's speaking Spanish. Another guy. He did work at Antarctica, and he was a Glover, and now he's a flatted guy. Very interesting. So the guy is in our side, but he didn't speak everything. There's still classified information, but he did said he did said when he was working to Antarctica, they did an interview with him, and he didn't understand why they did ask this question to him. What is the shape of the Earth? I mean, why they have to ask this question if you are going to work there? Very suspicious, right? So at that time he didn't understand why. After that, he did work at that place. He didn't understand why they did ask this question, but he was connecting all the dots. So yeah. And when he left, he had to leave everything, all clothes, cell phone, everything. Nothing was allowed to get out. They gave him just new clothes. That's it. But he did said, "Can I talk about this?" And in general, there was a general. He did said, "Oh, this who is behind and the other things. It's classified. You cannot talk about it. But the other things you can talk about it. No one will believe you." And the guy did spoke out. And they did send a military airplane to Spain. He didn't born at Spain, but he's living there. They get the guy to I don't know if it was some kind of military base at New Mexico, but I don't remember the details. I can check out later. But the guy went. He said there was two other guys with him. He said I never saw the other two guys. So it was like two guys talking too much. So they were angry with this guy, what he was speaking out, and they were too angry to this guy. So, but he did get out because it seems that he's connected to one of those 13 families, So he did said, if something happened to me, people will get after you, So anyway, so he did get out, but he did stop to doing more videos and talk about it. But anyway, but he did that video talking about it that moment, and this time they did invite him to work to them again, but this time to do disinformation. You see the problem. So this time they wanted to this guy to talk, but to do disinformation, to telling lies. Of course, the guy declined it, and that's it. I mean, come on. You did found the truth. Now you're gonna say lies? Yeah. he did, he did show those guys the finger. So yeah. Anyway, very interesting. So yeah, we have to be careful. Because of that. Because of that, maybe some people in the future, they will try to be like flat-earth guys, or passing by and spreading out this information, or doing something. So they are doing something. Sometimes we get some people here, they're trying to be passing by flat-earth guys, but they are just liars. You cannot lie forever. Anyway. So I think there's some kind of agenda, because you find these flat earth guys, or you see 'em, at first they appear to be flat earth guys, but they suddenly they talk about concave earth, So I don't know if these guys are doing some kind of agenda, to spread the information or to mocking.
Yeah,
Anyway.
there's a bunch of like accounts on Twitter. They like pretend to be flat earthers. Then they say something dumb, and then like something crazy, right? So and then the Cobras will all be like, "Flat earther says this," or "A flat earther says that," and if you go, "Dude, that's not a flat earther," they go, "Well, that's a no true flat Scotsman fallacy," because you're like that. If flat earthers don't say that, they're like, "Well." A no true Scotsman is an argument that like no true Scotsman would do XYZ. So they like it's a total propaganda game. It's total nonsense.
Yeah.
On every platform they do this. It's you think about what Wiggles came in here and just said. The nonsense that he was saying, just the utter nonsense. Like they have no concern for truth. They don't care what the truth is. Just stick to the globe. That's all they want. Just stay on the globe. Nobody don't take this flat Earth stuff seriously. They don't know what they're talking about. Just stay on the globe. They're all a bunch of crazy lunatics.
Yeah, I think there are some Globers. Seems that they don't. Yeah, exactly. That how you did said it. They don't care about what we are saying. They just started
the truth,
selling.
man. They don't care about
yeah.
truth. Anything that's true, they don't care. They don't care about that at all. They only
They
care
just-
about what
yeah.
you believe. That's all they care
Yeah.
about.
And they want to sell this globe fantasy.
Where did
and
you get that manual?
the manual. Let me see. It was not from me. It was from On Big Point. Let me see. On this guy. So let me see. There is a message.
That's interesting, especially the diagram.
Yeah.
Is this Portuguese or Spanish? It looks like Portuguese, right?
It's Portuguese. I think I don't know if it is Portuguese from Portugal or Portuguese. Portuguese book from Brazil. So let me find the original message. So one big pond, and oops. Yeah. So come on.
So if you like, there's diagrams he has is tripping me out because if you look at the Gleason's map, they have a little sun thing and they have like this same 45-degree angle thing.
Yes.
Here, I'll show you.
Mentions. Okay. So
So if you read the top of the Gleason's where it says "as it is," right under it says "new standard map," and right under map you see the sun. See a little sun. Then under that says "as it is," and it has this 45-degree this little triangle thing. It's just like the diagram, right? So you have this sun, right? This little angle thing, and it says real position and apparent position. Apparently, he made this. Gleason made this because it's like built-in perspective or something. You have to watch the video. The Gleason's what is it called? Work of Genius, Masterpiece of Genius, Gleason's Masterpiece of Genius video, where he goes through the whole map and tells you like what all these things are and how to do all the calculations and everything for the sun. It's just weird that it's the same as that engineering book. It's like the first thing I noticed that this little diagram is like the same, except it's done from like the horizontal perspective instead of like top down.
Thank you. I did found the link, at the bottom of live stream. I did post the link to that post from. You click it and you go to that. It was posted on the March 28th this year from One Big Pound Silver.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him about it. I'll ask him where he got it. Looks like he got it off of like Facebook or.
I don't know. I did ask him. Let me see. I said I want more of that book, and he did answer. I have seen it years ago. Will go sick. So I don't know if he did make that one. The translation and everything. But he did answer. I'm gonna post just below that. He did post this. Yeah. So did answer to me. Have seen it years ago. Will go sick. So maybe he has that manual. But yeah, it was a surprise to me. It is Portuguese. Yeah, man, I was reading that. Man, it's Portuguese. And 200 and something page, and very interesting. I see that link. Thank you.
This video's long, but I time-stamped it at the part where he talks about the So it's what like the little triangles supposed to represent like the tropics, the path the sun takes, like the angle.
Okay.
So like one side of that, when like you have it like the triangle, like in the diagram that you posted. Like one
Wow.
side is from one tropic, and the other side of the triangle is from the other tropic.
Okay, I see it. So isn't that very interesting? But anyway, that book, man. If that guy found that book, it talks about the Terra plana. It means flat Earth, but if I translate literally, it says plain Earth. Anyway, Terra plana.
I wish I could read it. Pisses me off. I can't read that.
Yeah, if let me see. Yeah, it says at the top initial project and recognition of the terrain, the field. So
Yeah.
so yeah, it's talking the recognition of the terrain must be proceed by a work. Oh man, there's some words I have to translate it. By a office work. Offices work made.
Dude, you don't have to read the whole thing, man. It's too
Yeah,
long.
made over the letter. Anyway, anos desta região esteve a operar. Yeah, but it talks about making recognition of the field to make a initial project. So it's a thing of engineers.
Yeah.
It talks so it talks about the geophysicist. Anyway,
Geophysicist?
yeah. It has a general idea of the terrain. To complete it will do. There's a few words I don't get it because it's a little blurry.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, but yeah, but
I mean,
in the
some
future,
words I can recognize, even though I don't speak that language.
Yeah.
But they're the same word in English.
Yeah.
So I can see it says refractio dando curvaturo a ratio luminoso, whatever that means. But I can tell that has something to do with refraction and the curvature
yeah,
of how much it's lit up or something.
Yeah, that's because in the diagram they put that virtual sun.
Yeah, the virtual sun. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too, but some kind. It says because of the atmosphere, the observer must that it's covered by that red arrow. To the signal height of B and C. So B and C, where is it in the diagram? Anyway,
Yeah, he's correcting for the angle.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's correcting for the angles B and C, basically. So
Yeah.
if you look at this, right? So if the sunlight turns, right, turns up, then the sun will appear to be like in a straight line. So he has like this virtual sun, which is
Yeah.
like at a 45-degree angle. But the real sun is at some other angle, like it looks like it's probably 65 or something like that. But you'll look at it and you'll see 45, but it'll actually be at 65. So someone that so what he's saying is if you're on the North Pole, it'll look like it's at a 45-degree angle, but if you're at the equator, the sun will be directly over your head.
Yeah.
And this would be on a certain day of the year. I don't see what day it says. He might not have put it just to illustrate. He might probably just illustrating the point.
Yeah.
Then he has a distance between. Well, he has the sun at 5,450 kilometers. I don't know what that is in miles.
Yeah, you have to convert it. But it says the equation for refraction, atmospheric refraction, in one flat and stationary Earth. It's the follow. So there's a equation there. Anyway, very interesting.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I'd like to get a date on when this book was published. Like how long ago it was. If it was recent, long ago. What country?
Yeah, maybe that silver guy on Big Pond can tell more about details about this. I can do in the future. I can do some translation if you need some pages, or if I have the time, I can do the full translation of the book.
try and find like the original image somewhere. Fuck, that didn't work.
Yeah, I did try that.
Oh, you tried it too?
Yeah. If at least the titles cover of the book, if that guy just could tell the title. So I did post, the original link to that post.
Yeah,
there.
yes, I saw it.
So
What I have found out, if I use like an image search for like a diagram, it does Google Images. It doesn't work good.
yeah, I
It
did
works
try
like
that.
shit.
Yeah, I did try that. But yeah, maybe that silver guy on Big Pond can find that. At least the title. I mean, if with the title we can find the book and some PDF version. Yeah, very interesting.
Wonder how much stuff is out there that like just nobody's ever seen. I've never actually searched archive.org. I wonder what is on there.
Yeah, it seems that some people go there and just some people with the title of some video that is not more available at YouTube, they go to that page. They can play it. I don't know. Very interesting. So one thing I realize it's that there are these new books, and they are just rewriting the history. So I'm trying to look at all the information about Portuguese, talking about flat Earth, and they just talk about with new information, talking about the globe and associating that to navigators. But actually, before Magellan, at least at that time, these Portuguese navigators were flat earthers. They were talking about flat Earth. But even that Magellan, the guy didn't finish the journey, and so the guys that Elcano, Capitan Elcano,
Yeah.
that he did the circumnavigation because it was not supposed to do circumnavigation. It's just navigate farther away from the coastline of Africa to not get captured by the Portuguese. But yeah, he did. The guy did finish. But I think that thing about talking about Earth being a globe, I think it did happen years later. So of course we have political reasons or maybe some Vatican priest. Anyway, so there was some kind of something that they just want to occult from us. They even censorship. The Mercator was drawing this North Pole different from what they show today. So yeah, so they are fine. There was some kind of thing going on to claim round or like a sphere. But that word round we use in Portuguese redondo, round, and they use that to say the Earth is round. So I don't know, because round is not spherical. But anyway, it seems that this came from that time. So this Portuguese navigator that did discover Brazil, Pedro Alves Cabral. So this guy was a flat Earth guy, and of course they were discovering. So sometimes they traveled to a zone and they came back. So they were doing that in the middle of the ocean and then came back. So they were doing that thing. But so at that time, those guys, they were afraid, because of course they knew the Earth was flat. They were navigating according to that, and they saw always the ocean flat. And but they were afraid because they were doing discoveries, and they were afraid of what's next. Is water falling down? So they were some kind of fear. So I think it's from that time that these Glovers are always asking, "Where is the edge? Where is the edge?" So it comes from that time. So that fear. But I remember at school. I just remember talking about flat Earth, and they did discover the end of the world, but don't remember more details. But of course, when they did found that there's something there containing the water, so yeah, that's it. There's not water falling down. So, but until that time, they were afraid of the unknown. So yeah, very interesting. So I think that's. These people that are asking where is the edge, I think they don't know it, but it came from that time. That fear of the unknown, what's next. So anyway, very interesting. But if I had time, I would go to some old libraries and archives, but it's a
I
hard
bet
task
you
to
in
do it.
Portugal there's a lot.
Yeah.
I guarantee, because you guys, Portuguese sailed all over the place.
Yeah, but to find that, it's the problem is that at that time they were speaking old Portuguese, so it's like a mix of this Portuguese that we talk today and a mix of with some Spanish. So at that time they were talking that way, So some words were equal to Spanish, So the way they were talking.
Now, is there like a national archive where they keep all the old stuff, or is it in one place, or is it in a bunch of places?
So there's old libraries, but there's this archive to Lisbon, Towers Tombo, Torre do Tombo. Let me see if I found some information about that. Lisbon.
Because we have stuff, but it's all over the place. Like, at the Smithsonian Institute, the Smithsonian has stuff. The National Archive has stuff. Harvard has stuff. Harvard has a lot of stuff. Then there's like the museums or in the libraries, like the older libraries in the United States have like there's the original Gleason's map. I don't know if it was the very original one, but one from like the 1800s. There's one in the Boston Public Library. They have like a map room where that has a Gleason's map in it.
Very interesting. So I did find this link to that. It is in English. The National Archive of the Tombo Tower. The Portuguese National Archive located in the civil parish of Alvalade, central northern Lisbon. Established in 1370. Sorry, 1378.
Yeah, that's a long time. It's not as long as you think, though.
Yeah. Let me see another link. So in this, I would love to go to this place and but do some research first, or maybe get
a lot of the times they won't let you look at stuff unless you have unless you're
credentials and
academic. Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta have credentials. I mean, maybe you could say that you're writing a book.
Yeah,
that
or
might work.
Article, an investigation. Yeah. maybe.
Yeah, you're an investigative reporter for the shape of the Earth.
No, not. But anyway, but yeah, because these days, if I want to search this information, flat Earth, text books, text talking about that in Portuguese, Google doesn't give me anything. So I did get some information. I did use AI to get some names, so I did found another way to go around, but yeah, it's very strange, so I think there's some censorship, anyway, of course, YouTube now belongs to Google, and they don't want people to know about this, anyway, because I want to find, it's not like that. My teacher, my first years on school, talk about the Portuguese being, talking about flat Earth and the Portuguese. So, of course, there are some documents there. So I would love to find, some diaries. This guy is talking about flat Earth and what they found. Anyway, or maybe someone in the future can do that for me. So that one is from Gleason's map? No, no, yeah.
Apparently, it's in the library.
Very
Down, like
interesting.
so, Boston Public Library. It's in like Copley, where the Boston bombing shit was. Where they had that false bullshit. Anyway, yeah. So the library has a map room, and apparently there's like an original Gleason's map and this map that I just posted in there. I just saw it.
I never saw this one.
Yeah, neither have I. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna post it in the freaking map channel because I've never seen this one.
But it's very interesting, at least the locations of the continents, and so I did post this for a long time ago. Some other flat Earth guy, Portuguese, he did participate on a live stream made by a flat Earth guy from Brazil, and some maps. He did found this one, so I did not found this one. But let me see. Flat Earth Banjo USA. He did watch that live stream, and he did a resume. So his resume
That
is this
map I
one.
just posted. It says 1876 is when they took it into the library because they wrote on it. Well, no, and then they in 1878 they wrote like a number on it,
Interesting.
like a library identifier, like a object identifier.
So yeah.
This map is the result of a very great intellectual effort, which of the nature of inspiration could alone be sufficiently powerful to lift my construction of the general lay of the continents of the established but totally erroneous arrangement given of the world as published on the globe itself, or its numerous representations as the Mercator charts and maps, all of which are founded on mischievous theory of a rotating Earth and a stationary sun. The configuration of the Earth that's set forth as stationary with a traveling sun is entirely different from the mere results of flattening out the globe. I throw great importance into this because it is a point of fact of the first political necessity for the able and safe control of the British Empire. It's been universally thought that the positions of the continents would be much the same on the stationary and extended Earth as a flattened out representation of the globe, whereas it had been sacrificed by years of neglect, question, blah, 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 blah. On and on he goes.
Thank you. This I'm gonna post. It was found by that guy, and Flat Earth USA did a resume of that live stream.
Some of this
So I
map
did.
is ripped though, so I can't read it. Like the beginning, the top left.
Oh yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, I
And
see
it
that.
says something like this map. For the route to Australia through Russia, the route from yeah, so it's like it talks about routes and then it's freaking cut off. Like they ripped the page.
In purpose, they do.
Yeah, probably. From Horn to Sydney is close upon 7,000 miles by this map, and from Sydney to England, 16,000 miles by this map.
There you go. Yeah, this map it's from Dombu Tower, that archive. So there's the stamp, how you say, steel, the stamp is on the top like an eye is from that. And there's a water market, like a rectangle in the middle with a T. So yeah, they did that for how you say, copyrights. But yeah, what is interesting, if you cross this with the Gleason's map, the locations of the continents are there.
Oh yeah, check that out, huh?
The only this is from
This is a Portland
1540.
chart. So all
This
these
is
lines are headings, right? They're headings from a particular point.
yeah, it's a navigation book from a navigation book. João de Lisboa.
Nice. Is this in the map room? The map channel?
Yeah, let me see. In his description of his video, he has a link.
Oh, okay.
To the archive.
No, I mean in our map channel, in the Discord. So I try to put like any map I find in there.
No, I think I did forget to put that.
I'll put a link to the video in there.
Okay, let me see
man.
the video. There's a link to the. So there's.
They come in, they go, "Show me the flat Earth map." I'm like, "Oh, go in the map channel and pick one of the 800 that are in there. Just pick one. I don't care."
So yeah, of course, this is for navigation purposes. Of course, the Africa continent, the coastline is more accurate because they did travel that coastline. But anyway, the shape of the coastline of South America is not accurate. It's not accurate because I don't know what happened there. But anyway, at the left, but there's they did put a circle, so that's the equator, and you can see there at Brazil that the.
So here's what's funny.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this map that I posted. It says the author hopes this map will rouse attention to the variation of the needle, that being the compass needle, obviously, right?
Oh.
In connection with map making, and thus lead to the recognition of a planar or extended shape of the Earth. The globe is the result of total disregard of variation of the needle, and it has been constructed on the erroneous idea that the needle always points to a central north. The only method by which longitudes can be reckoned from one centra is to add the variation of the course steered. In some rare cases, the variation may have to be deducted for geographical purposes. The sun's path is either elliptical or eccentric, with the central north, or if it conforms somewhat to the course of a boomerang. This latter idea is, I believe, shared by a good many people. Huh.
Very interesting.
Boomerang. Fuck, dude. He actually wrote that shit down. Like, I don't know if I'd say that out loud. Earth is a boomerang, or sun is a boomerang.
Let me see. So yeah, I did post the
On the
link.
outside, the region of impassable ice. They have Australia. They have Tasmania. This map is. Australia's in kind of a weird place, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Interesting. How hard it must be to like make a map back then, man. You just like on this rocking boat that's like going back and forth, and like you're staring at the coast,
Yeah,
trying to figure out frickin' what the coast is shaped like.
yeah, very. That's why that South America continent is not very accurate.
Even if you're like driving on an absolutely straight road, a road that you knew was straight, right, in a car going like 2 miles per hour, and you're trying to draw like everything that you're riding by, I mean, that would be a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to have a special talent. I mean, maybe if you did it for years and years and years, you'd get good at it. But man, how would you even ever know if you were right? Because they couldn't get high into the air, right? So how would they ever know that they even drew it right?
They were using the Cartesian. So this is just a page. There's some mold, but actually this is a join of the flat maps. So I did post the link to that archive. There's diff folders there.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks. Look
Let
at
me
all this.
see. So I did save it, but yeah, let me see. There's the way they were doing this, the Cartesian system. So you see at the left, you see the degrees, from and yeah, the compass needle. We call it Rosa dos Ventos, winds rose, something like that. Wind rose.
Yeah, compass rose.
Yeah,
Or wind rose. Yeah. So it's-
pointing north. So yeah, all they had these maps, with those. There's the
these are
coastline.
these are considered the most accurate navigation maps, by the way.
Thank
From
you.
what I've read all over the place, these types of maps, they're called in English, they're Portland charts. That's what they call them in English. A Portland chart.
Well,
Protolan chart. And they say that these charts are the most accurate method of sea navigation.
you know what is interesting? Of course, there's more maps there.
Because you just like you leave
yeah.
a port, right? You leave a port and you just take a heading out of the port, and if you just travel generally in that direction, you're gonna land right where you think you're gonna land, right? So it's really just maintaining your course, and that's all you're really trying to do, just maintain your course in a straight line, which is pretty damn cool, I guess.
Yeah, in that video, little video of Flat Earth Banjo, he's talking that he did a comparison of the latitude and some coordinates there with the recent maps, and it matches. So yeah, very interesting. And there was a Portuguese guy talking, a Flat Earth guy talking that line, the equator. At Brazil, it goes to the beginning of the Amazon River, so very interesting. And
I've noticed that too. That the equator has moved around on maps. It's all over the place.
Yeah, and those you see, if you see, there's of course the center, but there's around that circle, the equator, there's crossing like a point, with a crossing. So it seems that it's matching with the constellations above. Because if you look at the top, there's no island, no land there, and they are crossing there, a point there. So it seems that it's matching some constellations above. Very interesting. But of course, we see at the top left, we see some islands like forming a line. That's where Indonesia is. But Australia, why it's not there? Even at this time, they of course, I did found the information. 15, 22.
Australia is so weird, man.
Yeah.
I tried to so I was like, I looked into like who discovered Australia, and like it wasn't discovered until like super late, like hundreds of years. And from what I read, they're like Oh yeah, the Portuguese, they sailed like within 90 miles of it and never saw it. And I'm like, how the fuck you don't see an entire continent from 90 miles away? Like
Yeah.
bullshit, man. I don't believe that.
Refraction.
Refraction?
Yeah.
You
So
think
yeah.
one of those times refraction, they should have seen it. It's like nobody saw it, right? So like they were in the Pacific Islands, they were in Indonesia, they were in all those places. None of those people, the natives, even though they sailed around, they didn't know about it either. It's like nobody knew about it. It's like it appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, but this guy. I saw this. This is what I
Well,
saw
that,
on
so here's the
television.
funny thing. So here's the funny thing, and this is going to sound crazy. The Aborigines in their culture, that's what they believe, that like they came out of dream time into the real world out of nowhere.
Oh my god.
Like they have this thing, like they lived in. It's called like dream time or something. They were like in the world, but it's like they were like in another dimension or something like that. And then
Very-
slowly that ended up ending, and then boom, that like here they were in the physical world.
Very interesting. But this
They
last
can like
link.
land nav. Listen, they can land nav like without anything. Like they can do like they can do like some weird shit. The older one, I don't know what the Aborigines now because they're all westernized.
Yeah.
But they supposedly they could just like go find like in the middle of in the complete dark in the desert, like just walk and stop and find water like in the middle of nowhere, or a rock, or someplace like with no geographic markers to go by to even know where you are. And what they said that they could see it in dream time, right? That they could like see this other dimension and that they could go in it. Like they could see like the like a spirit world. You know what I mean? They could see the spirit world, like the rocks had spirits and everything. So it's like it's almost like it's almost like an overlay, right? So you have like a transparency, like they could see like they could see this dream world through the real world as if it was transparent or something, which is fucking
Been
super
some
weird,
good
man.
stuff they've been smoking.
Yeah, but very interesting. Actually, the Portuguese, they I don't remember the details, but they were to connect with some tribes. I don't remember the full details, the location, but I have to find it. So the guy was talking to the king of that tribe, the chief, but the chief didn't saw that guy was not seeing the ships, the Portuguese ships, So very interesting. So why that guy couldn't see it, So yeah, something bizarre, like you were saying about the Aborigines at Australia. So very interesting.
Yeah, so it's like because I mean, if you like are honest, they don't look like any other human beings on Earth. To be honest, they really don't. Like if you look at like an Australian Aborigine, there's no like you can go to Africa. There's no Africans that look like them. The New Zealanders don't look like them. Nobody looks like them. Like their facial structure.
Exactly.
I always thought that was weird. So I kind of like looked into them a little bit. Like, what's their religion? Like, what do they believe? Apparently, they were pretty much sexual degenerates and would just sleep like. I don't want to get in. Yeah, they just like they didn't have like rules of like who you could sleep with. So like they would just like all sleep with each other. It was just like, yeah, I like you like me, sleep to you. Like they didn't have marriage or anything like that. Like none of those. As far as I know, I mean, I could be wrong. This is just from what I read and what I remember from years ago. But I know their religion was very weird. Dream time, the dreaming or the dream world or dream time or something like that.
Yeah, you got to keep a eye on who kind of wrote that stuff, because if it was the white man who wrote that stuff,
Yeah, that's the
they did it
problem,
with a bias to make the Aboriginals look like savages and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So,
Yeah, you have a point there. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Who knows? It's probably half truths and half lies.
yeah, because even
It's
the
funny you
native,
say that, right?
even the Native Americans around here, most of what we know about the Indian culture is like a half a lie.
What's up, T-Dub? What?
It's funny that you're talking about this because there's a Portuguese kind of like a picture part map, and it's got illustrations on it of what they apparently saw. I think it was of the Western Australian coast, and there's like some Aboriginal type sort of people. There's people in sort of like turbans and like robes, and there's like a castle on top of a hill, and this is dating back to like holy shit.
1500s or
Yeah, the 1500s, and there's camels, I think, and there's like weird looking creatures that were like not supposed to be native, and like it's a bizarre picture. Like if that's what they saw, then they were either
Yeah.
like it was fabricated later, or they were just simply telling lies.
Yeah, you know what happened? I saw this on television 20 years ago, I think. So Peter Trickett, the guy did found that he did wrote a book talking about there's a map from 1522, the coastline of Australia with like 100 names, Portuguese names in those locations. So he did found a lost connection. It seems that because that time the Portuguese were keeping too much secrecy, against the Spanish. So I think in that the one I did post it, Australia is not there because they were keeping a secret, and that guy did found the reason it's because they found a lot of precious metals, gold, silver, and so on. So they were keeping secret from the Spanish, so they didn't want the Spanish to know about this continent. So I think I did post some information about that. So yeah, very interesting. So it seems that the Portuguese were keeping a secret about Australia, and until these days, of course, some people are discovering this, but those days, to find out what those guys were keeping secret, it's very hard process.
Right. It's only like 150 kilometers from some small, like the small islands up the north end from Indonesia. Like, and apparently they were coming over, like they were sailing over, like the north end at certain times of the year because they'd get this specific type of shellfish. I can't remember what name of it is. They loved it. It was a delicacy or whatever. So they'd come over and they'd park on the shores in their boats. They'd camp, and there was stories of like little Aboriginal kid getting kidnapped by like one of their kids and taken back to camp, and they kind of like held him hostage, laughing at him and showing him knives, and fed him some rice out of a clay pot. And this is way before the British. Like,
yeah, in that one, Peter Trickett is saying this was 1522, 250 years before Captain James Cook, and then he just kicked us from that place. So
yeah, I think even in Western Australia,
yeah, go on.
in Western Australia, they found some clay huts, like some mud brick style huts that was like kind of baffled them, and then they put it. They came up with this story that two Dutch sailors or convicts on one of the Dutch ships jumped overboard, swam to shore, and ended up like becoming part of a Aboriginal tribe there. Taught them some of their more Western ways and built huts and things, and that was explaining why there was blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aboriginal children, the European settlement, and all this. But I don't know. That could be just bullshit too.
Yeah. So if Captain James Cook didn't arrive there, you guys could speak Portuguese this time instead of English. But anyway, I think a little country like Portugal and Spain at that time they had a huge goal to go out finding the world. and but you know, at the same time they were getting too many militaries out of Portugal, and there was a time when they couldn't you know, handle everything, so they start to losing you know, the colonies and so on. But Brazil
Yeah.
did spread out, you know, that region that at that time Portuguese did discover, you know, then the Brazilians, you know, go farther away, getting, you know, shipping more trade. So very interesting. And you know, the Portuguese flag in the ships actually is a Templar. Because the Templars did create here, you know, they had to run from France at that time, and they went to Portugal and Spain. But suddenly, you know, there was a big boom, you know, so of knowledge, and they did hide here in Portugal in a military Christ order, you know, it was the Christ order, so they did hide it there in that order, and you know, they of course they went out discovering doing discoveries, but there were Templars, and even at
Yeah.
Oak Island, they did discover a connection. There was, you know, some marks in the rocks, and it's a connection to the Templars of Portugal. But anyway, go on.
No, I think I remember watching something about navigation, and apparently the Portuguese had had navigation schools basically.
Yeah, we have actually we have a ship, an old ship, Sagres. Let me see. Sagres. It's a military old ship training. So I'm gonna post the information. The Chinese didn't allow to this ship to, you know, how you say, go to the port of China. So because it's a military, you know, it's an old ship, but it's military. But it's not the original one. So it's a sail training international. Sagres, you know, we have a beer, national beer, Sagres, and there's a location Sagres at south of Portugal zone there. So very interesting. And those, yeah, yeah, very interesting. You know, if I had the time, you know, I could meet with those guys, you know, to find out all the maps and, you know, knowledge how to navigate, you know. So from those guys to find out information of, like 500 years ago, you know. Yeah, they use sextants, astrolabes, and so on. With these guys, maybe we can debunk, you know, that challenge from McDoon. You know, I did, if I had the opportunity. Oh, you know, there's this reward, this prime. Let's do it. You know, you guys keep the money. I just want to do a documentary. Anyway, I think those people could find some information, all the information. Anyway. So these guys, this ship is sailing, you know, passing through many countries, and they are doing slash navigation. But you know, I would love to meet with those guys, and you know, if they could, you know, give me all the navigation information. Maybe one day, you know. Who knows? But these guys are using old methods, to navigate. Of course, they have GPS and so on, but they are training people using sextants and astrolabes, so that's a very interesting sail ship, school ship. So very interesting. This is Sagres 3, so it's the third version, because those ships are made with wood, so this is the version 3. And with those triangle sails, they so the Portuguese they have this caravela, and with a triangle sail. So with that they could go navigate against the wind, but doing zigzags, going to left in the diagonal and then going to right diagonally. So zigzag. So with that sail, they could go navigate, getting the wind, but to go forward somehow, very interesting. Using the wind to go forward, but against the wind. So very interesting way to sail, zigzag. And with that, they could, go to India with even crossing winds. But anyway, I'm just sharing some information. I don't know everything. But that's it, Maybe in the future, other Portuguese guys, flat-earth guys, maybe came here and share more information deeply. But one curious thing is that 2 or 3 months ago, I saw these historian guys from Portugal. They were talking about. So that time the Portuguese had maps, and the other countries, Italy, Spain, of course, Spain, our rivals at that time, Italy, France, UK, all those countries wanted these flat maps from the Portuguese navigation. So, but there was a historian guy, that said, they were paying like between quotes with gold prices, to get these maps from the Portuguese. Of course, the Spanish wanted that, but at that time we were keeping secretly. But they did contract this Portuguese navigator, Fernando Magalhães, Ferdinand of Magellan, and that guy, he already had the maps, so it is stolen, or I have to do more deep research, because there was this historian guy, and he did wrote a huge, high book talking about Magellan. So he was like a hero, a traitor, or a spy, So have to do more deep research on that. Anyway, because a Portuguese guy going work to the Spanish guys at that time. But anyway, so yeah, he had maps, so he already had knowledge to go around. But of course, he had to find a way. But he had already some map, the knowledge that there was some kind of way to get around. So yeah, that's it. Sadly, the guy didn't finish his journey, and we don't know if those guys, because there was so there was a group against Magellan, and they did fight, and Magellan did win. The group of Magellan, Elcano was against Magellan, the guy that finished the journey. So the story they told to us, is the real story, or they are just want to us to know that story they want. I don't know. So yeah, and Elkanah was made a prisoner, and they say Magellan did forgive him, and anyway, they say that Magellan did die against in a war against some tribes there. Who knows? Or there's an alternative story. But that thing of the guy went to Spain. Okay, he did circle navigation, just like a circle going around. But that story of Earth being a ball and because of Magellan, yeah, that's a huge making up. So I think after years of Elcano did finish, there was a time, they just decided to political or religion from the Pope Vatican of that time. We don't know. Something did happen for them to hide this reality of flat Earth. Because these days you find information. Oh, Magellan, because Magellan did found Earth is round. Come on. So there's some misconception information. Yeah, and here we are now in these days.
It would be really amazing if we could figure out why this, where and why in time, like they came up with this globe and decided to push it on people like this. Like what set them on that path? It'd be nice to figure that out.
Yeah, of course, there's a connection to the UK, the Royal Society, and before that, I think. So, and Mercator was drawing a different North Pole, so they decided to hide it from us, to keep it secret, just for them, And who knows if they want to just to hide more. So they just put in everything on a ball, so there's nothing more beyond, to the discovery. So it's like it's about security, keep secret, and that's it. But political reasons and power and so on.
I suspect that all roads lead to Rome. I really do
Yeah.
think that the Vatican is behind it somehow.
Yeah.
They're just behind everything with the Jesuits and the Jesuit oath. And how many Jesuits do you? I mean, even Fauci and Speaker of the House, they're all Jesuits. I'm sure you have plenty in your country as well, in Portugal.
Yeah,
I
know.
guess
Yeah.
that would be the link of everything. And plus, you have Jesuit priests coming up with like little attributes to it, like the Big Bang, and I don't know. I feel like it's all going to lead back to Rome, like everything else does, and the corrupt Roman Catholic Church.
Exactly. At the same time, from the 1600s, I did get some names, and some of them they are priests, So Spanish and Portuguese, and they were flattered guys, So they were against these new scientists, Isaac Newton and so on, because to them the Earth was flat and stationary, and they were even talking about the moon, the light of the moon being, by itself. So yeah, even at that time, I did find some information from the 1600s. There were some people even connected with connection to the search, but talking about against this new guys, new supposedly scientists talking about ball Earth. So yeah, even at that time they were against them because it was against what is the Bible and so on. So even from those times, 1600s until the 1700s or 1800s, they were against these guys, But I just found that, not from Google. I had to use the AI to give me some names. And talking about flat Earth, so yeah, those guys were flat Earth guys. But it has been censorship. But yeah, the power of the church of that time, the Templars, the Pope of that time, he was against the Templars, sadly, and Philip, or the King of France at that time, did accept that from the Pope, and yeah. They want just power and money. They even lie to their priests, what's going on there. The money laundering, they did found the Bank of Vatican. They are doing schemes there. And one interesting thing, it was the Portuguese when they were going to fight battles. There was a time the search. They just said, these houses and these terrains belong to us, and yeah, they did get a lot of how you say, but monopoly,
Yeah, I just recently learned that the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican, they were the ones who deemed slavery among the people to be exceptional, like that would it would be okay to take in slaves, especially if they're like heretics and things like that. I don't know. And heretics to them are like Protestants and anything else, even though Protestants, they're the ones who, well, they're the Protestants because they protest against the Roman Catholic Church. But now they don't. They've all forgotten about that, and now they're all going back to the Pope. It's such a weird time to be alive right now.
Is that why heretic has that name?
I don't know. I mean, you can say heretic in other contexts, but for that word, it would be for the Vatican. If you go against the Pope, then you are pretty much you can be killed. You're a heretic. Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm talking to the moderator, heretic.
I know.
You could be called a heretic today, kind of. as a flat earther. I
Yeah,
think that's
Okay.
maybe more what he's went. Yeah.
we're heretics to the globe religion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's getting late to me, so nice to talk to you guys. Always.
You too, Miguel.
Have a nice one. I'm going to rest. See you.
God bless, and you rest well.
Thank you. You too. Cheers.
Well, that's kind of the point. Okay, so like, let's say we actually knew the distance of the sun, right? Let's say it was 4,000 miles vertically above us, horizontally, it's just shooting across a round planar Earth. Okay, now when it's up that high, it's going to be furthest away from our eyes because that's how far we can see, and it's in that far position. That's going to be its same size as it's 4,000 miles away from you because it's still the same distance away in through perspective. And I don't know why they don't get this. I don't get it either, why they don't get it, but it's you cannot expect it to change drastically like a plane above your head going, 1,000 miles away. Obviously, yeah, that gets smaller, but it wasn't that same distance angularly, vertically. So that's why I'm saying there is a comparison here that they're just not, I guess, accepting. I don't know. Like they're not getting what I'm saying. It's all based upon perspective at the end of the day, and the way we see things at their angular size of them to be. I
Are
don't know
you
though.
guys like the holodeck perspective of like the Earth might be a holodeck instead of actually a real reality? You understand what I'm saying? Like, in the
Where
Star
the
Trek: The
world
Next
is being
Gen.
projected out in front of you, and you're like running on a treadmill towards a
It's a
projected
procedurally,
reality.
Like a video game?
Yeah.
like a procedurally generated reality.
Like that one episode of Rick and Morty.
Yeah, like that cartoon. Thing around a cartoon.
Cartoons reflect
or
life. Okay?
like Minecraft,
Our
right?
life.
Or like Minecraft,
Oh,
when you run
geez,
across the ground, it only generates the floor when you get close to it. I think that's what he means.
Yeah. Well, basically, like I was just saying, do you take that perspective, like just everything's made to look like it could possibly be on a sphere? Because I'm just curious.
Well, I would argue that, I mean, I could post like 7 different photos showing you how perspective works, the way people that study the eye and the way we see and the angles and the degrees of left to right, peripherals. I could post all these photos and like still people don't get that the world around you is all along those lines of the Walter Bislin's model. Like he creates this little personal dome for everybody. That's because that's the maximum that our eyes can visually make out in a 360 degree, as well as this dome that's created because of the way the eyes are shaped. We create that circle around us. We create that dome above us. Like the stars, that the way we see them, they look lower to the horizon, but they're still like laterally, they're still up in the sky, if on the ceiling, if you will. But because the way we make it out to be, like perspectively, our eyes are looking at it, it's going to give us this image. But everybody has their own personal perspective. So if you're like 1,000 miles away from me and we're looking at the same object, you're going to see it at an angle, but I'm going to see it at a different angle, perhaps, because perspectively, like this is how we see things. It's just the way the eyes work. I
But
don't know
that
what's
doesn't change the object's actual positions.
No, of course not.
Right.
They're
Right.
apparent
Exactly. Right.
Okay.
Exactly. They're apparent. It's a perspective thing. Like, I mean, the easiest way to say it, and I've said it 1,000 times, I'll probably say it 1,000 more times. It's like a straw in a cup and 2 people sitting at a table looking at that straw from 2 different perspectives. You're not going to see it in the same position as the other person. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're not gonna. But one thing Cooper said is object, and I don't even think you can necessarily go that far with the celestial bodies. How can you necessarily know that they're objects? What if there's some kind of phenomena, like an effect or something?
Well, I believe in the moon landing, so from my perspective, we've been there. So
I know from your perspective that that's the case, but I'm just saying, how can anyone actually know?
by going there.
Yeah, neither you nor I did that, or going to do that.
Yeah, but I don't
Accepting-
believe that firsthand experience is like the only valid form of experience.
They were in a
right?
studio, bro.
Yeah, but ultimately, what it boils down to is you're just taking it on someone's word that they did that.
I do that with we all do that with
Fine.
basically
I'm not
everything.
trying to challenge you on that. You can have your opinion or your belief or whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying you can't actually know just based on what they've told you Can you?
Oh no, are we falling
You
into
know what? No,
or not
you
sophist?
can't.
Well, can you?
word I'm
You
looking
can't
for?
have your own story.
Solipsism, but it's not that. It's
Solipsism.
just somebody telling a story, dude.
That
And if you
poor
want to
guy
believe
got
it, if you want to
absolutely
believe it,
ass
that's
raped. That
fine.
poor little Solips guy got ass raped in here the
Yeah,
other
that's
night.
fine, dude. I'm not going to take you to task on believing that if that's what you want to do. I'm just saying you can't actually know just because they told you.
Well, you and I have different definitions of belief, but
Yeah. So they could be phenomena, not even objects per se.
well, if they were phenomena and not objects, I think they still. I think the argument that or the little interjection I made still stands, is they still have like a fixed apparent position relative to each other.
They definitely do, because we see the same set of stars and celestial zodiacs, if you will. They're always, for as far as it's been recorded, they're still the same thing going around and around and around and around planar Earth. And
Yep.
and I mean, think about it logically. I mean, if
And
we
they're
were
always
doing all
positioned like next to each other in the same way.
right, so here's the thing though. Think of it optically. If we see them that way, but that doesn't necessarily make them in that position. That's what Heretic's saying. It's an apparent position to our perspective. Doesn't necessarily make them in that position necessarily, because it's perspective. And they can't. And remember too, there's also this. We don't know the medium of which they're contained within, and or what's between us. But I understand in the textbooks and stuff, we say that we know what is and what isn't. But the contention comes to where we're saying no, it might not be that, bro, because it just doesn't make sense in a grander scale. Like if you think that we're hurling through space at all these different rotations and orbits and speeds, yet the stars are exactly the same this year as it was 40 years ago or 400 years ago. Like, you would think that if all that movement was happening, things should look different, and we should be able to
I think
record
if
that.
you look at them on a 400-year scale, you actually do see difference. I don't know what the longest like recording of like an individual star
They say
movement
that the
relative
pyramids.
to the
They say
others,
that
but I
Orion.
know that there has been some
They
small
say that the
shifting in constellations.
they say that that the Orion belt lines up perfectly above the three pyramids, and how thousands of years ago those were built, right? I mean, according to the story, but that is more than enough evidence, I would say. That's more than 400 years ago, at least, and through the history books. So if the same stars
If I
appear
could
right
offer you a
above them,
black swan for that idea, would you accept it?
are you going to show the pyramids with the Orion belt not lining up with them? Go ahead, please, by all means.
I'm not going to show you if I don't know if that exists, but I know I can provide you evidence that other constellations have shifted slightly.
According to what? A perspective?
That's literally the only way we have to view stars. Yes.
Okay, so then what stars other than Polaris, which they say it's moving or whatever, it's like doing this weird little wobbly thing above us. What other celestial zodiacs have done that?
Let me see if I can find the GIF of it that kind of shows it
What
really well. It's
what
basically it shows the image of like basically the same constellation over. I don't really know how they got this, to be honest, but it like shows it shifting on a line. You can kind of see over the multiple photos over the years the shift. It's over decades. I don't know if I'm able to find this. Hold on.
That's fair. Go ahead. I think Orion over the pyramids is a perfect. Actually, they used to have that Stonehenge where the Polaris always was there in that little hole, and there was objects in the sky that are always based upon their same positions for a long, long, long time. So I don't know, bro. I don't know. Daza, yes, you're missing the point though. We're just saying that things. Okay, that argument, Daza, is telling you that as something with elevation, as it goes away from you, but because of perspective, it looks like it's dropping, but it's not dropping. That's why they show the streetlights, because we know that all the way at the end to when even the streetlights disappear into the horizon, we still know that they're still 2 stories high off of the street. They're 20 to 30 feet high off the street. So the argument here is that it's dropping in perspective, but it doesn't mean that the sun is literally dropping. It's just the same elevation going away from you. Oh my God, how do you not grasp this, Daza? It's really weird. It's strange.
Pocket phone. It should be getting smaller as it does that, and it doesn't. That's the problem.
The sun or the streetlights?
The sun.
That goes back to the fact that something that's thousands of miles above you, it's at its maximum distance above you, and then the angular size is not going to change much when it starts to transverse laterally across the sky away from you. It's still the same distance. Yeah, I don't know what you're not getting here, bro. It's really weird.
I'm going to ask a question I've been asked.
So-
Do you think that it's actually a spotlight, the sun?
I don't know what it is, to be honest. I don't know.
You know
That's a
how
good
far
question.
away it is, though? Like when it's right over
No.
your head, high noon. You said
No,
thousands of miles.
No, I know,
Where'd you
but
get
I'm
that
just
from?
saying. No, I'm just saying. For example, I don't know exactly how far. I mean, if I was to know that, then I'd probably win a Nobel Prize. But I don't know that. I don't think anybody can know that.
Just
or
real quick,
will know that.
I posted a quick photo of a constellation shift that has happened, I believe, in our lifetime. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me finish reading. But this is a shift that is apparent currently.
Okay, which is there like a year on each one of those observations?
No, that's I'm looking for it right now.
That's just because I'm purely curious about it, man. By the way.
Looking at that, actually taking a second look at these photos, judging from how far they've moved, this is probably like some projection out into BC time. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this little red line picture that I'm looking for.
Is this modeled, or is it an
This
actual
must
observation?
it must be. I think this is probably modeled. This
Yeah,
is
that
this
definitely
pretty big
looks modeled.
movement.
I mean, we can we really compare what is modeled, because a model is going to fit to make it fit. Like that's kind of the whole argument overall. Like if you have a
Well,
model
if
and
we
you change it to fit, I mean, I think that's a discrepancy in itself.
if we were to zoom in on the stars, let's pick a specific star and observe it for like a year or a month, you would be able, or I don't even actually know what the minimum time would be, but you observe it for an X amount of time, you're going to be able to discern what its apparent movement in the sky is, if there is one. It's either going to sit there or it's going to move like a nanometer down this from whatever marker you put down. Like, I think that you can project those movements forward or backwards and get some pretty accurate like description of the way the stars are moving in the sky over time.
They're really small. Requires sophisticated equipment. And the
Yeah.
word you're looking for is parallax.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did a search on it for stellar parallax and when it fails.
Yeah,
Because
and there's
at
a lot
some
of
point it does. I just can't remember
and
what
and,
the distance is.
and I will say this: even in the paradigm of a Glober's world, right? In our modern day science, if you will, like there's a bunch of paradoxes, if you will, that they do not make sense, and scientists, our top scientists of the day, they cannot explain it. Now they try to fill it with description and theory, but there's still a paradox. Isn't there like 22 different paradoxes that they just can't solve? Maybe a little less, but there's quite a few paradoxes along those lines that we just do not know the answer, and it doesn't make sense logically in our paradigm that we believe it to be, and that's what raises the questions. This is why it's questioned, to be honest, because even the scientists themselves can't explain it. Go ahead.
Well, it's the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. And I don't think any legitimate scientist would profess that we know everything.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree to that, but that's why there's contention, because what has been said to be like XYZ, right? But then we realize, wait, there's a paradox because it doesn't necessarily become XYZ. That's why it's called a paradox, because it's unexplainable, and there's things that we theorize and we try at our best,
Well, a paradox isn't just something unexplainable, to be clear.
Well, it doesn't make sense, and we cannot explain
a
it.
paradox
That's
would be
what I mean
something
by that.
Paradox
contradicting.
is self-contradict. Yeah, there you go.
Right, exactly. And in that contradiction, we can't explain it. That's why they're having to go back to the drawing board to try to figure out, like, well, what is it then? But they can't. So
See,
that's
this
why
is
they remain. Go ahead.
this is one of the things that frustrates me with flat earthers. The brain power that you put into all of the stuff that you're doing. I would much rather you put that brain power into having a conversation with me about what you think the solution to the Fermi paradox is.
Oh my goodness, I would love that too.
Because there's so many different ones, and what's fascinating about the Fermi paradox is there has to one of those answers is correct. There's a correct answer to that question out there.
Well, my guess is that we don't get past singular cellular life on the regular or out there, because I think it's so minuscule, the possibility of getting past singular cellular life is just incomprehensible.
I hate the unique Earth one. I hate the answers that imply that the Earth is special or unique. I really do.
Me too.
Real quick though,
why do you hate it? I don't understand. What do you mean?
Apocryphon. Real quick, do you understand what we're talking about when we went out? Or do you understand what the Fermi paradox is?
No, but I know exactly what you're saying, but let me see here. The Fermi. I'm going to look it up. Fermi paradox.
FERMI. I'll summarize it for you. It's a guy named Fermi put it forward. It's the apparent contradiction in how big the universe is, and how many different planets there are around, how many different stars that there are, and yet we don't see life anywhere else in the universe at any kind of scale.
Right now. I'm looking at the Wikipedia right now.
Yeah.
Dude, some of them don't even think the universe exists. I'm not talking for this guy, but
No, but that's my point. I would much rather have that kind of a conversation. That's what frustrates me. It's they have all of the interest in paying attention to this shit, but they waste it.
But if they don't think space exists, why would they care?
That's my frustration.
Exactly. So you can't really. You're going to be frustrated with that. I don't know.
Well, here's my question though. If it's a paradox, even in your own paradigm, then how do you expect anybody to explain it if the top scientists can't explain it? Like, that's my question.
Again, dude, you feel like you're operating the way that you speak. You're operating from a position of absolution. Like, you can't, if something doesn't provide you all of the answers to your satisfaction, it's like what? It's wrong. It's false.
Well, that's the mentality of the common glober who comes in here. Explain sunsets.
Yeah. So let me just say this real quick. When you say I speak of absolute, all I'm doing is repeating what the top scientists are saying. So then, in that case, it's them saying that this is absolute, that it's a paradox. That's their absolute. My question
I think
is,
the top scientists are pretty careful about usually hedging their shit and being like, this is what our current model is, and this is what we expect, and this is what we think. It never give this is the true shape of the universe.
Right. I agree with that. But that's where the contention comes in. That's where the arguments come in. But then here's the problem though. A glober comes in and states this is what is, and it's actually going against what the top scientists would even agree with. They would not agree with a lot of the stuff that some globers say, because it's a paradox to them. It doesn't make sense. It's not, they don't even understand it. And they're trying to understand it, but globers come in here like they know, they speak with absolute. That's why Heretic said it sounds like a glober, because globers say this is the absolute. We know this, but we're like, no, we argue it because they don't know that. You understand?
Like,
And I'm
yeah,
not speaking from
but there
absolute.
are some things that there are some things that we just know. Like they are so well established and measurable and repeatable that it's possible to. I mean, you can look at a thing.
You might even
and
say that you believe some things that are factual true. You have belief in things. Like I believe when I drop the apple, it's gonna hit the ground.
Apocryphon, but you realize that you create some of these by just outright denying things that we know. But obviously, like space existing, like people going up into space. I'm guessing, I don't know. Like, do you just outright deny that?
Who?
I'm talking
Yeah.
to Apocryphon.
Specific. I need
Go ahead, Heretic. Go ahead.
I need specific examples. You say people go to this location in
Neil
the sky that you
Armstrong.
elect. Okay. Can you prove that he went there?
He says he did. So does all the people that went with him. So do all the staff that worked on the moon landing. So does the
A bunch
U.S.
of
government.
Freemasons
So does
said
the
it.
Russian
Okay.
government.
Yeah, all right.
So does the Chinese government. So
That was Cooper. That was the one. Oh, that was Cooper.
Okay,
It's the exact one.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to that. So, does "they said so" constitute proof?
When it comes to scientific consensus, it does not constitute as proof.
That's a no.
But it can for us down here, the layman, like
You're putting a lot of extra words in there for no.
proving, like proof to
Okay,
me.
so
it's
for the
not like
scientists,
scientific
no.
proof.
For the scientists, no, it's not proof. But for
No,
us idiots, yes, it's proof.
Oh
Okay.
well, excuse me. No, that would be proof for the scientists.
Okay, so like,
I got it. Hold on. I got a
Scientific
question for Heretic.
consensus for that
So
many
they
people,
said
yeah.
so is proof for scientists. Okay, says Cooper.
For that
24/7
specific
live stream
thing,
people.
when they have such consensus on so many people,
Okay,
all the
we got
data,
that. Yeah, we
all
got
the
that on record.
infrastructure to back it
According
up.
to Cooper, they said so is scientific proof. Okay, I'll let the audience make of that what they will. Next.
And
I have
here's
a
the
question,
problem with
bro.
that.
Can I,
Go ahead.
ask a question? Yeah, Cooper, you said, what was the term you used? Consensus, right? Does consensus mean proof?
Consensus does not mean proof.
Okay.
You just tripped on your own words.
I suppose I did use the inappropriate verbiage. I apologize to the audience and the room. I'm so sorry to waste your time.
You're forgiven.
Can you just point out to me really quick though where in the scientific method it says they said so?
I don't think it does it? I don't think
I believe
have
in the
that.
scientific method. There's peer review.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
well, that's a
yes.
good example.
Okay.
Really? Okay, can you show me where it says peer review in the scientific method? Just post a citation for
That's,
science.
I believe, the last step after everything's done.
Okay, and then you get
You
a
mean
bunch
like testable?
Okay, and then you have a circle jerk about it with your friends, and then you go, "Yeah, it's good."
We literally just. You also just learned this in school, so I'm not sure how long it's been for you.
Okay, so like
peer review is just peer review is just a long-winded, fancy way of saying double checked by other people. But
that's fine.
That's all it really is.
Which
That's
has to
fine.
do with
That's
consensus.
fine, but okay, that's fine. I'll take that. So what's being double checked?
Their work. You can recreate their
No,
experiment or
okay, their
recreate
work.
what they
Okay,
did.
all right, their work. Because we're talking about Neil Armstrong going to the moon. So was his work double checked, or was it just?
Yeah, when other
Oh,
people.
yeah, there were other
hold on.
people that went with him.
Hold on,
And
Heretic.
since we're invoking science and the scientific method, then we're going to need dependent, independent variables, control variable.
Do I need a scientific experiment to prove that I went to Wisconsin?
Well, I mean, you're
with
the
my
one who invoked
brother?
science, man. I didn't tell you to do that, but that's where
Actually,
went.
you did, but
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
you
He did. He
definitely
said
did.
scientific.
You asked me for
Cooper,
proof.
Cooper, in that
okay,
Cooper,
all right,
in your
all right.
example,
Start muting people. All right, because we got some liars here on deck. All right, I did not invoke science. I did not bring it into this conversation.
How
Cooper
did I
did
invoke it?
because he. Oh my god,
Explain.
are you guys this brain dead? You, Cooper, said scientific consensus.
I
It
did.
passes.
That's true. Actually,
Yeah,
I did.
yeah, you are the one who brought it here, not me. So that's
Again,
why you're
sorry,
now all
everyone.
getting
He
grilled
got
on
me on the
scientific
vocab
method.
slip. My
Okay,
bad. Sorry,
that's why
everyone,
you're
to waste
all
your
getting
time.
grilled on that now.
bro,
And
you
where
said
it
I
says,
concede.
method.
where
I
it says
concede
we all
the
agree, we
vocabulary.
all say so.
Heretic. I
So
concede
don't
the
attribute
the
that to me.
linguistic
I
argument
did not
to you.
bring that
I
here.
concede
I don't
the
think people
linguistic
going to the
argument to
moon
you.
or alleging to have done so falls within the purview of the scientific method. You're the one who brought that. So that's why we're going through.
All hail
For
the
example,
heretic.
for example, he said, "I went to Wisconsin." That's not scientific. That's just a story, and you're telling us you went there, but
But if
there's nothing science about that.
if I went there with my brother and my brother vouches for me, do we need like do
And that, now, what if both your what if you and your brother are now this paid opposition to promote this story?
okay,
So, for
now
instance,
what if I have the entire United States government?
well, they're also part of it. So you're just
And now
invoking
the
this
French,
larger group.
British.
This large group that's saying this happened,
The
but you cannot
communists.
prove it. You can't prove that this happened. So we can say, well, it was in a
America's
studio,
enemies.
and there's video of wires in the shining of these astronauts falling on the
The
supposed
Soviet
moon.
Union.
Where did the wires come on top of the moon? Where were their wires placed on the moon? We would argue that no, this was a studio setting, and they recorded it and they passed it along to be
Well,
we're on the
Can
moon just to
can
win
you
the
show
space race.
can you
that's
show
fine.
that?
That's fine. And well, you can argue that, but what I would do is just ask them to prove their case that anybody went there in the first place. What have they done to do so? They've said
Well,
said
somebody
so.
already said it.
We got a
Heretic.
long-winded. They said so, and they threw
No,
the
no, no,
word
no.
scientific in with that, and therefore we're just supposed to go along with them.
Heretic. Somebody here keeps saying the magic 2 words that you need to, in my opinion, verify that to a certainty. And those 2 words are Soviet Union.
Oh my goodness! The field of Soviet Union fallacy. I just coined that right now.
So
Like for instance, the
The Soviets had
Chinese,
every reason to
like
discredit
for
the
instance,
moon landing.
Okay, so now
every
we all
reason.
go along with the Soviet Union. Okay, you trust everything the
No,
Soviet.
you're not listening.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you
all
even
right.
know? Hold
Because
on.
when your enemy agrees with you,
Yeah.
Here,
Soviet Union went along with it, so it's good. That's
Right.
Every
It makes sense.
everyone, literally
the
every government on the
the
planet.
cartel agreed with the mafia, so now it's true.
Well, yeah,
Even
the
though these
Soviet
guys were
Union went along with the U.S. in World War II. I mean, who gives a shit? Yeah, sometimes they work together.
So, like for instance, like the Chinese.
yeah, this was
they
after that heretic.
oh,
If you knew
That was
history,
after this, during the Cold War.
Yeah, right. Like, are you telling me that when the moon landing was purported to have happened, that at that time the United
was a
States and the
race.
Soviet Union were hunky dory and just
Okay, so
just
I
like
don't
that
know.
wasn't their
I
main
mean,
goal.
you're telling me
They
that they
weren't.
can't have been, and
Okay,
that the
bro, do you
Soviet
not know
Union's
basic history?
silence definitely verifies Neil Armstrong's expedition to the moon. That's just
that
preposterous.
that for
It's a
me.
complete non sequitur.
No.
You have all these political preconceptions about what's going on a geopolitical scale and everything in order to
So-
get to that conclusion in the first place. It's so fucking ridiculous.
So can you
Just
explain
prove it
history then?
empirically,
Can
because
you-
it's an
can you explain the
empirical claim.
history?
You say that somebody went to a location in the sky that we say hasn't actually been proven to exist in the first place.
What if they
and
brought
your
like
argument?
rocks back?
Oh well, the Soviets would rat them out for sure. It's so pathetic.
What if they brought like
so
rocks back or
desperate,
like
it's
physical
hilarious.
evidence? Would that change your mind? Physical
there's
evidence?
Yeah,
rocks
physical
from
evidence. Let's go with that. Not just, hey man, I got to go along with the Soviets on this one. This time I got to
Okay,
trust.
they
the
brought
Soviets.
rocks
It's
back.
just so
Because Cooper, that one's different. That's why the Soviet one is the better argument to make, because it's the and again, this is coming from a guy who believes we landed on the moon.
Yeah, it was a Cold War too. It
you
never
can't-
went full blown like World War, like it did with the
Does that
Germans or
matter?
something
They
like
were
that. So,
they were literally competing in the space race. Are you dumb?
yeah, they're literally competing, bro. Okay, what's the competition, and how does it prove that Neil Armstrong landed on the moon?
The
Be specific.
competition
Give me
of who
specific.
could get.
Dude,
of who
the
could
Cold
get
War
on the
was a
moon.
giant. It was a prick waving dick fight. It was the Soviet Union and the U.S.
Yeah, it was a
trying
race.
to show the world who had the bigger dick. That's all
Right.
that stuff was.
And they used
All
a
right.
lie to
Turns
do
out
so.
America's got the biggest schlong.
Yes, we do.
Hey, what about
Okay.
the
All right,
Soviet?
all
it's
right,
called
let's see.
Florida.
All right. So, okay, so Soviet Union USA theatrics then proved the Neil Young, or sorry, yeah, Neil Young stepped foot on.
Well, the only Neil Young. The only
Yeah, let's go
alternative,
with it.
the only alternative there is that you think there was some reason for the Soviet Union to go along with something that was
No.
faked at a
No, I
time
don't necessarily
where
make any claims as to that. You make the claim to the contrary.
Yeah, but he doesn't make
Wouldn't
claims.
go
He actually
along
has
with
no
it.
position
What
on.
we're
So you
saying,
can't discredit him.
what we're saying is that there's no empirical validation for it in the first place, which is why you went to this appeal to Soviet Union. Because empirical validation would be a much stronger position for you to stand on.
But
So you
it's
went
the
to this
no.
instead, right?
Heretic, it's the opposite of an appeal. It was an entity that had every vested
You're
interest
still doing it. You're
in.
doubling down on a weak argument
Okay.
because you don't have a solid.
It's not a weak argument.
It's
Okay.
a very weak argument
You
because if
calling
you're
it a
able to
I
weak
would.
argument doesn't
demonstrate
do
Okay,
anything.
empirically
let
in
me
some
let
way,
me
if
ask
you're
it to you in
even
a different
if
way.
you're
Hold on. Let me ask it to you in a different way. If the moon landing was faked, then at the time it was faked, I challenge you to name any other entity of any kind, whether it's a single person or an entire government, anywhere in the world
The whistleblower.
that would have had a greater vested interest in proving that the moon landings were faked, besides the Soviet
There,
Soviet government.
there's
Nobody
a
else on the
Soviet Union.
planet. Nobody on the planet had more of a reason to want to demonstrate how fake they were.
There's a Soviet Union astronaut whistleblower that said they were faking it and USA faked it. What do you think about that?
Where? Show me. Show me it. Show me what you're talking about.
I just disagree with this entire metric for evaluating the claim in the first place. It's just preposterous.
What would
It's the
be
wrong
your
way.
proposed metric to
It's the
prove
wrong
that
way to
someone
evaluate
went to
it.
the moon
Just
and
because the
back?
government doesn't want to send you up there doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I don't care. Okay, I never said that. That's
I would
just
like to
retarded.
know
Another
what
retarded
Because that
comment.
seems like
could
the only
Puff,
evidence that you'll
puff
accept.
down. Puff down. Go take a puff.
That
Like,
seems like the
you're not
only
equipped
evidence
for
you'd
this.
accept.
We went to Vietnam. The Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, pretty much the logic that we get from these guys. It's on par with the argument that, or if you can even
Pearl
call it,
Harbor was fake.
doubling,
Is there
tripling, quadrupling down on right now.
is there
Although
any particular fact or evidence that could be presented to you
Well, what
that
you've gone
would
and done is
suggest that
said,
we've
okay,
gone to
the
the
he
moon
will.
and back?
Soviets and the
Cooper,
USA
he will
were
never.
completely
He will never
opposed at
answer
this
that
time,
question,
so
Cooper.
we can definitely. It's not my metric, dude. I'm not
Give
going
me your
around saying,
metric.
No.
okay,
I'm not. No.
countries. Yeah, it's not. It's your metric, and
I
you're
would like
imposing it
your
on me. And
metric.
what I'm saying in the first place is the entire metric is crap.
I would
I'm
like
saying
to
throw
hear
it out.
your
That's not how
metric.
you evaluate the claim. You
Like,
don't
how
go
do we?
around going, what
Cooper.
political bodies say yay or nay? Find me one that says nay. Like,
Cooper,
I
he
mean,
won't answer your question, so I'll answer the question for you. The answer to that question
you won't.
is no.
No,
The
you
answer to
won't.
the question is
No, you won't, platypus. No, you're not going to take
Okay,
control of this.
Heretic, I'd
Sorry.
like to hear your answer
Yeah,
for it.
yeah,
What
no, but
metric?
I just gave the answer.
That was
The
a
metric that
nothing
he's using is
answer.
insufficient to evaluate such a
I'm
claim.
asking
Somebody
you
says
what
that they
your
went to
metric
a
is.
location that we say defies physical laws. Right? So in the first place, I would say even demonstrate that such a location in the sky can exist. Demonstrate that the moon is a solid thing that somebody could land on. All these sorts of things. Then you're going to need the globe radius anyway
How
for the
would we do
cosmic
that besides
distance ladder,
getting there?
right? For the cosmic distance ladder, you're going to need the globe radius because that's the first number in the ladder, and the next to it is the moon. So you're going to need all these kinds of things as a precursor in order to do this, and we haven't gotten any of them from you. And instead, you just go, "Hey,
Okay,
Soviet
so
Union said it was good. It's absolutely pathetic."
so your metric for proof that the moon landing, that possible evidence for the moon landing could be that that we come up with the radius for Earth. That's
Well, no, that wouldn't prove it, but that would
what
be
you
a nice.
just
That'd be a nice
said.
start.
Okay,
No,
can
no,
I get a metric for the moon landing?
no. I
then?
said that was a precursor. I said that
Okay,
because
let's
you're going
skip
to need
all
things like
let's
the
skip all the
distance.
precursors. Assume that we have all the the prerequisite steps done, and
No,
now we're ready to go to the
no,
moon. We're ready to
no,
launch a rocket.
no,
Or
because
not
now we're in
launch a rocket.
imagination, and
Well, where
we're
does the
talking about
rocket
reality.
go? Does it go up or out?
Yeah, we're talking about reality though, and you want to take us into
Those are the
imagination. Hey,
same
just give
thing.
us a
What are you
free
talking about?
pass on the foundation of our entire
It's not.
worldview,
You're
right? So
talking
that
about
we can justify this one thing that we said that we did. No, prove all of it, because
Okay.
you would need to in order to
Got
have
it.
those
You
distances.
cannot
For the,
engage with the hypothetical. I understand.
I am engaged. Yeah, well, we're not going to is the point because we want to
I
talk about
understand. Yes,
reality.
you don't want to / cannot engage with this hypothetical. I understand. Thank you for your time.
I'll take it as a concession if you're going to call it a hypothetical. If the foundation of your moon landing is in the hypothetical, just going to take the whole thing as a
Heretic is
concession. I'm happy
popping
with that.
off on these linguistic wins tonight. Oh my God!
I'm
Just
happy with
rocking
that.
them up.
Sure.
No,
Heretic,
bro,
he's
I'm
making a
happy with that.
concession. He's making a concession. Now, can you just go with it?
No, somebody else can pick up. I'm happy with that. That's
You can't
thanks.
go with the hypothetical.
No, I can't. It's not that I can. It's just that it's not in my interest.
Okay.
It's not what
Okay,
we do.
it's fine.
But if that's what he wants to do, is place it within the realm of hypothetical, I'm happy with that. I'll
For
take
the
it as a
argument, yeah, for the
Well,
sake of the argument.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
but you're placing
Cooper.
it within a hypothetical frame, so it's not something that we can then go and say
Yeah, you
this
can't
really
engage with
happened.
it. I know. I'm
So,
sorry. Well,
so
we can
that's why I'm
stop. If
saying
you're
it's a
not comfortable with
concession.
the
And if
line of
you,
questioning,
no,
we
that's
can
why I'm saying
stop.
it's a concession. If you're going to place it within the frame of the hypothetical, that's good enough for me. I got what
Sure,
I
now you can
came for.
respond
So
to him.
How
no,
about
I'm good. That's where I tap
Yeah,
how
you're
about
nice and safe. This is all tucked
how,
into a
how
nice little
about
bubble-wrapped hypothetical
No,
world.
I don't care.
You don't have to
You
risk a
said the
flat
moon
Earth.
landing is
You don't have to
hypothetical.
risk
No,
anything. Like
dude,
this
you
is
said
all in a nice little package. So just in this
how about
uh,
isolated
Cooper?
hypothetical, what
you
metric would you
Cooper,
use?
yeah, you said that the moon landing is now essentially hypothetical. It's good enough for me.
I
Thanks.
mean,
Go
in
ahead.
your world for this argument.
No, in
Cooper,
his.
what?
That's what he had to tap out to. So that's good enough for me. I
Okay,
accomplished
if
what I
you
set
say
out to
so,
do.
heretic.
Hey, Cooper. Hey, Cooper. What about the Chinese nation? They said that they have proof that dragons existed in their history, in their past. They have all these fossils. They have all this documentation that was drawn on their walls in their writings. Does that mean that dragons once upon a time existed for reals, or is it
Yeah,
just a
Not for
bro.
story?
Yeah,
reals.
bro. And I've
Not for
seen
reals.
Bigfoot, bro.
But they definitely exist in legends and stories, right?
So does
They're
it make it real?
ingrained in the Asian culture.
Right. Does it make it real then?
Well, I
Just
could
because
get
there's a
into
consensus.
heretic levels of sophistry here and ask you, what is real? I mean, is Anne Frank real? Is Harry Potter real?
Got him. Look how upset he is. Got him.
Here, Vernon.
So dragons are real, guys, and they just flew over.
No, but to answer your question honestly,
apparently
no, I
only in
don't
Asia.
think
They never
dragons
went
are
everywhere
real.
else.
But to answer your
but
question, no, I don't
but
think
but
dragons are
but
real, and I don't
Cooper,
know if
but
the
Cooper,
Chinese government claims that.
but Cooper, they did claim that. They even said they have a fossil, like a full
Prove it.
fossil of one. Oh, you didn't see that article? Here, let me look for it. I'm
No,
gonna
what
search
year
for
was
it.
it? From 19? Was it from
Let me look
1850
for it.
or?
Did it get carbon dated?
let me check. Yeah, scientists at the National Museum of Scotland have discovered a 240 million year old Chinese dragon fossil,
No,
formerly
post
known
it, man.
as.
I don't want to hear you
Yeah,
read it. I want
post
you to
it,
post it,
please.
Oh,
please.
okay. That's fine. Jesus Christ, calm down. Stop jumping all over me. I'm taken. I got it, man. Jesus Christ.
Not
Hold
like you guys do the same thing.
on. Here you go.
Look, heretic. I think I'm picking up what you're really trying to put down with that whole thing. I don't think you like talking. Oh God.
Please stop.
Oh my God, make it stop.
Oh, wow, he's
That was
partying. Sickness
So
is partying over there.
I get the feeling Heretic's problem here is he doesn't want to talk about the moon landing until we talk about whether or not the moon is even a thing that's physical and reachable. I think we're
I
3 steps ahead of where he
Not
even
not
needs to get to
necessarily.
have that argument.
No, not necessarily that. I mean, that's just part of it. It's part and parcel with the whole thing, but there's a whole chain of things that would have to be substantiated in order for such a landing to even be possible.
Okay, so let's see
hold
where
on,
we
real
hold
quick.
on.
Apocryphal.
Hold on,
Let
Cooper.
me real quick. Let me answer this dinosaur thing real fucking fast, bro.
Well, we're just going to
The
go to another
Chinese
tangent in the middle of that one.
Chinese dragon fossil is literally in quotes. They given the scientific name of what dinosaur. It's just an aquatic reptile. It's just a fucking dinosaur bone, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Moving on.
So, Heretic, I want to get a baseline of where we stand on the moon so I know how to engage with you.
They call it a Chinese dragon, bro. Go ahead.
Here's my
Right.
baseline.
Hold
I
on.
don't know. It could be an object. It could be
Hold
an
on.
effect. No.
So, okay, but when you say object, what do you mean? Do you mean like a physical object? Like it's made of solid stuffs?
Yeah, like a
if,
rock.
Okay.
Even if it were made of gas, I would call it an
That
object,
is-
as they claim the sun to be.
That is further than
You
I
think
get
so?
with most flat earthers, to be honest with you.
Refill?
Yeah,
You would agree. I'm assuming you would agree. Hold on, Heretic. I'm assuming you would agree that when people look at the moon, like through a telescope, the reason it looks like it's covered in craters is because it is covered in craters, like implying it's a physical thing, right?
The craters
I'm
themselves,
just-
yeah, that's your interpretation of what you're looking at. Sure.
True. I mean, it's arguably what it looks like, and then they have shadows inside of them and
I
stuff
can go
like
with
that.
you that it looks like that.
Okay,
Like a hologram
so
of Tupac looks like Tupac, and it has shadows and stuff on it. I mean,
No,
not really shadows, but yeah.
right, I know. Okay, please tell me you don't think the moon is a hologram. We can
I
at
didn't
least
say it was a
agree on that,
hologram.
right?
No, but just in the
Okay.
sense that, you know, a hologram of Tupac is not a physical human being, right? Maybe it's not a physical
But
object that you're looking at in the
was
sky, but just something that looks like it.
a physical Tupac at one point.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're further than I usually am with flat earthers. So moon is a physical object. So then what's the next step?
Not
Either
necessarily a physical
it's
object.
either how big is it or how far away it is.
Yeah, I don't see how we leapt to it is an object now. I'm still at indeterminate. And I'm willing to entertain that it is.
It didn't
I'm not
sound like
saying-
you were indeterminate. It sounded like at like the basic level you agreed that it was at least a physical object of some kind.
How would we test it for being one?
Well, the easiest way to figure out whether the moon is a physical object or not is to try and touch it, which unfortunately is very difficult to do.
Well, that was the thing that was put forth. They said that
Yeah, but
people.
okay, how do you and I determine that the moon is a physical object? Lay people that don't have access to rockets and billions of dollars.
Grab a laser pointer and bounce it off of there.
You think it's close enough to do that? What if it's too far away to do that?
I'm kidding, bro.
Well, I'm looking for an earnest answer to that question.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm indeterminate. I don't. That's why I even proposed the question, because I don't know how we would test it for being one or the other.
At least and I know it's a fiction, but at least according to the Big Bang Theory, we could, bounce a laser off, like you just said, and, get the distance to it based on the speed of light. But, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
but you also have to know the medium between you and it for those calculations to hold up. Right, so you have to be correct in your assumption that it's mostly vacuum all the way to the moon and back, or else something might be delaying that signal, right?
Well, you don't even really care about it for what we're trying to prove here. You don't really care about how long it takes for it to get back. The fact that it even gets back to you in the first place would imply it was capable of bouncing off the surface of the moon.
Unless it bounced off of something else in between you and it.
Oh, come on. You're moving that goalpost and you know it.
Where's the
You got
container
the-
Where's the container with respect to the moon?
You got the yellow paint of the goalpost all over your hands right now here, too.
No, I'm just
And
asking.
you know
Where's
that.
the container with respect to the moon? Was it accounted for in these tests?
What container?
Well, the one that you would need for gas pressure.
Dude, he's talking about the laser bouncing off of the moon.
Hold on. I was just handed gas pressure and container.
Well,
Here,
yeah.
show me anyone anywhere who has ever demonstrated pressure differentials inside of a container.
Oh, I can do that.
Really?
Yeah, I'll just take let's say a propane tank and just heat it unevenly. I'll just heat one side of it. It'll disperse and equalize, yes, but initially it'll have an uneven distribution of pressure.
On the inside of the walls?
Yeah, I'll need a barometer. This will be a tough setup, but I think there's a YouTube video of somebody who did it.
He, for some reason, I know the video you're talking about. For some reason, the guy was measuring a difference in temperature gradient, which makes sense because he was heating one half of it. I'm not talking about a temperature gradient. I'm talking about a pressure gradient.
So you're saying that within a container, even within a gravity field, you're not going to have a pressure gradient?
I didn't say a single word about gravity. I'm talking about a container right now. Don't
But
shift
in
it.
your paradigm, every container is within a gravity field. Isn't
I'm
it?
not talking about anybody's paradigm. All I asked you was show me a pressure gradient inside of a container.
All right, fair.
The answer to that question is you can't do it. And you know you can't do it.
What are you talking about?
You can't do it.
You just heat it unevenly, and you're going to have a pressure response to that, and there's going to be a
Any
differential.
evidence for that?
Yes,
Okay.
it's going-
Okay, hold on. So now gas does not apply pressure evenly to all of the sides of the or all of the edges of the what's the word I'm looking for? Surface.
It'll seek
to the
equilibrium.
surface of the container.
It'll seek equilibrium, but it depends what's acting on it, what forces are acting on it. If you have an uneven distribution of temperature, heat, whatever the case may be, You're not going to have a perfectly even distribution of pressure either.
Okay, so the side of the tank that you're heating, that gas, I will agree with you for a moment, that gas is going to get hotter than the gas on the other side of the
There's a
tank, right?
gradient. There's a gradient. There you
There's
go.
there's a temperature gradient.
What, the
Yes.
pressure is not going to be associated with that? The pressure won't follow?
Well, think about it. The gas that you're heating up, even though that heated gas is a little bit more localized to the half of the tank that you're doing, that gas that you're heating up, what is that gas doing as you heat up?
Expanding.
It's expanding, right?
bro.
And when it
Getting bigger and bigger.
and when it expands in all directions, like you say it does, it's applying all of that force to all of the other gas inside the container at the exact same time.
Well, that's the equilibrium process. And that's where it's
No. You're talking about temperature equilibrium. I'm talking about pressure.
They're
I'm not-
associated with one another, obviously.
One can affect the other. One can
Yeah,
affect
they
the
do.
other, but they're two completely
do.
different measurements.
Yeah, they're
Right,
different
but the
measurements, but
the
they do
pressure you're
affect one
talking
another.
about is the pressure you're talking about is somewhat, if you want,
Yeah, they do affect one another. They go
linear
hand in hand.
linear to how much shit you pump in there. Like you gotta have mass to make pressure.
All right, I'll
No,
give Platypus
negative.
another example then. He doesn't like the YouTube video that I brought up. He knows what it is, so I don't have to post it, thankfully. Yeah, because I'd have to dig it out from the other
No, that's
server.
fine. I'm pretty sure you and I are like 99% sure we're talking about the same video.
Yeah, you've probably seen it after all this time. Well, how about a building?
The only
What
way
if
you
I
can
take
get
a barometer into a
increase
building
the
and
pressure
measure
is
lower pressure at the top of it than the bottom?
Buildings are vented.
Yeah, so they're dynamic systems.
add more mass to the.
I'll give you they're vented though, because that would not be a case of a container that's quite analogous to what we say the Earth is, because we're saying that's a closed system where matter would not exchange and the ventilation would mean within the building that it will. So it's not a perfect analogy. I'll give you that.
I don't need the skyscrapers. I don't need the skyscraper straw man. We're still talking about a
What's
container.
a straw man? It's what I put forth for a
Because it's not what it's not the thing I'm talking about. You're making this thing that
Well, it's
looks
contained,
like it.
isn't it?
No,
Isn't it contained?
Is absolutely not the same thing we are talking about.
You got to
Okay, is that because of what I just said, that it's not analogous to what we say the container would be of the Earth?
No, I see where you're trying to go with it, but it's not.
Well, it is analogous to what you say the container of the Earth would be. You essentially say it's ventilated because, well, I don't know if you do personally, but Globers in general will tell you that we do lose gas, tons of it every single day.
Well,
so, I mean, shouldn't be a problem.
Well, it doesn't really matter whether it does or doesn't happen. It's the nature of the system allows for it to happen. Like we
lose
if
a
it
ton
if an
of
ad
fucking
okay
mass.
it's
the Earth loses a ton of mass.
Yeah,
every
see? So what's the
fucking day.
problem? So for Cooper, that should be fine that the building is ventilated because it's the same goddamn thing he says is going on with his closed but not really closed, atmosphere.
No, it's
I
non
was
sequitur
kinda-
because hold on, Cooper. It's non sequitur because I and you were specifically talking about a closed container,
Yeah,
a
but we're talking
sealed
about- we're talking
container,
about- wait,
closed
hold
system.
on though. We're
Yeah.
talking about closed
But you're
or fixed vaginas.
whatever.
What? What?
I don't know. I get the feeling Branch isn't contributing very well right now. But anyway, also I'm telling you, I have been trying to extend an olive branch to flat earthers over this container nonsense for years now.
Okay.
You can have your flat earth. You can have it. Your flat earth doesn't need a container. That's the part I can't get my head around. I don't understand the sensation. Listen to me.
Okay,
Listen,
all right, I
hold
got
on,
it.
heretic.
Okay,
Let me hold on.
fine.
Very simply.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a solid object. Okay, like my computer mouse. If I unplug my computer mouse and I drop it, it moves toward the surface of the Earth. Correct? Because it's a solid object. It weighs more than air. Right? If I dump out my beer, which I'm not going to do because you don't waste beer, it goes toward the center of the Earth.
Go down.
Okay. I'll never understand why in your big time party foul. Never spill the beer. But I'll never understand why in your flat Earth, where you observe that more dense objects move toward the surface. Now, you know I'm going to say that's gravity, but I'm not talking about my thing. I'm talking
But
about
that's
your
not
thing.
the argument, though. But that's not the
Why
argument,
can't? Well,
though.
listen.
Well, we know that
There
happens.
is still
No
there is
consensus so
still
far.
there is still in your paradigm a tendency for objects to move toward the center of the Earth, and the only thing
And
that
we've
really
explained
affects
Wait,
that
what do you mean
is
center,
is
though?
density.
What do you
Okay,
mean by that? In my paradigm, what center? What do you talk? I can't
come
go
on,
along with you on that.
come on. I'm just
No,
talking about
not
the
come on.
flat Earth in a
What's the
general
center?
sense. I'm just
What's the
talking about
center?
flat
Down.
Earth.
He means down.
But the things. But hold on. But the things.
You
Hold
mean?
on. But
Does
the
he mean
things.
down?
Not
And there's
down.
not.
No.
Okay,
Down. I
towards
didn't
center
say
of
down.
where would that be? Can you draw this
I
out for me
didn't.
because that's not
Oh,
my
I'm
claim
sorry.
of my
Hold on.
concept. What's
He
Hold on.
meant towards that.
Heretic.
He's actually meaning center of mass. I'm saying down.
Yeah, no, I don't say that. I
I
wouldn't
didn't.
say.
Heretic. I didn't say that either. Cooper put a word in my
Yeah, you
mouth.
did.
That's not
Do
what
you
I
guys,
said.
That's
do you guys
true.
Yeah, you
believe
I
in the
did put a
Earth,
word
though?
in his mouth.
You
No.
did say that. You said
I
it
said
moves
all
towards
I
the center
said.
of my
I said
All I
that.
didn't say. I didn't say toward the center of the Earth. I
But
said
you're
toward
moving.
the surface of the Earth,
But you're
which is a
shifting
very
the
different thing.
argument, though.
You said
But you're
center,
shift.
but anyway, maybe it was the wrong word. Maybe it's just a mistake. Anyway, go ahead.
But heretic. You're shifting the. He is shifting the argument because he started with.
He
You
started
can't
with
have
gas pressure.
Yeah,
I've been
exactly. You
following
started
him.
with a
I know.
container.
I was going to bring it back to that right now because now we've gone
Good.
off of that completely. We're talking about
Exactly.
gravity without really talking about gravity and things going down and towards us. I know.
Right.
I know. I was going to bring it right back. So, all right. Your claim basically is that we experience a gradient of air pressure on Earth, right? So therefore, what doesn't require a container because containers don't have air pressure gradients within them.
No,
But they
no.
do, though.
It's even
But they
simpler
do.
than that, Heretic. I don't understand why gases aren't in your paradigm. I don't understand why gases aren't just simply subject to that same tendency to move toward the surface of the Earth.
Well, if they are, then this is what I said a few minutes ago. Every single contained body of gas, if you will, I guess, on Earth within your paradigm would have a gradient because it would be subject to that gravity field that you're talking about.
But I wasn't talking about gravity. Believe me, I was putting on. I don't own a full set of flat Earth
The
slippers.
whole point, okay,
but I
we're
was
just
putting one of them on
going
for
all
you.
over the place here. What I'm trying to do here is get it back to the point where he said there does not need to be a container. And what is the actual argument for that? That there's a gradient outside?
No, it's that gases and liquids and solids, every other thing besides gases, are still made up the same stuff that gases are, just less dense.
But
so we're throwing
isn't
out the gradient. So we're throwing out the gradient, and we're basically just going to gravity.
No,
But
actually
isn't
not.
that-
It's okay. Listen, as
I mean,
a guy
they
who
could go
hold on,
hand in hand for you,
Hold
but I
on.
mean, what are you saying? Because you said no to the gradient question. So what is it?
My point is that you can have your flat Earth, and you don't need a container to have it. That's the
But
argument
isn't-
I've never
Yeah,
understood.
but why? Why don't you need a container for the gas pressure?
Because you can just simply say whatever it is that makes solids and liquids move toward the surface of the Earth in the flat Earth is the same thing that makes gases do the
Okay,
same thing.
you can say that, yes, can you demonstrate it? Whatever it is that's making liquids and solids do that, can you demonstrate it doing that for gas?
For me, the best argument for that is the fact that there is a pressure gradient.
Okay, so this is what I said 2 minutes ago, and we could have saved all this time. So the gradient is your claim for why there doesn't need to be any containment.
But okay, so let me just say this real quick.
This is the finishing part, though.
It's not really. That's not really what I'm saying, Heretic.
Well, okay, it is what you're saying,
Listen,
dude. What the hell?
It's not.
Can I say this real
Okay.
quick, guys? Can I say, just
Yeah,
real quick?
fine. Go ahead because he's gonna prolong this anyway. So
But
go ahead.
but isn't the antecedent to pressure based upon the container?
Yeah,
In your-
I'm. Yes, that's where I'm trying to go with him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, that's what I'm trying
No,
to get.
that's no. Actually, that's not true. That's actually not
Yes,
true.
it is. I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'll just cut to the
hold on.
chase. And yeah, Apocfun's ready to get there, which is interesting. Good on you, Apocfun. So, yeah, the antecedent for gas pressure in the first place would be containment, right? So you're now talking about a delta, right? You're talking about a variation of the pressure.
But gas pressure or pressure in general?
Have that pressure. Gas pressure, of course. What you even needed in the first place to have that was the containment, right? So you're just talking about a variation of a force which needs a container to begin with.
No, that's not true. It's
Well, what's
really
gas
not true.
pressure? We're talking. What's
Hold
gas
on.
pressure?
Hold on a second.
What is gas
Hold on.
pressure?
Hold
What
on.
is it, platypus?
It's the force a gas exerts on something else.
On the walls.
On what?
On anything.
Say it.
It's the
Say it.
definition I have. Yeah. What is it?
It's the pressure exerted on the wall container.
The walls of the container. So you're pointing out a variation in this force on the walls of a container and saying that doesn't need a container because there's a variation of it. The whole system.
Well, if you want to be, hold on. If you want to look at it from the perspective of a container, in this case, it would be the force the atmosphere exerts on your container, like your body, like what physically makes you up.
No,
that's not. No,
Hold
you're
on.
wrong there, brother.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold
How
on.
do your lungs work?
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah, the force of gas is exerting on me, but in order to be there to do that in the first place, something had to contain it, or else there would be no gas exerting force on. And for that matter, there would be no me either. But you get it.
Heretic. Are the oceans contained?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
They're in oceanic basins. Yeah.
I would argue the continents are fully encompassed in the oceans, so that would
they are.
The land encompasses the ocean. That's
no,
how
the
it's
ocean
there. It's a body of
encompasses the
water.
land.
They're in an oceanic basin, dude. You know, there's an
Yeah.
ocean floor, right?
Exactly.
And you know, there's a shoreline all around every single body of water that exists, right?
Do you know there's an ocean around
Well,
every
okay.
piece
I
of
mean, I guess
land,
if
or
I pour
water
a
around
glass
piece
of water, I
every
guess we
land
can't
that
call it a
exists?
shoreline where it meets the glass. Fine, but any of those bodies of water on the earth, yeah, they're gonna have a shoreline.
All day, every day, and twice on Tuesdays. That's just the way it is.
I don't think we're looking
Water
at that the
is
correct way, but
contained.
Yeah, we
But
are. It's
Water's-
called an oceanic
Okay, hold on,
basin.
hold on.
It needs to be in a container in order for that body of water to even be there.
yeah, but is it contained in all directions?
Yeah.
There's
Show
a
me the
container
direction
over the
it's-
top of it?
Show me the body of water that you found where you can just sail in one direction and never reach a shoreline.
He means also
Boom.
on top.
Mic drop. That's a mic drop right there.
Which one is that? Which one is that? Where you just go on endlessly and it's just water forever? Because if that exists, that sounds really cool, actually, and I want to know.
You're a pirate.
If that exists, I will concede to you, Platypus, that you showed it to me, and I'll be like, "Holy shit! There's an infinite sea out here. This is crazy."
Right.
Shoot, I mean, he's doing a circle.
Okay, so I was in the Navy for 5 years. I was a submariner.
Okay.
The deeper
Was
I
there
go in
ocean
the
floor?
ocean, hold on. The deeper that I go in the ocean, the deeper I go below the surface of the ocean,
More pressure.
the more pressure the ocean is exerting on me, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's
Why
perfect.
does it do that? Why
That's
does it do that?
perfect. Because you have this contained system, right? You have this
Exactly.
body of water that's there, and the weight of the water above presses down on the weight on the water below, right?
Mhm.
And the only way to get that much water in the first place was with the container. So I think this applies quite nicely as an analogy to the gas. we were talking.
Platypus, do you believe in the
So-
scriptures?
I don't know about the weight thing pressing down on the gas. I don't know if that part's necessarily analogous, but what I mean is that the antecedent of the container in the first place for the system to even exist, I think that applies. Yeah.
Exactly. Platypus, do you believe in the scriptures? Yes or no? Real quick question. I'm not going to go too far off of it. Do you believe in the scriptures?
I was raised on them, but I do not believe them.
Okay, well, I'll just say this. In the scriptures, there's a point where it's in the story of it. He says that he commands the oceans to their ends and he places them to where they are contained. It literally is a scripture. And there's an edge to it.
Apocryphon. I just told you I was raised on them. Believe me when I tell you, I already know what you're talking about.
Okay. With that in mind, then would you agree then they are now contained in a sense of there's a shoreline in every direction as far as you can travel, that body of water will eventually come to a place where it no longer goes further than that position. Yes or no?
But standing on land, any direction that you go, you eventually get to the ocean. So the slipper fits on both feet.
No, but it's still the same principle though. There's
Okay,
still
so when you're hold on, so for you, when you're sailing on the ocean, the fact that you eventually run into land means the ocean is contained within
correct.
land. But
Yeah,
if you're
like
walking on land, no matter what direction you go, you eventually get to ocean,
correct. Yeah, you're
which
right.
should mean that the land is contained within the ocean.
You can say that, but what I'm trying to get to
That's
is that
literally what you're saying about the ocean.
yeah, but because
You're
there
saying that
is an
water
answer.
contains solids now? Come on, dude.
Hey, like put it this way, okay? Like let's say you have an Olympic-sized pool and you throw some floaties in the middle of it. You can argue that the water is contained in the swimming pool and there's an edge to the swimming pool. That's what's making you have water in a particular spot. And matter of fact, the land around the water is what's containing it. That's why the water's not overflowing onto the side of the pool, and which you cannot, that's why you can walk around and you have a towel and you can sit on a beach chair and you're like, yeah, I'm enjoying the pool. Now, if you go into the pool and you get on top of the floaty, now you're surrounded by water. So now this floaty, in this sense, would be a continent. This is the land. And then when you get off the floaty and you start swimming through the pool, you're gonna get to the edge of the pool, and then you're gonna find another body of land, which would be the thing containing the water. Do you understand that?
So your floaty continent, you would argue that that's contained within the body of water, right? That's
For
what I
argument's
said.
sake.
That's what
Okay,
I
for
said
argument's sake,
15
say
minutes
that.
ago, and it was met with no, the oceans are contained within the land.
Well, because they are this. I see what you're saying, but the water's still contained to even give those floaties a place to rest upon. Because guess what? If you had a pool, right, and then you didn't have walls holding in the water, what would happen? You wouldn't have a pool. No one has an above ground pool like an adobe. It's above the ground. Nobody has a adobe to where there's no containment of that water. That's what makes it a pool. If you were to take off the size of the pool, you're not gonna have a pool. It's gonna go all over the grass, all the yard, fuck up everything, and you're like,
It would
damn
be a
it, now
slip
I
and
can't
slide.
swim. now you're on a slip and slide. Okay, got that.
A mess is what it would be.
Yeah, it'll be a huge mess. But the argument, though, is that water is contained in our paradigm, or whatever you want to call it, in our reality. Water has to be contained because that's what's giving it this pressure. Like Heretic was saying, now when you go underneath, even in a swimming pool, when you go down below, do your ears not pop sometimes when you come up? The reason why they pop is because you experience the pressure differential of where you went all the way to the deep end and then you came up. The only reason why that exists is because there was walls that were containing the water, which gave it a depth. Now,
No,
you're to
no,
say
no, no,
that
no,
there's
no,
no
no.
depth, then I
That's
don't
no,
know.
no, no. That's Apocryphon. That's not true. The walls may be holding the water where it is, but those walls are not the reason why your ears pop. They just give you
It's
the
the pressure.
convenience of the water staying in one spot for a moment.
It's the pressure of
No,
different.
it's
weight of the
no. That is
water
not.
resting atop
Yes,
itself
yes,
and
It's
laying
yes,
on you.
exactly.
no,
The weight of
no.
the
It
water
has
creates a pressure. Are you saying no to that? Wait, hold
the
on.
weight. Okay, no, no, no.
Rewind real quick.
Hold on. Halfway through what you were saying, you suddenly started using the word weight, which you had not said a single time.
Because he said it, and I
Because
agree with
that's
him.
the correct
I agree
answer.
with him. No, I agree with him
It's
though.
right.
I
It's
agree that it's the
okay.
weight of the water that creates the pressure.
Now transfer that
Yes.
logic
Right.
onto the air.
Okay.
Yes,
Now,
that's it.
but okay. Now, a good example. But here's the thing, though: the water's contained on the ground, and the air's contained in the sky, and that's what's giving you a pressure differential because it's contained. It's what's giving it pressure because the antecedent to pressure is containment.
No,
Whether
you're
you're
not.
below the water or above.
No,
you know.
Apocryphon, you're not seeing it. You're almost there, but you're not quite getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the thing I have to remind people, the thing I have to remind flat earthers of every 20 minutes while I'm trying to put forth this idea is I'm trying to be on your side right now. That's what you forget 30 seconds after I say it. and you go into arguing it. I am trying so hard to find some middle ground with you.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you came out trying to say that oceans aren't contained.
No, I came out trying to say that your atmosphere doesn't need a container for the
But
same
you used
reason
an
that.
analogy.
Okay,
But it has
For
to
the
though.
same reason as what?
It has to have a container because you have pressure. There's a measurable pressure in the
Same
sky.
reason as what, though? You don't want to say it. You caught yourself. Good job.
What?
Pressure under the water, contained water.
Yeah, for the same
Pressure
reason
in the
as, and he was
sky,
about to go
contained
into how
sky.
the oceans aren't contained, but they are.
They absolutely are.
Yeah. What do we have here? The
I'll
ocean
tell you what they
floor,
aren't.
the
They are
oceanic
not
crust, right? The
new.
mantle, the continental crust, the shorelines called coastal plains. We have all this solid matter surrounding those bodies of water. It's in your own geology textbooks. And also, conveniently, they don't seem to show any curvature of that whole
Yeah, it's
system.
always lateral. It's always horizontal. Every time they show you a photo of a ocean from a side view, it's always lateral, not curving.
Yeah,
Never.
but the point stands though that it, essentially we're just talking about a humongous body of contained water, and
Exactly.
he tried to kind of tie it in as an analogy to why you wouldn't need contained gas, but it falls completely flat on its face for just that reason. It needs to be contained.
The oceans are not contained in the same way that. Hold on, listen to me. But don't interrupt my sentence
Yeah,
halfway
all
through.
right, say it. Go ahead.
The oceans are not contained the way that you think they are, the same way that you think the atmosphere is contained. One of those, what you're implying is total containment, particularly in gases.
So what you
Say
have
it
an
again.
open part?
Because
okay, so for the oceans,
because to your reckoning,
wait. For the
hold
oceans,
on.
are you saying there's an open part of the container? There's like a side wall or something that's not there.
It's
Yeah, the top.
the surface of the ocean where it meets the atmosphere.
Dude, oh my
That's
god.
not a container,
Liquids
and you know
do
it's not.
need to be contained from the top down, dude. They can have open containers.
Then why wouldn't if we
Like a
did
cup of
something to
water
increase the
or a
pressure in
In
that
swimming
fact,
cup
pool?
of water?
the gas is actually what's containing it from the top down, because without that pressure, it would just evaporate.
Yeah,
If I
but
dropped
why
a
can't
big
your
hunk of
hold
ice
on.
into the ocean? Wouldn't the ocean level fucking shoot? Like,
Apparently
I
it
don't
Forget
get
the
it.
fact that
That's the same
hold on.
goddamn thing then. I mean, liquids have free surfaces, dude. It's the same thing as pouring a glass of water, which is the same thing I've been saying all along. Yes, the behavior of liquid is a little bit different in gas in that liquids will form free surfaces. Gas will just expand to fill the available volume. So you can have an open container and contain a body of liquid. Can't do the same with gas because its behavior is such that it fills a volume, doesn't form a free surface the way liquids
No, you can do the same thing with a gas. You can put a
And
glass
You
on
can
the
have
table
gas
and
with
you
a
can
free
pour.
surface?
Listen to
Hold on.
me. You can
And
have
Ziggy, hold
you
on.
can have a hold on, Apocryphon. You can put a glass on the table and you can pour carbon dioxide into it.
Oh, I can just have a
Okay.
glass of carbon dioxide.
Yeah, you
Yes.
can.
I can just chug a glass of carbon dioxide. It's not going to disperse or anything over time. My glass of carbon dioxide is
You
just gonna
could
sit
chug
there.
a
Yeah.
glass of carbon
Excuse
dioxide.
me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
No, that's
Hold on,
silly.
hold on.
Stop.
Are you telling me?
No, that's
Hold
silly.
on.
Stop. Because what it's going to do is going to eventually disperse into the atmosphere.
Yeah,
and
the
it's
same
not
way
going
that
to remain at the bottom of the glass.
Yeah, the
Is it?
same way
the
water
same
would
way a
eventually
glass of water
disperse.
will eventually do the same
No,
thing.
it's not the same because the behaviors of gases and liquids are different. And when when that body of water starts to disperse, it's actually going to evaporate. It's going to take a gaseous form
Into
where
gas.
it wants to fill the available volume. They just
Yeah.
have fundamentally different behaviors, bro.
Right. Now, the point here is that the gas is going to fill the space. Now, that space is within a container. Now, this is why I've argued this many times. Look into what a coker is. On a refinery, look into what a coker is. You're going to have different pressure gradients because of the heat that's applied, and that's how they create byproducts in a coker, and they sell it. But the main point about a coker is that all these different gases that are within it are contained. If you were to take the top off of a coker, you would not create the byproducts because that gas would fill the air. It's the same principle. I don't know what you guys don't get about that. It's literally like the reason why there's pressure is because the container.
That's the funniest part, though, is when he said that the liquid water is going to leave that container eventually. When it does that, the reason it's leaving is because it's entered the fucking gaseous form that does that.
Exactly.
Jesus.
Yeah. Like I don't know, bro. I don't. Some of the, no disrespect, Platypus and Cooper, but wow, how do you guys not get this?
When you guys pour a glass of water on the floor, what happens to it? Does it stay in a cup shape at the bottom of the floor?
It spreads out level.
You're right. Oh, so it does disperse evenly as it
Absolutely.
can.
Yeah, because there's no container.
It's
Right.
actually the exact. Funny enough, if you took that glass of CO2 and you poured it, it would do the exact same thing. It would go down
But
to the
if you
ground
left,
and spread out.
but if you left that glass with a gas that's obviously heavier, so it's going to settle to the bottom. But if you let it be for a few hours or even a few days, if you came back to it, it will no longer be in the glass because it would have dispersed and equalized itself with the surrounding air. That's
So
just
what's changed then? So what exactly is happening to that gas over time?
it's
It gives a shit.
equalizing. It's equalizing.
What does that mean?
Because it's a dynamic system to where there is a heavier gas, but with wind and everything else, it's going to disperse and fill the available space. Because in your logic, we can just take a cup right now, go to
Oh,
your
wait a minute.
backyard.
Wait. You said
Let
it's
me
a
finish.
dynamic system?
Yes, it is very dynamic. That's what
Which
gives it.
system is the dynamic system?
What do you mean by that?
Well, because for you, everything is contained within a container, which is a closed
Right.
system. So where's this dynamic system you're talking about? Are you about to
Because
imply that it is possible to
within
have
the
a different kind of system within another system, like localized?
within the closed system, within the contained system, it's dynamic to where things are going to disperse and fill the available space eventually over time. And that's why it's dynamic, because there is a changing of it within itself. And that's what makes it dynamic. So, like, for instance, this is what I was going to say. If your logic stood, that means everybody in this room can take a cup right now, go in your backyard, and just take a scoop at the bottom of the earth, right, on the ground, and then we're all going to have the heaviest gas in our cup. But that's not true, because that gas has already dispersed and equalized with everything around it, and it's mixed. There's a mixing that goes on.
Okay, the reason that one doesn't work is because what you would be scooping at ground level isn't like there's no correlation there with
you're
it being the heavier gas.
Because the heavy gas doesn't just fall to the ground.
Exactly.
Like the other guy
You
who
proved
said.
my point. You just proved my point. So in your logic, though, if there was a heavier gas that's going to go drop down and it's going to stay there forever in your paradigm, but that's not the truth. That's not reality. This is why you don't go to your backyard and take a scoop of a cup and have every heavy gas in that cup. It's because it's already
mixes.
dispersed. Yes, it's already mixed. It's
It
already
mixes
dispersed.
and it becomes basically homogeneous. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's the word. I kept saying dynamic, but I think homogeneous is the better term there, because it's mixing and it's yes.
You get basically the same composition throughout.
Right.
You
Because
don't have the
that's the
heavier
way-
ones just separating out and settling to the bottom. The system doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
And if it
That's
did,
what-
I mean, if it was like the other guy was saying, then that would be the pressure gradient that he was asking for within a container right there. Just pour some heavy gas in a box and close it up and be like, look, there you go, gradient.
Exactly.
So which one is it? You guys tie your own selves in knots if we just let you talk.
we give them enough rope so they can hang them.
And you've got like, even when you've got a mountain next to the ocean, you've got different systems, within the space of a couple of 100 meters. It's not unreasonable to have different systems next to each other inside a contained system. I don't know why you would bring that up as an argument.
Yeah, it's dynamic, and you have all this.
Yeah.
You have all this
Right.
input into the system. You've got the sun,
You
ununiformly
heat.
heating the surface, right?
Moisture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Moisture,
and
cold,
the
dry.
heat and the heat
got
is
weather
what's
systems.
actually creating it. Go ahead.
Yeah, look at Madagascar. Like you got an ocean that goes onto a mountain range, and that side of the mountain's lush with forests, and then the other side's desert, just over the other side of the mountain range because the wind goes in a certain direction, pushes the moisture up the hill, and then rains on the side where the moisture is. And then when that goes over, the rain's gone and it's dry and turns into a desert. You've got a dynamic system. Why are you guys arguing the point that this would prove that you can't have a dynamic system, or it goes against Apocryphon's argument? It's silly.
That's weird. I mean, you have to think about it. They have to say that because they have a paradigm, because they believe that the water is sticking, to a globe Earth, and that's their whole argument, and it has not contained. There's a open source, like you can just fly out to Mars and just land because I don't know, bro. They're confused. They got their Glober glasses on, their Glober thinking caps.
Well, I think they need a new prescription.
Well, we're trying to, trying to share that. You can only lead that horse to the water, right? Can't make
Yeah,
it drink.
how's that working out for you?
Not too well, bro.
Good man. Works out well.
I mean, it works out well for us, but for those that are contesting it.
Wait, how would pouring the gas into a new container create a pressure gradient? Wouldn't that just
You
create
tell me. You're the
different
one who said
density
it's all
layers?
going to sit at the bottom.
Yeah, but that's not going to create a pressure gradient.
Yeah,
It's not going to be higher pressure at the bottom where the densest gas is.
Are you telling me that if you pour a heavier gas, like a really heavy gas, into a container, and you cap it, close it, seal it?
Seal it. There you go. Now you're talking our language. You cap
That's
it,
what
you
Cooper's
close it,
telling
you
you.
seal it.
Are you telling me the pressure is going to be different at the bottom where the heavy gas is, just because there's heavy gas down there?
Yes.
No, that's not how that would work.
There's heavier,
That's
there's
what a
heavier
coker
gas. There would
does.
be
I
more
thought the
force
pressure
being
was
exerted.
measured by how it's pushing on the walls of the container, not the floor.
Yeah, the wall.
That's exactly what
can
he's doing.
Hang on.
Oh,
the
that's
wall can also be the bottom of the container.
Yeah, but you would look at all the walls, not just the bottom.
What's funny about that, Cooper, is the
So you're
only
telling me
possible
we're
way.
Hang
Hold on.
on. Shut up. Is
Yeah,
is the bottom a wall?
No shit.
Is
Is it the only wall we would look at?
No, but we're talking about
then that was my point. Platypus, what were you saying?
The gas coalescing at the bottom, because you said carbon dioxide will coalesce at the bottom. So you pour carbon dioxide into the container, close the lid, you're going to have a pressure gradient at the bottom to the top. Simple.
Fascinating. That's not what a pressure gradient means. Platypus, what were you saying?
Okay, what is it then?
The funny
you explain. Shut up, Platypus. Let this guy go.
No.
So you explain. If you've got a
No.
denser gas
Platypus,
at the
what were you
bottom of
gonna
the
say?
container and you close the fucking lid, is that not a pressure gradient?
Timbo, no. Platypus, what were you going
Why
to say?
not?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Why not, Cooper?
Because I'm I'm not engaging
Why
with
not?
you, Timbo. I want to hear what
Okay, well,
Platypus
he's a
said.
mod, and you don't have that. You don't have that option, Cooper.
Oh,
You don't
okay.
run
Watch
the channel.
You can leave if you want.
Yeah. Okay, watch this. You got muted. All right.
See you later.
He left. All right. Fine. Well, that's a tap out. I'll take it. Another win.
Yeah, we'll take that. So, Platypus, can you tell us why it's not a pressure gradient?
Isn't all of that gas going to be pressing on one another while it's inside of that container? Like, yeah, it's two different gases, but it's all going to ultimately be exerting the same force in all directions.
At the bottom of the container? Yeah.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Well, see,
Yeah.
what's funny here?
Is that a pressure gradient within the container?
It wouldn't have a pressure gradient.
Why not? All those molecules, right? They're all going to be at the bottom, aren't they? So you're going to have a denser atmosphere at the bottom. So the pressure is going to be higher. Correct?
Are we talking about? Hold on. Is this container on a globe or a flat Earth? Because technically, there's two different answers
doesn't
here
matter.
depending on what we're talking about.
It's just no, don't do that, man. If it's just a container, we're just talking about a fish tank, all right? All right. Pour some carbon dioxide, like you said, it's going to sink to the bottom in a fish tank. We're going to put the lid on the fish tank. Do you have a pressure gradient in the fish tank?
No.
Why not?
Because the pressure at
Oh,
the bottom is going to be the same as the pressure at the top.
how does that work? Why would all that carbon dioxide sit at the bottom then?
Because it's well, because one, it's more dense.
Oh, so it's denser, creating more pressure then. Is that right?
No, because according to you, gases you can only have pressure by exerting it on the walls of the container. And since all of that
Yeah,
gas
it is
is all
exerting
in the
itself
same
on the
container,
walls.
By
It is exerting
definition,
itself on the walls of the container, the bottom of the container, and the bottom of the sides.
that's why I told you to go maybe study what a coker does, because a coker is exactly what you're saying and what you're questioning. A coker will give you our reality. I'm going to explain to you. And the main thing about that, by the way, it's temperature causes these gradients, and that's the whole point. If it wasn't for that temperature changing, then you wouldn't have that, because it's an antecedent to it.
this
It's
thing that you
exactly
keep
what
describing, I don't know what that word is. Can you please post whatever that is? What's a coker?
it's exactly what Heretic was saying before about
If
unevenly heating a propane tank and then creating, you know,
it
because
sounds like
with heat, hang on, with heat you get higher pressure, correct?
are cokers a thing used in
Just
no, I
avoid
know
me
I've
these
heard that word
questions.
before.
Just
I want to
avoiding
know
me
what the fuck.
questions.
No, fuck you. I
Okay,
want to know
okay,
what a coker is. I've
okay,
never heard what that is.
so let me explain to you. Okay, so in my trade, to go work in refineries, you have to get your RSO card. You have to study, and you take a class, and you have to get approved to be you have to be in a refinery. Now,
No,
what
I
they
got it.
teach
You
you,
work in a refinery. I got it.
okay, so what they do is that they teach you how a coker works in that class, and there's a lot of like safety hazards. That this is why they teach you about a coker, because they're teaching you the safety hazards of it. So a coker, what it is, it's a container, like a silo, if you will, and it's a way that they this is how our nation has a certain particular gas, and there's a byproduct of that gas which makes like levels in a coker. You're gonna have like certain levels of the coker. The higher it goes, it's a higher refined gas, which is a byproduct. This is how it works. This is how they have all their different liquids, if you will, because eventually it becomes liquid when they extract it from it. But it's all based upon its being by the pressure within that coker, and the higher it goes, it gets finer, and there's a better quality way at the top. But the point here is that all the way at the top, there's a ceiling, there's a roof, there's a covering, because it's like a silo. It's like if you could imagine it, it looks like a missile, if you will, like a rocket, if you will. And that's what a coker is. It's producing a byproduct by heating it up. It produces a byproduct. Then you heat up that level, it produces another byproduct. But the main point of it is that it's contained. If you didn't have that containment, you wouldn't be able to make this different gradient within it. And that's all we're saying, bro. That there has to be a pressure gradient only because it's being contained, which allows you to have that. Does that make sense to you? I don't know.
Well, the specific thing you're talking about, I think the process requires significant pressure in the first place, like above atmospheric pressure to work anyway. It's not really that it's contained so much as the process requires significant pressure to work correctly. You know what I mean? Like
it has to have. Bottom line is
it's not that it's contained because it's gases. It's contained because it all needs to be under significantly higher pressure than atmospheric pressure, more than
Okay,
anything.
so before you were asking for people to show you pressure gradients within a contained system, and now there's twice it's been shown to you, and you're still just going, oh, well, that's not a pressure gradient.
Yeah, do you want me to post like a coker for you and like the whole like the breakdown of how it creates how it has a gradient within itself? But you have to understand though, the reason why it has that gradient is because it's contained to begin with. You cannot have a pressure gradient without a container. I don't know what you're not grasping at this point. Let me look for it for you, and I'll post it. Give me a second.
I have a Please do, because the best I've been able to do is the Wikipedia article on what a Coker unit is. It's got a nifty little drawing here that I'm trying to follow.
See, even Daz is a globe are saying that even within the denser gas, there will be a pressure gradient. Its pressure won't be much different, but there will be a pressure gradient.
It's caused by gravity. It's the weight of the gas pushing on itself.
Yeah. Okay, but there is pressure gradients within containers, aren't there?
Yes.
Dazza? Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
I think so.
Oh no! Now the two Globers have to battle.
But we might be talking about the context of why it's there. Maybe, I don't know, but yeah.
No, he says
The
well, I mean,
gravitational force causes
he
a
might
pressure
change
gradient
it
in all gases.
Yeah, he'll
Well, that's
change
what I
it.
started out telling him. Within his paradigm, it would do that. So any container would also show that same gradient.
Shitty timing to say this, but it is 2:00, and I have got to bounce out for the night.
Of course you do.
Get the fuck out of here.
So that argument for an hour was just one glober comes in and tells you there's a pressure gradient, and then you go, okay, I've got to go. See ya, bye.
Yeah, they exist in containers. He just told you. It wasn't a problem for him, but we had this whole 2 hour
It'll be
spiel
less,
about
though,
it.
because you don't have the atmosphere stacked on top, but it's...
Okay, but there's still a pressure gradient, isn't there? That was the whole...
Come on, mate. There's still a pressure gradient. Yeah.
Shut up. Is that you, Jekyll?
No, it's definitely not. Well, actually, it could be.
Oh.
Yeah, it could.
But the
it could
gradient's
very
not
well be.
caused by the container, if that's what you're
Professor Goose.
considering.
Yeah, Journeyman.
Um,
Hardly used account. Probably is Jekyll, actually. Yeah.
But there is no greater, at any given point, there's no greater downward pressure than there is in any other direction.
Yeah, that's what equilibrium's about, right?
So not
Goose
pushing
doesn't
down,
talk
not weight
again,
on
then-
top of the other thing.
My bad. Sorry, go ahead, Tito.
That's all right. Yeah.
At least Heretic.
Yeah, if you
So
take any
no
little
pressing
parcel
down, no weight.
Yeah, so if you take any little parcel of
That would
gas
require.
and treat if you
What you're
treat any little
describing.
parcel of a gas as an individual thing, all of the forces will be acting on it equally in each direction. So the force up and the force
Not
down
your
is the same.
not your force. That's not a force that you can think of as a force. That's not a force. Not that.
That's
Not
the
what you're
hydrostatic gas
describing,
pressure
because
force.
what you're describing would negate Pascal's law, Pascal's principle.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about hydrostatics, right? So in hydrostatics of gases or liquids, any fluid, right? That you consider each little parcel of gas as a self-contained thing, and the pressures from the side and the pressures from the top all have to balance out. So the pressure on the top and the bottom are equal on the parcel because the parcel is not moving up or down; it's stationary, and that's what hydrostatic equilibrium is.
Yeah, so not weight, not more gas pressing down on gas below it. Not
Well,
yeah,
the
that
gas
doesn't-
above is causing the pressure from the top.
It's not, because you agreed that at any given point the pressure is equal in all directions. No, not pushing down heavy on.
It's pushing down on the top,
heavy-
but there's also pressure from the bottom pushing up, right? That's the
No, otherwise there would be a greater force at any given point. There would be a greater force downward than in any other direction, and there's not.
they're equal. The parcel has an equal amount of pressure on the top and the bottom and the sides.
Is there
So
there
not pressing down, not pushing down on anything.
is there a higher pressure at 100 miles above the Earth? Is there a
That's
higher
right.
pressure?
Basically a vacuum, right, up there.
Is there a higher pressure? Yes or no?
Why would it be a vacuum? I thought gas didn't press down, as per T-Dub's example just now.
That's what I'm trying to guide him there. I'm trying to get him there. If there's a higher pressure 100 miles above, then wouldn't that go against your original claim? Wouldn't it have to be
There's
a
not a
less
higher pressure.
Okay, yeah, it's less, right? So then if you have this dynamic system to where the higher you go, the less the pressure gets because there's less weight of these gases in your, what you're saying, right? So then,
Yep.
but when we get to the point of, but how do you measure that pressure gradient? We're back to container, because the only way you're able to measure that is based upon the volume being pressed against the walls. So if the higher you go, it's less. Well, that's just because the natural state of it is that it has less pressure the higher you go, but it's still having to bounce off something to create that pressure, just like in a coker. You have to have.
Well, we saw in
containment.
that example before that you can pour gases, right? So gases can exert pressure on gases. So there are other things that can also exert pressures on gases or forces on gases that don't have to be a physical hard barrier.
Okay, so but if it's a dynamic system to where there's a constant homogeneous, mixing, if you will, then it's still based upon it being contained to even give you that measurement. Do you understand that?
So why is it tapering off? You don't have to have it to measure it. You don't need to contain it.
It's tapering
You just
off
stick something
because
out
you
in the
have a
gas and measure
gradient.
the force of the gas colliding.
It tapers off because you have a gradient. But that to have that gradient, you have to have containment, just like in a coker. The reason why it tapers off the higher you go, it's because it's contained to even produce that byproduct. And you're going to have this beautiful system that allows you to create that.
The only reason you're getting a pressure reading to begin with is because of containment.
Exactly. If it was open and it just went to a vacuum above us, then all that gas would just fill the space, and it wouldn't give you a gradient because it would flush out, just like in a coker. Just like in a coker, if you cut the top off, you wouldn't have the heavier gas at the bottom because it would fill the space, it would fill the air, and you wouldn't be able to produce it.
Hey,
And
what's
if you
the
weren't heating the
heaviest?
stuff in the bottom of the coker, you wouldn't have that gradient either.
Exactly. Heat actually is applied as well.
Hey,
You're
what's,
right.
What's the heaviest? What's the heaviest gas in our atmosphere?
By
Is it
in
argon?
terms of argon's very light, isn't it? No, we're basically nitrogen and oxygen, right? And they're about the same.
Yeah, well, isn't
radon?
Radon.
Yeah.
Yeah, radon is
Some of those things will have very
220
high molecular
atomic
weight.
mass. It's
Wait, so
220
are you?
times heavier than the lightest gas, hydrogen.
So
Hydrogen's
does
the lightest. Radon's the heaviest.
radon accumulate at the Earth's atmosphere? At the Earth's surface?
Don't know.
No, the answer is no.
Should though, shouldn't it?
Yeah. In your logic, we should be able to go to the backyard and take a cup and scoop up radon every day, all day, if that's what you believe. But
By
that's
whose
not the
logic?
reality, brother.
Well, you say all the heaviest gases are forced to the ground, yeah, by gravity. So
No, all gases are forced to the ground.
all gases are forced to the ground by gravity. What about the ones that go up?
They've got
Well, but
energy,
hold
right?
on. But the thing with that's a bad example because the thing about radon is that it's usually extracted from decaying uranium in nearby soils, right? So
So it
it's
should come up through the soil and then stay at ground level. Yeah.
Right, because it's heavy.
not
Remember, guys,
not all
it's
the time. No, I think
no. Hold on though. Hold on though.
What does
This
it
is our
do then?
point.
Float?
This is our.
Does it float?
This, Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jennifer.
No, you're all right, man.
I'm sorry. It was Timbo. So hold on. So if radon is 220 times heavier than hydrogen, then we should logically be able to go scoop radon on our ground, in our backyards and our front yards, because it should in your paradigm, in what you're trying to say and claim, that heavier gases are going to be lower and lowest based upon the weight of it. But we're telling you it's homogeneous, it's dynamic, it's a mixture, it's going to just fill the air, it's going to fill the space and go in all directions. Eventually, I know someone said, well, what if I just poured like this heavy gas in a fish tank or in a glass? Well, it's not just going to stay there for days. It's going to eventually mix with the air around it. And the only reason why is because it's a huge container somewhere now that's giving you this dynamic system to begin with.
Yeah, but like because temperatures decrease as we reach higher altitudes, gases become denser at higher altitudes. So denser objects usually tend to
Move
sink,
slower.
Okay, so
but are
things go
pulled. Hold
down.
on, but are
Now
pulled down
things
by
go down
gravity.
because of temperature instead of gravity.
They're pulled down by gravity. The
But
force
you
of
just
gravity
said they.
pulling.
You just said
The,
they become more dense because they get cold.
no, so hold on. When you're talking about certain objects, like you can laugh all you want, it's fine. When you're talking about
I'm not
certain
laughing.
objects, right?
I
And you're
was.
talking about denser objects tend to sink and being pulled
Yep.
down by gravity. The force of gravity pulling gas molecules towards the Earth's surface is what maintains our atmosphere.
Can you
Right?
prove that now?
It's not demonstrated, you mean?
So,
It's
so
not
what he did,
demonstrated.
he gave us the claim. We're already well aware of the claim. We started at acknowledging the claim. The whole point of this discussion was, now can you prove that?
Can I prove that?
Yeah, demonstrate.
Well, hold on. Here's the funny part.
We're well aware of what you guys
I
say.
can
We
give
want to
you.
know if
I
you can
can give you.
demonstrate it.
I can give you at least 6 sources right now, and I guarantee you, even if I did, you wouldn't want to believe them. That's the
Not a
problem.
source.
So that's just a no?
demonstration.
What?
Demonstration.
Sounds like a nah.
So you want me to take the time to just fucking demonstrate onto you through my camera?
Has anyone done it?
And not you, just anybody.
What if I showed you a video of it happening?
What happening?
No. But what if I showed you a video demonstrating exactly what I'm talking about with
Gas
sources?
is falling down.
Would you fucking believe it?
Well, let's
That's the
try
problem.
to parse this out a bit.
Yeah,
Like,
wait, what's the
what
claim?
are you talking about? What is gravity? Let's start with that.
Oh my god. So, if you're asking me what gravity is, I don't know what it is. We only know that we can detect it and that it exists.
But were you just
Right?
claiming were you going to give us a demonstration of gravity pulling gases down to the ground? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
I was going to give you sources from scientists who had already proven that it does so.
No. You
Which
said you were
ones?
going to give us a video of
I would. Yes, the
gravity.
question I was
Gravity.
asking. Yeah, the
Hang on,
question I
hang on,
was
dude,
asking
wait.
is that if
It's a
somebody were to,
specific.
oh
It's a
my god, are
specific
you not gonna
claim,
let me
though.
fucking watch
Dude,
every
it's
time?
a specific
Every
claim,
time that,
right? So
every
you just
time that,
said you're going to
oh
show
my
us a
god,
video
every
of
time that
gravity
flat
pulling
earthers
down
are gonna
gas.
be given an explanation about something, and whenever somebody's willing to give
And
them a
post it.
source
Just
of that
post it.
explanation,
Yeah, I'll take it.
they're
I'll
either
take
not
it,
gonna
man.
fucking
Post
believe
it.
Yeah, I
it,
want to
No,
see
I'm
it.
they're
happy.
either
I'll
not
take
gonna
it.
fucking believe it, or they're
Just
not
I want
post
to
it.
see it.
Just post it.
Alright,
And then
fine.
and then we'll explain to you how you are misrepresenting what's happening
Just
only
let
because
him
you
post
have a
it.
bias. Yeah.
Well,
Post
I
it,
mean,
and then we're.
I have a bias. Wait, how is
He's
it that
gonna
I have a
post a
bias?
video of
well,
that
he's
Dude,
already said that
pull gas
gravity
into
is
it.
I don't know what. So, according to him, if you break it down, he's going to post a video of I don't know what containing gas. Let's see it.
yeah.
It's funny to me how you guys think that I have some
And
sort of
just,
ulterior
hey,
motive and
dude,
that I
just
have the
post it.
have
Stop
the bias,
talking.
but you guys
Hey,
are
just
willing to
just
make
post
me
it.
look
Okay.
bad
hey,
about
So
what
here.
you can't find the
So
video. You can't
so
find
while
the
you
video
post
when you're
that.
talking. Just
So
find the
while you
video
post.
and post it.
you can do both. I don't know. I don't think you are able to do 2 things at once, but I know I am.
Okay. All right.
So
Maybe I
while
can't.
Oh, I can
But get us
find
a
the video.
video.
Okay, mate. I can
Get the
find the
video,
video.
man.
Okay.
Good.
So while
And
you
it's
post that.
mimicry is a form of flattering. So
Okay. So
No,
while
that's
you
fine.
post that, let me say this. While you're posting it, let me say this. If you're saying that the heavier gas is poured out into like a fish tank and it goes downwards, and they even have videos of like you could pour a cup of this gas onto a candle and it will smother it because the gas is literally falling on it's invisible and it's falling onto the candle and it makes it it makes it go out. But what we're saying is if you give it enough time, that heavy gas will disperse into the available space And then we will tell you, why didn't gravity keep it in the fish tank for 3 days? Why didn't it keep it, because it's heavier in your paradigm, why didn't it keep it on the freaking bottom of the floor of that fish tank? And we'll tell you why. This is why I want you to
It has
post it
energy,
so
right?
we could drop you where you stand in your own argument. That's all. Go ahead. And
So you got
Embo, that
in
video.
that
Sorry, go ahead. Embo
example,
posted a
right?
video of the dry ice.
SF6.
Look what happens. Look what happens. The dry ice falls, but then if you were to let that sit, it will dissipate into the air, into that room. That's what they don't get.
It's
Yeah,
temporary.
So that's how forces work,
Because
yeah,
Afcon, right?
but it's not
but you've got
actually
to take into
showing.
account.
Yeah,
Oh, go on.
it's not saying that it's not. You're not showing that gravity is doing this.
Yeah.
You're just
No,
talking
you
about
got
a
to
density
take into
gradient.
account.
Yeah.
Well, I like to go back to what his definition of gravity was, which was I don't know what. So I mean, his claim would break
Wait,
down to
wait.
I
No,
don't
no,
know
no.
what's doing
So
this.
first of all, nobody in modern science can even ask or tell you what gravity is.
We
We only know
agree.
that it
Why'd
exists. We
you
don't know
claim?
what it
Why'd you
is.
Fascinating. No
claim?
shit.
Why'd you claim it pulls gases
Nobody
down to
knows
the
what it is. That's why we
surface?
have
Shit.
things like
We agree.
LIGO that can detect gravity waves, but we can't
No, it
necessarily know
doesn't.
what the fuck it is. We know that it's a force in
Yeah.
the universe.
No,
It's not a.
it's not a
It's not a
force.
force. It's not a force.
But
You
now,
don't know what
but
it is, but you know that it's a force. So it sounds like you kind of know what it is.
even though they
Even though
say
it's
that
not
gravity's
supposed to
not
be
a
a
force.
force, according to Einstein,
Yeah,
unless
Wouldn't
exactly.
that be knowing what it is?
It's
sounds
really
like it.
it's really weird that you want to hold on to this paradigm, even though we literally just explained how it doesn't make sense, even in your own paradigm.
It doesn't
Because
make
if
sense
that
with
was,
yours either, dude.
Well,
no,
listen, if
no,
it's a
no, it
force,
makes
it
perfect.
definitely doesn't work in your paradigm because there's no solar system in that case.
So,
Exactly.
do you know what you need for your SF6 demonstration?
What's
One, you
that?
need a container. Do you know what else you need? Do you know what else you need?
What?
An already existing pressurized system.
Right.
You don't
For
have a
instance,
contrast, or you don't have a contrast, and alone inside a vacuum, the SF6 is going to do what?
there's two
Not
things I
sink to
want to
the
point out.
bottom. Not
Embo
sink to the
posted a vid.
bottom.
Embo posted a GIF. There's two things I want to point out. First of all, that fish tank has walls, so that gas is contained. Even though it doesn't have a top, it's still contained because there's a classroom. That classroom is the higher containment, if you will, and then outside of that classroom, there's another container. When you walk outside, you still have this same principle going on, only because it's contained. So if you were to
That's
leave
good.
that fish tank, if you were to leave that fish tank alone for 3 days, and he poured these things, these bubbles or whatever it is, into that fish tank, it would not be the same effect. It would not be the same thing because the gas
Just
inside the fish
evacuate.
tank would disperse.
So Apocryphon, what do you think would happen if he just poured that gas in that tank within a vacuum chamber?
It would fill the available space, and it would evaporate. It would get out of there. It would not be in the
So
fish tank.
it's not going to just chill inside the tank. It's going to disperse and fill that
Exactly.
vacuum. Wait a minute, but they said
Exactly.
that this whole gaseous system was open right next to a vacuum, enveloped within it.
So why is
Exactly.
the
What's going on?
atmosphere just whooshing off into space then?
Cheers to that, heretic.
There's no space,
Exactly.
dude.
That is the lie. That's the falsehood. That's what we're trying to tell you. You cannot have this vacuum gaseous ball called Earth floating in a vacuum without a container, because if that was the case, every gas on Earth would fill space and we wouldn't be breathing right now. Because every molecule of gas that helps us breathe is going to just fill the space.
But what about gravity? So you're just gonna discount
Gravity
all
or
that?
not, you need a container. Gravity or not, you need a
Why?
container.
Says
That's
who?
it.
Says who?
Gravity or not.
Says who?
Because you could okay, use your
Wait. I have a
gravity.
question. I have a question. I
Okay,
have a question.
okay, listen.
Go ahead. But I have a
Listen.
question afterwards.
We're both working at the propane factory, right? And there's a contract come in, right? And they're offering it to both of us. I'm going to offer the gas that they're requesting inside containers, but you're not. You're going to use gravity. Who's going to get the
Bullshit
contract?
argument, Tim. Jesus.
No, it is not. It is analogous. It is what you are claiming is possible. So do it. You use your gravity.
So here's
Yeah,
the
you're
You use your
saying,
gravity.
wait,
yeah,
here's
you're
the
saying you
question.
can achieve the same effects with it. So come on, blow it up.
By the way, along the lines of what Heretic said earlier, guess what? If this classroom of where this guy's sitting, pouring it into the gas into the fish
Ugh.
tank, if there was a vacuum that was connected to this classroom, that gas would never even fill that gas tank or that fish tank to where you can have this little experiment, this little observation, because that gas inside the fish tank would fill the vacuum would have dissipated it out, and as it's trying to equalize to its open area, and that vacuum would have sucked it out. I know you guys don't like that word, dealing with vacuums and sucking, because vacuums don't suck, yada yada yada. But it's still going to take every molecule of gas in that fish tank. It's going to make it suck it out, and you won't be able to do this little experiment if you're in a vacuum. Matter of fact, that guy wouldn't exist in that vacuum because he would have no oxygen to breathe to even pour that thing into the fish tank, because the gases would have sucked out and filled the available space of that vacuum of where it's trying to transfer it. What did you get about that?
So APOC, you mentioned before 100 miles altitude, right? And up there, the pressure is as good as vacuum as we could create anywhere on Earth in a lab, just about, right? It's going to be very, very low. Why isn't the gas from 50 kilometers rushing up to fill the space at 100 kilometers?
Because we go back to the gradient.
Yeah, that we know the gradient's there. Why is the gradient there?
Because it exists because of the pressure of the walls or containment of it.
No.
Like
Why is the gradient there? Why isn't the gas uniformly distributed throughout the atmosphere at equal pressure? Why hasn't it equalized against the edge of the container?
Because of the weight of gas. We're actually going to use your argument
What
against
is
you at this
weight?
point.
Weight is a gravity thing. You can't claim weight. You said gas doesn't have weight.
That's why he said you can't have gravity without the container. You can call it
I
gravity.
wouldn't even
That's
say
just a word.
that. That's weight.
That's just a
I wouldn't
word.
even say it's weight.
Wait. But I have a question for the person who is doing that analogy about propane or gases in general. Do you think that other planets are also flat?
I don't
I
think
think where you
other
went wrong
planets.
is
I
with
don't think
other planets.
They don't believe in
yeah,
space.
other planets.
Professor
Are other
Houston
I don't
doesn't
planets?
think
believe in
planets.
space.
So is the
Oh my
Earth
God.
unique? Is the Earth
Yes,
unique
it is
in this?
unique. There's life.
Why?
Yes,
Yes,
I
it's
don't
Why?
very
think.
unique.
I don't think
Why?
planets. Listen, I don't think planets are what you think they are.
There you go.
Really? So why is it that Venus doesn't have a trail of gas leaking out of it? Why is it that Jupiter, Saturn,
I just
all these
said I
planets?
don't think Venus is
Wait.
what you think it is, and in
What
a
is it
place that
then?
you think it's
What is
in.
it? What is it?
I don't know.
That's actually, hold on. That's actually our argument. If there was a gaseous ball in a
Oh.
vacuum of space hurling and rotating and orbiting around something, why don't we see a trail of gas exerting from it? Why
Because
is
of
that?
gravity.
Okay.
Because because gravity keeps the gases that are trapped within, especially that trapped within their atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
What do you,
So
wait,
you're
wait,
saying
hold on. So,
so you're saying gravity. So you're saying gravity is stronger than the vacuum that it's next to. That's what you're saying? Because
Well,
arguably, it's
we're
not.
right back to his claim, though. Can you
Right,
demonstrate this?
Exactly.
How much
I
gas would
I
what,
think
you
you
want me
might
to
be
go
using
to
the
you
word
want me to go
vacuum
to
wrong.
fucking Venus and just demonstrate it for
Well,
you?
I mean, if that's what it
how
takes
much
to
gas
back your
would there
claim,
be
then I
that
You know
guess
what's funny? You know
you're
what's
just
funny?
speaking from your own imagination.
Every single flat Earth, especially the biggest flat Earther documentary that there is on Netflix, when they tried to use their own experiments to disprove globers, they've
You're
disproved
talking about
themselves
hit
every
pieces. You're talking
time.
about hit pieces.
Is that
You're
what
Every
you
talking about
just
hit
time.
made a
pieces.
bunch of claims that you could
They've
not
di-
prove yourself and then had to jump off of that
wait.
onto something that quote unquote flat earthers failed to do?
They did every experiment that a
Okay, so
flat
no,
Earther
but
has.
you missed the point
You know
though.
that, right?
Why is it
You know
that
that,
as
right?
you're bringing up our alleged
Every
failure, right,
experiment
you're
that a
actually
flat Earther has
literally
tried to
failing
do,
to
they have been
validate a claim
failing.
that you were trying to
Every
make
single
yourself?
experiment that a flat Earther has tried to
Do you
conduct, they've
do you
failed.
know
Do you
Yeah,
know
so
the
why
background?
are you jumping to that when you were trying to validate a claim that you had and failed to
Wait,
do
say that
so?
again.
Yeah, right. We were in the middle of trying to get you to validate some claim that you had.
Yeah, by
You've
trying to
given
get
up
me
on
to
that
go to
completely, right?
Yeah, he
So
did.
are you
fucking
just? I
Venus.
mean, are you just
What are
trying
you
to feel
talking
better
about?
about your own
You
failure
can hear
here,
the
going, "Hey, you
heretics
guys failed
talking?
too." Like,
Dude,
yeah.
do you need to be muted so Heretic can actually finish his thoughts, or do you think you could possibly wait till he does that and then respond?
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just found it kind of ironic, though, that, I mean, you are
That
the
I
one who's
can't.
failing to prove something right now, a claim that you brought to us, right? And you're jumping off of that to now talk about something that somebody that you associate us with
What did
failed
I
at.
fail to prove?
Well, you've made this claim over and over again that
What
gravity, you
claim?
don't know what it is, by the way. So this thing that you don't know what it is acts as a container for gas. We've asked for validation of that. Now, instead of bringing us
So
that
what would
validation,
what would
you've
so I
gone
said
off to talk about how we
I
failed to
posted 2
validate
videos
something
down there, by the way.
that we claim based on something somebody else
You
on
told me
Netflix has
first of
done.
all,
Just kind of
you
find
told
it
me
to
to
be a lot of
post.
projection. I
First of
think it's
all,
kind of
you
rich,
post.
bro.
Oh
It's a
my
lot of
God, you're gonna
projection.
just keep talking. You're just gonna
It's a
keep
lot of
talking.
projection.
Jesus
So
Christ, here
why
we
don't
go.
you go back to the
Here we
drawing
go.
board, go back to your claim,
Here we
and try to
go.
back that up
So
instead of
first of all,
projecting your
you told me
failure onto us?
you
Okay, so
told
what's your
me.
claim?
So first of all, you told me to back up my claim originally. I sent you 2 videos down. You told me to post a video, and I did. I sent you 2. I even asked you if I were to send sources and academic papers, at least 6 of them, and I asked you a very valid question. Would you even believe me? Would there be any point? Because even
Well,
if I were to send you anything about scientists already conducting experiments
okay,
and research,
yeah, here's the
because
answer. Yeah, if there was proof in them, then yes, I'll take it.
what? Well, hold on. What do you regard as proof? That's the problem I'm having.
Whatever
Because
it is that you can use to prove your claim, whatever it is, whatever it happens to be, lay it
no,
on me.
no.
I'll
But
take a look.
there's
I'll
there's a
evaluate it.
difference. There's a difference.
Okay, I don't know
Oh,
why you would be asking me this
wait,
question
wait,
instead
wait.
of just showing me the
When you say
irrefutable proof that
when
you
you say
obviously
you
think
would
you have.
when you say you would evaluate it, what type of scientific background do you have?
Well, I have a grade 5 understanding of the scientific method, which seems to outstrip most Globers.
Grade 5 understanding. Okay, so when I ask you, do you have a scientific background as it relates to things such as gravitational mechanics or orbital mechanics? Do you have that? Are you able
That's
to?
not
Okay, do we?
science.
Yes, a non sequitur. He's going off. He's going off
Hold on,
course
no, no,
here.
I'm
So
asking
now
you a
he's
genuine
talking about
question.
me and my
So,
credentials. Look,
no, no, no,
listen,
no, no.
bro,
I'm
bro.
curious. I'm
This is look.
curious
I'm about
because
at the
if you were
point
to
where I'm
show me,
going to I'm gonna mute you because this conversation isn't about me and what I know, what my credentials and my background is. It's just about whatever validation you can provide. Instead of providing it, now you want to have this whole segue into what do I know? What can I understand? It's
Exactly.
not about that. Just put whatever it is you have on the table and let's take a look. Stop beating around the fucking bush, bro.
Exactly. The validity of what you're going to present does not rely on heretics' understanding of science.
Yeah, listen, if I'm an idiot and I can't comprehend what you put before me, then that's just a me problem. You win. W to you, L to me. So that's not your problem. You don't have to concern yourself with that at all. If you got a win here, just bring it. Let's see.
oh, did you unmute me? Jesus, I can't believe you muted me.
Yeah, because you were
So,
rambling
so
on and on
it's
about me,
so
which does not prove anything
you
that you
can
said about
use
gases.
you can use the sources, and I'm not saying you have to be a scientist to do so. My problem is, and I'm going to say this with good faith. My problem is that you were questioning
You're
our
doing it again.
authenticity. Okay, I can't even say anything.
You're just talking about me again, dude. I
I'm
want to
not.
see the papers.
I'm trying to say
I
as
want to
I
see the
have.
papers, dude. Whatever it is you were talking about, the demonstrations that
He's
you
so
think you have,
fucking
the
mad.
studies, the
Why
videos.
can't I
I
have a
want to
conversation?
see those.
Why can't I have a conversation? Why can't I do both?
I just told you why.
I can't do both now?
Because
Because
I
your
want to see
volumes of
this.
proven data.
Yeah,
So,
because I want to see your volumes of proven data, and you're just stalling from
Okay.
that and talking about heretic. What will you take? What will you accept? I don't care.
That's
Just
pretty
let's
much
see.
that's pretty much what it sounds like. Like you're only gonna choose what to accept, but that's fine.
It doesn't matter. I already told you. If you have something irrefutable, it's a smackdown, it's a win, and I go, nuh-uh, then that just makes me look like the ass. That's good for you. That's not your problem at all. You don't have to worry about that one bit.
Not one bit.
The fact that you are makes it look like you don't actually have it. You're bluffing.
Totally.
Got him.
He actually posted it. It's a 9-minute video of a bunch of pseudoscience.
Oh my god!
that's not.
You see what
It's
I'm
not
talking about?
claiming. It's
No matter
see,
what I
stop.
post, you guys are gonna say it's pseudoscientific. That's the
No,
problem.
dude.
You know what's funny?
Sorry,
You know what's funny?
dude.
I
Stop.
can
Stop talking
put out
while I'm talking.
hundreds of things. I can put out hundreds of things that prove my point, but you guys can hardly put anything because most of the scientific community laughs you off.
Okay,
Why
cool.
is it
So
that?
what?
Why is
What
it that
did
I
your
have to
stop
post? Why is it
talking,
that
man?
I
You're
have to
doing it.
post so many
You're talking about
irrefutable
your
data?
feelings again.
But
Just shut
whenever
up.
you, oh no, sorry, go fight some emus, okay? Relax. First of all, how is it that
Alright.
I have to post hundreds of things to prove my talking points, but you guys are just like posting bullshit you see on the back realms of YouTube?
Oh my god, you're doing it again, man.
Like,
Yeah, I know.
bro,
Hey,
like y'all are
listen
so
here, man.
fucking
You
mad.
posted. Shut the fuck up for a second, you stupid cunt.
Oh no!
All right.
Come on,
Let
mate.
me
You
ask
All
don't
right.
talk like
What?
that. Come
Most
on, mate.
no, it doesn't
Alright,
You
give
don't
you
have
the
to talk
option
like
to
that,
talk
mate.
over the top of me. All right.
You don't have to.
Then-
Literally,
All
mate. I'm
right.
sorry. I'm down
Shut
from
up for a
Brisbane. I can't
second.
even do it like
Shut
that.
up for a
I'm sorry if you
second.
can't read and
Shut
hear at
your
the same
mouth
time.
for a second.
I know it's
I
very hard.
agree.
What
I
you've
know
done
it's
agree.
very hard for you to do both.
What
Alright, let
you've
me get
done
in here.
is, hang on.
Okay.
What you've done is you've posted a video. Your claim was that you can show us gravity acting upon gas. Now, have you done that?
There's two videos, and one of them was so you can
Okay.
understand
I
that
just
mass and
asked you a
gases
simple
reacting.
question.
Yes,
Yes or
yes.
no? Yes. Okay. In what way?
God, dude, it's. Did you see the whole video? Because it doesn't sound like you
In
saw it in
what
9 minutes.
way? If you can
Wait, so
explain
you
it
didn't
to
see it?
everyone else who
Oh
didn't
my
watch the
god!
video, because your
So
claim
now,
was you can show us
so now
gravity
you're not even gonna watch the whole
acting
video. You're
upon
gonna have me
gas.
explain the video so that you don't have to watch it. What do you want me to do? I can't win
Okay,
here,
you
guys.
just I'm gonna put this simply. You said you claimed that you can show us gravity acting upon gas. Now, how did
He
you
got
do
it.
that?
He
He
got
ran
it.
away.
It's a tap out. Got another one.
I like how he says I can bring hundreds of proofs in, right? And then he shows two.
He didn't
Right?
want to say one word about it either. He just dropped a link or a video in the chat, didn't want to discuss one word about it, and he wanted to spend all his airtime talking about us.
Yeah,
Heretic.
and I was gonna ask the guy. Oh, is he back? Oh, never mind. I thought I heard him. I was gonna ask out of those
It's
hundreds, how much
Puff. It's
yeah.
another complete maniac. But go ahead. We'll get to him right after this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, of those hundreds, how many has he personally scrutinized and synthesized into a cogent argument that he could actually bring forth in, a couple sentences to outline for us, right?
Well, none.
And then apart
No,
one
he
by
didn't
one.
even watch. He didn't even watch the two that he posted. That's
Yeah.
what I was
Exactly.
trying to ask him.
Yeah,
Because I watched them, and I wanted to know if he'd actually watched them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because if I had a video that I was sure proved something, I'd at least be able to talk about it. A sentence or two at least. He couldn't even give us that.
He just wanted to
All right,
talk
Puff.
about how much he hated Heritage
Yeah, I know. So mean. Such a bad guy.
and Australians.
See, he knew you'd question it.
See, this is the problem with you guys. I knew I couldn't just slap something down on the table and have you just take it unquestioningly.
Yeah. Critical thought of something, like analyzing a claim, like holding it to scrutiny. That's to them. That's you're denying science.
Yes, science, which is, I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's in this video. It's this link here, and it's science. How dare you question it? See, I knew you guys would just question it. Yeah, I guess that's science.
Yeah. Well, he made a specific claim that he could show that it was gravity that was pulling gases down, but no one has ever shown that ever to be gravity. Now, I don't care what video he's posting, but you cannot show that. No one can show that. We've been searching for that video for as long as I've been a flat earther. What, 8 years or something? It's you can say that things go down and things go into pressure gradients, but you can't say that it's gravity that causes that because you can't prove that. You can't manipulate it to show that it is gravity. You cannot definitively say that gravity causes these things to happen.
And if you could say that and could back it up, I think that you would be willing to talk about it instead of just divert to talking about Timbo or Heretic. I would want to. If I could back that up, I would want to talk about only that. I wouldn't want to focus on Puff or whatever that maniac was who was just in here. I want to talk about my claim and how solid it is.
If they could show me that it was gravity doing these things, I'd never fucking talk about gravity ever again.
Are we happy to say it's weight? The weight of the gas causing the gradient?
I think collectively, this whole argument, we've touched every freaking corner of it. I think we've done a good enough, we've told them how they're wrong, but they just will not freaking let them go. Hey, Heretic, do you have Sin Cleanser banned from the room?
I don't think so.
He said that he couldn't. It's locked to him. Let me send you the profile.
He probably was banned at one point, and sometimes the bot glitches and just never unbans them. I'll just figure it out. 1 sec.
Okay. It's under Sensei. Name on there.
Actually, can you just copy his user ID? Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. Oh, shit. How do I do that? Right here.
And to answer Daza, no, because Globers say that weight is caused by gravity, so they wouldn't be one and the same.
Yeah, but the point is that yes, I agree that weight by itself doesn't prove that gravity is the cause, but the point is that you don't even need to get into discussion about the cause in the first place, because the weight as a phenomenon itself already proves that it can accumulate at the Earth and not dissipate.
Weight proves weight.
Without even mentioning the cause.
Well done, mate. Well done.
Let me see here. How do I?
You know what? Don't have weight.
What?
Light doesn't have weight.
Nice.
Right. So what happens with light when you send when you point light upwards? It's not affected by gravity, right?
I think I did that wrong.
That's awesome.
Yes, and
Yeah.
So
So what happens with things that does have weight or mass? It is affected by gravity.
So,
So
light's
why
not
doesn't?
so light's not affected
Why
by
is-
gravity, right? It's not affected by gravity.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess no time dilation or any of that crap. What is it? The eclipse, the bending light?
It doesn't have rest mass. That is.
Oh, so light is affected by
Yeah.
gravity. Oh, shit.
Yeah, but it doesn't have mass, so it's not pulled in the same way, right? Those are
So
two
it is
different
So
mechanisms.
it is affected by gravity, though. You said
No,
a minute
it's
ago
two
it's
different.
not.
It's two different mechanisms. It's not the same
so it
thing.
does two different things, does it?
Yes.
At different times or at the same time?
At any time.
You know, a guy, I thought that, after hearing countless Globers in here, that the bending and warping of space-time was supposed to affect the path of light through space. And now you're telling us that the bending and warping of space-time, that is gravity, does not affect light. What's going on?
It's a different mechanism.
Well, what different
But
mechanism?
not gravity then.
Both are gravity.
Oh, a different mechanism, but both gravity.
Yes. gravity can have two different effects on something.
Oh wow! At the same time.
Why do you think it would not happen at one time and then the other?
Well, I
I know
mean, you
you're
said
the
that
one
gravity
making the
doesn't.
claim, man. I just
No,
asked
you
a
are the
question.
one who's asking this
Well, what you
question.
said, what you
Why
said
would you
is,
ask such a
what you
stupid
said is
question?
gravity doesn't affect light, and what you just said not 2 seconds
Not,
ago is
not,
that
not
they're
in the
both
same
gravity,
way.
so gravity is affecting. Oh, not in the same way. That's not what you said to begin with. You're really trying to damage control this, but it's already a dumpster fire. Just give up, throw it out. It sucks.
There's two different mechanisms.
Does it, you think time dilation and
I don't know, man.
the way
These
that
are the garbage
and then the
claims
way
that you
that
guys bring to
gravity.
us, and I'm just saying that you just spoke against those. So
Okay.
I don't know. You guys
Okay.
figure it out.
Okay, I can explain it to you if you want to.
Explain or
You already
demonstrate.
tried and flailed like 3 times. It's kind of starting to not even be funny anymore, but maybe one more try.
Okay, so time dilation, everything is affected by it, but when you have a gravitational pull on something, it will have some. It's something that can actually be at rest. But for example, if you have some photon which doesn't have mass, it will not be affected by how should I say it? It will not be.
Sounds like you're just making it up.
It will not have a. It will have a resting
It won't
state.
have. It
That's what
will
they say.
have. It. What?
It
Come
will
on,
have
can
a
you
resting
say that?
state.
So what?
Can you start again? Start again and make it coherent.
So what did you not understand about that?
All of it.
So you don't understand anything about
You
like
didn't. You said
general
it does
relativity?
do this. It doesn't do that. It just. You
If
didn't
something
string 4 words together that made any sense. Start again. Say it coherently.
if something has rest mass, it can be at rest. It will be at rest in space and time. But if it doesn't have rest mass,
Great.
it can't be at rest.
Awesome.
So that means
More
it must
claims?
move.
More claims.
Yeah, he said he was
because
giving an
you ask for the
explanation.
description. You ask for the difference between them.
So
That's the
will
difference between
gravity
them.
not then affect the path of light?
It will move according to space-time curvature.
Oh, so
but
gravity
it will not
will
pull
affect.
it. But
Okay,
it
so
will.
gravity will affect light. All
Yes,
right.
it
So your
will.
whole
It will
claim fell.
affect it.
Okay, so your entire premise fell apart immediately.
Okay,
All right,
I'll
thank you.
change my. Okay, I'll state and change my statement then. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Wow. Okay,
So
yeah,
it will
so-
not
so-
affect it in the same way that gravity does.
So if gravity, hold on. So if gravity
Mhm.
has an effect on light, does that mean light has a weight?
Hmm?
If gravity can affect light, does that mean gravity? I'm sorry. Does that mean light has a weight?
No,
Because gravity only
because it
affects
doesn't
something
have
with.
rest mass.
Okay,
I told you it doesn't affect it the same way.
Okay, so then when we send a signal out to your imaginary mirror on the moon, do you think that it would be safe to say that the light that we send out would get deflected and not actually pinpoint the mirror in the distance because gravity would have warped it according to space-time, and then we wouldn't get a true measurement or reading? Yes or no?
If it will affect it in that way, yeah, it will. Gravity will affect the path of light. Yeah.
Okay, so then how do you get that reading if it's being affected? Because if I threw something,
I thought you
straight-
were questioning whether it affected it or not.
so if I threw something straight like a beam, but it's going to be affected by the warping and bending of space-time, then how do I hit that object if it's been like distorted and veered off in another direction? And how does it hit it in the distance if
You
it's
need
being
to know.
manipulated?
Yeah, you need to know how time dilation affected in beforehand, so you can aim it. Kind of
Is
like a
that a lo-
ballistic trajectory. Kind of like a ballistic trajectory. Like you can't just aim willy-nilly, right? You have to know what the trajectory of the bullet is. Then you can aim it.
So you
that's
think,
not like an impossible feat, right?
So you think while spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, let's say you're shooting it from America, so maybe it's like 734 miles per hour. You
Hmm.
think that spinning is, and we shoot a light directly, along with gravity making it disperse a different direction because it's bending and warping it. You think that we can hit a target
I don't think
that's
the spinning
240,000
affects it.
miles away? You don't think
Hmm?
it's? Oh, you don't think it's really? You don't think it would affect it? Really? So if
Not the
I'm
light
running,
itself, no.
so if I was running at 500 miles per hour and I threw a football at somebody standing at a position at a certain position, you don't think that my throw would be veered off and not hit my target because I'm spinning and moving, and I have to account for this Coriolis that's twisting it, and I have to account for gravity that's bending it. You don't think that these things should be a problem in your paradigm?
No, it's not the
everything's moving
problem.
with each other.
Yeah, it's not a
Heretic,
problem.
he's sitting over there in music chat. Do you see
Hello,
him? Just real quick. I'm
hello.
sorry. Hold on. Just sidebar. Hold on. Real quick. Heretic, do
I
you see
got
him
him.
over there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
fixed it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'll let him know. I'll let him know. He's all I'm waiting. I'll text him. Okay. Cool. Hopefully he doesn't come in all belligerent. Like he usually. If he does, just mute him. Don't kick him. Because you know how Sin gets. He gets really wild with it.
Yeah, it's cool. We'll be fine.
Okay. Cool.
We'll meet
All
him
right.
if he's like drunk and out of control, like anybody else.
Just,
But
yeah, just mute him. Just mute him. But don't kick him. He hates getting kicked. All right, we'll see if he joins. I let him know you fixed it. But hey, back to the argument. If everything's
Hmm.
bending and warping, and there's all these
Hmm.
different, you're saying we have it nailed down to where we can hit the target. Is that what you're saying?
What was the example? Was it like a rocket, or was it a bullet, or what kind?
If we shot a beam of light, a laser,
Yeah.
to something 240,000 miles away in the proclaimed, hold on.
Yeah, we can hit it. Furthermore, if you're gonna the
We
thing
can't hit
about
it.
aiming, the thing about aiming with light is it's very simple, because if you can see it, the light is affected by it the same way that any laser would affect by the same. The laser would be affected exactly the same way. So if you can see it, you can just point it with the guidance of that laser, of that aiming device you have, because you're aiming using light, and light is already following the path with any distortion, whatever it is, already. So yeah,
So you're saying it's possible. That's what you're saying. Hey, by the way, Heretic,
I don't think you understood what I said
it's
there,
locked.
to be honest.
It shows it's locked still. I told him to disconnect and rejoin. Hopefully that helps. But he says it's locked. He showed me a picture. I could forward it to you, I guess.
I don't think you understood what I said there.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say it again.
Okay, so if you use light, if you're gonna aim a light, using light to aim, then that light who comes from what you're aiming at will also, when you fire a laser at that, it will be affected the same way that you aimed it. So
Okay.
you can't miss. Right?
Okay. So in your paradigm,
Yeah.
if all this movement's happening, right? Because Earth is spinning in your paradigm, and gravity is bending and warping light because there's this weird.
Wait,
I'm
did you
just saying,
understand what I said there? Can you repeat back to me what I said just there?
you no, I can't honestly. Go ahead, say it again. My bad. My bad. Go ahead, say it again.
That's okay. That's okay. So I said, like, if you use light to aim, if you use light to aim, then that light who comes from that target you're looking at,
okay,
it will also affect it the same way that the laser is when you fire it back again. So
Okay.
when you see it, so even if the light is curving, you're gonna fire it. That light came from the thing you're targeting at. So
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that when on the ricochet of it, it would also have to deal with the same principles? So how do you?
Mhm.
How can you say other than a stationary position, how can you say that that thing hits the target and comes back to you directly to get a reading? If all these things are in play from both sides, by the way, because once it hits it, because the
What do you
moon in
mean?
your argument, the moon would
Oh, you mean the
also have
retroreflector?
yes. So
Yeah.
if the moon also has a gravity swell around it,
Yeah.
right?
You didn't
How?
understand what I said because then you wouldn't ask that question again.
Okay. All right. Maybe I didn't understand. I'll shut up. Go ahead. I guess you're not getting what I'm saying, and I don't.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying it's affecting it, but like if I use like literally, it's like the light can't miss because you're seeing it, right? You're seeing the light coming from the moon. And when you're firing a laser at that point, even if there is distortion, the light is going to follow the same path that you're aiming at. So it can't miss. Unless you want to say the light is somehow have some kind of other
Extremely
physics.
convenient.
But it's not.
No, that
but
is it's just a principle. It's just affecting it
It's
the
just
same
the,
way in
it's
all
just the
directions.
way it happens.
But
No,
wow,
Just the way it
that's
happens.
crazy. But
no,
it's not.
guys.
Hold on. But it's not able. It's not able to hit its target if it's being thrown off by this so-called gravity swelling and bending of space and time.
Yeah. But
Then
if
that
it was thrown off, then you couldn't see the moon. Because the light that comes from the moon and hit your eyes is also thrown off, isn't it? Why is it only
in
thrown
your
off when the light goes out, but not on the way back?
no,
It
but
doesn't
we're
make any
trying to.
sense. It's
I
affecting it
know. I
uniformly.
agree.
That's what I said. Okay, so we can see the moon, therefore it's not thrown off, right? It can't be thrown off. It's there.
But you're missing the point, though.
I
You're saying
don't
you're
think so.
agreeing. You're agreeing that light would be thrown off, but we're telling you it's not, though, in your paradigm. So then, how does that work? In other
No,
words,
it
your
can be. It
paradigm.
can move a little bit, right? But it's definitely not thrown off. Because if
Okay.
it was like wildly thrown off, then you wouldn't see
Okay.
the moon. Because then the light coming from the moon to us would be thrown off, wouldn't it?
But no, well, in our world, yes, that's exactly what happens. It's the we can see the moon, right, in its position based upon practicality, if you will. But once you start incorporating it's spinning and it's doing this, and there's this gravity swell and it's bending space time and all this stuff, there's like this weird, like, indention in the fabric of space, like, then that doesn't make sense. But in reality, we have an object in the sky and we can see it. But when we try to
It's
shoot a
not
light
huge
to it,
distortion. It's not big distortion, by the way, the way it's affecting it.
well, okay. Well, I guess you just have to cope with that, I guess. I guess that's
No,
just
it's not the cope. It's the reality. Like it's the deflection is like minute.
Apocryphon. This is why, like, the only thing that can trap light would be a black hole.
Yeah, like and like the and
Oh, we're
even the
back to
sun
more.
can't be a black hole.
We're back to more
Like
pseudoscience.
No, but this is just this is descriptions. This is how we describe it. If you're saying something else, then you're making a straw man of the model.
Well, how does the straw
You're just
man?
misrepresenting the model.
Okay, okay. In your paradigm, how does that make sense when you admitted that there would be a change? So, like, for instance, if
Yeah,
a
but
sniper
a
was,
change doesn't mean thrown off.
okay,
A change
look
could
at
be like 1/1,000,000th of a degree.
look at if a sniper shot a target, okay, and that bullet ricocheted back, okay, does that happen? Yes or no?
No, it can have. What do you mean,
no,
ricochet
it
off?
doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay,
Right?
okay, it doesn't. Yeah,
Okay,
I
because
didn't know.
because the angle of the bullet that hit the target is not the angle of where you shot it, so it will never bounce right back to you. So my point is that if you shot a beam of light, it's not going to come directly back to you to get a reading. It's going to bounce off in a different direction. You would never
Not
get
if you
that
have a
reading to begin with.
retro reflector,
Wait,
or it's what actually
Apocryphon.
happens is that it's scattering. So
Wait,
it actually
Apocryphon,
goes.
what did you say about a bullet deflecting?
If the bullet hit the target at its projectile, right, the projected, like, incidence, if you will, when it bounces back, it's not going to come back in that direction because it itself, the projectile itself,
Yeah.
it had a different angle to hit that target from your position.
Wait,
So
are
the
you
point,
saying like sorry, I just want clarity. Like
I get what he's saying.
over
If you can,
over a
you
big
know,
I
distance or
I
like a
understand
short
what he's saying, but like they have they have reflectors on the moon, which are like
that's the
245
claim.
degrees angle.
That's
Yeah,
the claim, bro.
that's the claim, right? That's the claim.
Now,
But even if but
again,
even if it wasn't,
it's a
when you
moving.
fire
Look,
light at even
look.
if it was, so I just want to finish. Even if it wasn't, when you fire light at some rock or something, it's not a mirror. It's scattering light everywhere. A mirror will reflect. A rock doesn't reflect. It scatters the light in all directions. So when you fire a laser at the moon, albeit it will be not it will be like a fraction of the light returning, but it will be some,
Okay,
a little bit.
so the point being is that for that to happen, logically, both items have to be still. They have to not be rotating. They cannot be moving. Once you
Why?
include, because
doesn't
once
make
you
any
include
sense.
once you include a movement, you're no longer you're going to get that bounce back, if you will, to be like you're not going to get it to your position because it would not be
it's a
hitting back directly.
retroreflector. It's not a direct. It's not a mirror like he said. Apocryphon. It's not one beam of light
Oh, it's not a
going
mirror.
there
It's not a
and
mirror.
coming
Okay,
back.
okay,
It
so it's not a mirror.
disperses the
What?
light. It disperses the light so that you'll at least get some of it back. Because obviously you can't just point a laser at a mirror and bring it back.
Okay, so now you're admitting that there has to be something other than what you're saying it is.
It's a retroreflector, bro. It disperses the light. I don't know what else to tell you.
Everywhere? It just goes all directions? That's what you're saying?
Yep, it lights it up. Yep.
It lights it up and comes back to you. Right. So you're spinning
Yeah.
spinning at a crazy amount of speed, right? And you're saying that 240,000 miles away, I'm going to shoot a target and it's going to come back to my position because it's scattered and now I can pick it up. That's what you're saying.
Wait, how
I get what you're
much?
saying.
How much does the Earth rotate in relation to the Moon? In those, is it 2 seconds? I guess approximately 2 seconds.
It would be
That's what you have to figure out, right?
It would be
But it
1.3
makes
seconds.
But it makes
1.3
sense if
seconds.
it's stationary. It makes sense if your position is stationary. It doesn't make sense if you are moving.
Yes, it does because the light is being
It can
dispersed
be, right?
everywhere when you shoot it, so you'll at least get some of it, which is the reading that you get.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody shoots a laser at the moon, even without the retroreflector, if somebody shoots the laser at the moon, everybody on Earth can read that reading because it scatters everywhere.
Everybody on Earth. Okay.
Yeah, it's not just
Okay.
coming straight back. So it doesn't matter if it's rotating.
But does it come straight back?
The retroreflector makes sure that like a lot of more lights is coming more focused in the same direction. Yeah. So for example, like Mythbusters showed a demonstration of this. They went to like an observatory where they have a laser, and they pointed the laser at where the retroreflector is,
and they prove
and
stationary.
you get a few photons back, and then you point it next to it, and then you get a less reading. So yeah, there is something there.
Think about it like this: you send the light there, and then the retroreflector sends back a spotlight on your position, and you're going to pick up some of the light from that spotlight that it's putting on you, because it's
Okay.
taking the light and it's scattering it.
And you're saying that this is now proving that it's a globe because you can
No.
bounce off something.
It's
Holy crap.
proving that the moon is a physical object that has a certain distance away from us.
Okay. So with that being said, where's the proof of its distance? The light that you're shining
The
on?
light, the timing of the light, how much time it uses.
How do you know you're bouncing it on something that proclaimed that apparently somebody left a mirror? How big's the mirror on the moon?
Because what else is it? What else are you hitting?
So
The
now
dome?
that you've been
I
debunked
don't
on that, you're
understand.
pivoting. Nice.
Yeah. You're just
No,
ad
I'm
hocking
walking
more
with you.
explanations.
I'm
You're
walking with
asking
you.
me,
I'm walking.
could there be somebody
Okay.
else lying
I'm
and
Now that
walking
we've
with you,
about
bro.
accurately
what is up
describing what
there?
happened to Pography.
I'm
They're not
walking with you,
accurately
bro.
describing what the test even shows. They don't know what happens, and they're just talking shit.
Yeah,
What
I'm
what does
walking with
happen? Can
them.
you explain to us?
Look at
Yeah,
I'm
so
walking with you.
they get
Yeah.
back like a single 1 to 3 photons, and
Yeah,
those could
because
come
it
from the
disperses
ambient,
the light.
and they could come from the ambient environment.
Right. How do you know what they're
Says who?
One
hitting?
second.
Oh,
How do
what
you
they
know
do
what
is
they're
they
hitting?
Did
send
you hear just
the
what I said about them coming from the ambient
yeah.
environment, reflecting off of something in the
Yeah,
environment?
says who says it can come from the ambient environment? I need a source.
I just said it.
Wait, do you think?
Okay, so we
But
believe
they
Indio on this.
they
I
send
can
a
tell you why, in
specific.
light of I could tell you why
Okay.
it can't work in light of general relativity.
Can
Okay.
you show me a source on why it could come from the ambient environment?
Because, well, are they like? Why wouldn't it? It's in an environment, right?
What do you mean? Why
Yeah, but
wouldn't it? They have specialized like techno
They do.
they send
instruments for this.
this. Yeah.
So
More claims.
they have
More
like
claims.
how specialized?
Yeah,
What
and you
exactly
Wait.
do
claim
they
that it
use?
came
So
from the
give us the
ambient
equipment
environment.
list.
So I'm asking
They
you to prove that.
Give us the equipment list because they sell what
Can you
MythBusters use.
Can you prove to me that it came from the ambient environment?
Can you prove it came from the moon?
I'm asking you for the proof, and you're not.
Yes. Can't prove it
A
comes
guy
from the
says
moon.
yes. He can prove that the photon came back
Yes,
from the moon.
they send it. I'm gonna explain it to you guys. They send. They send. You think they just turn on a flashlight?
Wait, guys, so you're saying
I
a
know how it
laser
works.
travels
You
from the
don't.
Earth?
Indio, you can't
Okay,
just
so how
put
does
in
it?
the
How
proof.
does
I
it
want you
work?
to prove it.
How does it work, Indio? Can you
We
explain?
need you to prove
Well,
that.
I just want to
It's
hear.
supposed to bounce off a retroreflector, but they did that before retroreflectors. So how'd they do that?
Yes, I know it because
Exactly.
it scatters light in all directions. It also works there, but
Well,
it's
so you're
not
telling
as
me,
precise.
so you're telling me the laser travels to the moon and hits something on the moon. That's 300,000 kilometers. So that's traveling that
Yeah.
distance and hitting the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it?
Light travels.
Why wouldn't
Can you
it?
show
You
me
asked
which
the
laser that is?
question.
Can
Is
you show
not
me? Can you
evidence.
If
show
it's
me
an
the
object
manufacturer of
there,
that
why
laser?
wouldn't you hit it?
Can you show me? Can you show me the manufacturer
Yeah,
of that
but
laser?
I'm
Can you
asking
show
you
where I can get
guys.
that laser?
I
I want
asked
to use it.
Indio how it works. He just said they
Want me to
point a
tell you why
laser
wouldn't
at
it?
it.
Since you asked the question, I'll tell
But
you right
it's
now
not
why wouldn't it.
okay.
Real simple.
Okay.
Because the speed of light's constant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is the velocity of the Earth added to the laser? Yes or no?
The velocity of the Earth will not affect the laser speed. That's not how general
right.
relativity works.
So has the moon moved by the time the laser got there?
Tiny
The
bit.
Earth moved.
Tiny bit.
No, it's not a tiny
Yeah.
bit. No, it's not a tiny bit. 630
Yeah, how much?
kilometers.
Yes, 630 kilometers is not a lot. Do you know how
Yes.
broad these lasers are?
No, it is a lot given the radius of the moon. It is a
What
lot.
is the cone of the
No, you tell me it's your
laser?
equipment.
No, you told me you knew how this laser
No,
experiment works.
it's your equipment. You tell
It's
me.
you.
Yeah, can you
No,
show the
you knew
equipment?
about the experiment. I am asking you. You seem to be an expert
No,
in
wait
this
a minute.
subject.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Guy,
they just use it.
you're saying there is
Listen,
a laser.
they use any laser, dude. I've
Guy, you're
seen.
saying
I'm
there's
gonna test.
one sec.
Wait,
Guy,
how
you're
did
saying
you
there's a laser
calculate it
capable of
moved?
reaching the moon.
Hold on, Grizzly.
Okay,
Just let
sorry.
Indio talk to this guy.
These are the numbers they give us. They give us the Earth is moving at X speed, right? The moon is moving at X speed in its revolution. The orbit is X speed. The solar system's moving at X speed, and then the galaxy's moving at X speed, right? So if you sum up all those velocities, the moon, relative to the speed of light, has moved 630 kilometers. So if you aim at the moon,
How does
you're
the
going to hit the side
solar
of the moon,
system
right? And
speed affect it?
because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, there's no reflection path back to Earth.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
India, why does the moon's Earth system moves with each other? Why does the orbit around the sun
The
affect
galaxy
it?
and solar system don't have to
That
do with
doesn't
just
make
the
any
Earth and the
sense.
moon system.
Yeah, because you guys don't understand that the speed of light is not additive.
It's not additive, but it still moves with the Earth. It still
When
moves
they
with
launch
the Earth.
the laser travels at 300,000 miles per hour, or 300,000 meters per second, right? That's what the laser's traveling at. No matter how fast the moon's going, no matter how fast the Earth's going, no matter how fast the solar system, the galaxy, all that shit. No matter how fast it's moving, it's traveling at that speed, right?
Yeah, but
so
if
you aim
if
at the
the
moon,
Earth,
you look
okay,
at the moon, you aim at it, and that's where the moon was 2 seconds ago. And I didn't even add in that velocity. But you
wait,
aim at the moon,
Okay, can you just tell us the
boom, shoot the laser, right?
I'm gonna
The
point it.
laser is traveling to where the moon was. But the moon, the Earth, the solar system, the galaxy, everything is freaking moved 630 kilometers.
Okay, can you tell us the name of the laser
So
that they used for the experiment? I want to try it.
no. I'm gonna respond to what you talked about now because it's
Ah,
super important.
I'll ask you again later. Don't worry. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you asked why.
So
Just told you why.
I know you said why, but it seems we have a misunderstanding
There
between
is
each
no
other.
misunderstanding. Do you want the formula?
Yes.
Okay, you wouldn't happen to have the specifications of the laser they used for that experiment. I want to try that
Of course
experiment
not.
myself in accordance with the scientific method. Can you just show me
Of
the
course you don't. You're
specifications,
true
please?
believers.
So
Okay, can you provide that?
there is no absolute speed, first of all. So this is
Speed of
velocity.
light's not an absolute speed.
Oh wow.
There is no absolute speed reference. So whether something is moving or not doesn't matter in relation to each other. The point is you have to look at what the system is moving at. Because you can look at the galaxy. I don't know why you picked the galaxy. Because the galaxy is
All the
moving
motions they
in.
say exist.
Okay.
Exactly.
So these motions doesn't affect it if they move in the same direction.
Dude, if they move in the same direction, it's even worse.
No,
The
that's
only
when
thing
it
that would
doesn't
help you
affect
is
it
if
at
they were
all.
moving away from the direction of the laser.
See
Yep.
the drawing I posted to you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So if
yeah.
if both the objects have the same velocity in that directions, and you fire the laser,
Yeah.
it's going to
How
hit
does
the
the
target.
okay?
How
So
big's the mirror?
How does the laser get to the right? Because the
Uh,
laser has a 1 second travel time, right? Let's say it's a 1 second travel time. In 1 second, that little rectangle there has moved to the right. How does the laser
Exactly.
get to the
It
right?
hasn't.
So the
Yeah, but
hypotenuse
it
of the
hasn't.
triangle,
It
right, is the
hasn't.
greater distance in the side than the longest side,
Yeah.
right? So it has
But
to
it
travel that extra distance at hypotenuse. So how did it get there?
it hasn't
It
because
doesn't
the
matter what the
laser is
Earth does.
also moving. The
See,
laser is also moving at the same
it
direction.
doesn't. It's not additive.
From
What don't
another
you
observer,
understand?
it will look like he's aiming the laser at an angle. That's what it looks like.
Oh, by the way, which
But
laser is
he's
that?
not.
Can you just tell me the specifications of that
It's
laser?
a
Which
laser,
laser
right?
is it?
So it
I
has a
know it's
beam
a laser,
divergence.
but
Yeah,
it's
so it
like
has a beam
it's
So which
divergence.
laser is it? Guy?
yeah. It's like
What is
firing.
the
If you were to
what,
fire,
which
if
laser?
you think if you were to fire a gun here, you think it's going to miss the target?
It's not a
Which laser
gun.
is it?
If
Those
it's
laws of
moving, you
physics don't
will.
apply to light, man.
No, it's it will not.
No,
This is like
this isn't like you're
fundamental,
going
like
60 miles an
101,
hour in
like
a car
first
next to a
grade
60-mile-an-hour
physics.
train.
Hey, which laser
Hey,
is it?
guy, this isn't like
Which
you're going
laser is it?
60 miles an hour in a car next to a 60-mile-an-hour train. They throw a ball from one to the
It's
other.
the same principle.
It doesn't work like that
Okay, so
Exactly.
why does it work differently?
because it's light.
Can you just tell me the laser
Yes,
that
I
they
know
used?
it's light, but you haven't explained. You are
Because I
invoking
did.
like
It's
some
not
absolute
additive.
reference.
There's a 300,000 meters per second, and that's it. You don't get
Yeah, but
more.
Indio, you're invoking absolute velocity in this case. Nobody has ever proven that. It doesn't exist.
Invoke
What is this
absolute
velocity? You're saying there
How
is a
not?
velocity. You're saying
How do
it
you
has a
not account for
velocity
it?
Does the Earth have a
because
velocity?
it
Yes or
doesn't
no?
exist. You're
Is there,
accounting for
so the
something
Earth
that
isn't
doesn't
moving?
exist, Apocryphon. It doesn't
So
work.
the Earth isn't
So
moving.
it's stationary. It's stationary then. Thank
It's
you.
Thank
it's
you.
it's
Welcome to Flat Earth.
velocity in relation to something
Exactly.
else.
What's
It's
this something else?
oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what's this something else?
You guys are
What's this
something
something
can
else?
move in something can orbit something else, and there is still no absolute velocity. That's also possible. It's not stationary or
And what's
velocity
the
is
something else?
absolute.
Answer them.
So
Answer
tell
what's
us.
the something else? Answer what's the something
The
else?
velocity, the Earth is moving in relation to the sun. Okay,
No, we measure the sun to be moving in relation to the Earth being still. That's what you observe, and that's how you measure it. And then
you can do
reverse
that
it and
as
say, well,
well.
it
You just
mustn't
pick
be
one.
that. It mustn't be that
It must be the sun sitting still and the earth moving. But
And
you
Can't
that's
say
not
that.
what you've done.
It's nothing wrong about that. You can also say you can also say that the sun is moving in relation to the earth and that the earth is stationary.
but
You can
guy,
describe it like that. It's no problem with that.
but guy, in your paradigm,
That's how it works.
everything. But guy, in your paradigm, everything's moving. So Indio told you that when you shoot your laser, by the time it hits its target, it's already moved an X amount
Yeah,
of
but you
distance.
don't understand how it keeps the momenta,
project
the
your lack of
direction.
understanding on us.
But that's how it works. If a laser
it's
light
not how it
moves,
works, dude. It's not
yes, it
how it
is.
works. You're
You're
ignorant.
just claiming that's how it works.
Dude,
but
I'm going to show you. I'm
logically,
just
it
looking.
wouldn't work
Listen,
that
I
way.
made this video a long time ago. I'm going to show you, man.
Thank you. Are you gonna disprove all of physics now?
I got you wouldn't have
I'm looking forward to
you're
it.
trying to disprove
No,
all
you
physics.
are. You're invoking absolute velocity because you're saying the velocity that the Earth has in relation to the galaxy somehow affect the light.
Have to.
You're invoking. You're invoking
It's in relation to the light, dude.
in relation.
your
Okay, so
paradigm,
what is
you would
what
have
is
to accept
what
that it
is the
does.
speed in relation to Indio? Tell me that. What is the speed in relation to that you have done this calculation? Do you pick the galaxy, or do you pick the solar system, or do you pick something else? So you
Okay,
pick
can you answer my
everything, the
question?
universe?
That's what
Did you pick the
that's
whole
what
universe?
They tell us. That's what they tell us. That's their
Yeah,
numbers.
but that's not
that's not
the universal speed. That's not the universal. That's not an absolute velocity.
Notice how he's avoiding my question.
But it's a
Notice how he's
velocity
constantly
relative
avoiding
to
my
that.
question. Notice that.
No, but
When they
you're
give us the
invoking. You're
galaxies-
saying somehow light is affected by these velocities,
When
and
they
so
give
you're
it-
invoking.
How is it
the whole
not?
the whole principle behind it is that that there is no reference that you can refer it to. Like if the Earth is moving, whatever speed it does, it doesn't matter if there is like a two-body system and both of them are moving. It's a principle of what you call it, law of inertia or something like that. It's a
Principle of
principle in
relativity?
physics. Yeah, it's a law of. I don't know if it's called law of relativity.
I just
Maybe it is, but
It's called principle of relativity.
principle of relativity.
Wait, can I
Okay.
ask my
Thank
question?
you.
Stop letting him
You're
avoid
saying
it.
you're
Right.
saying principle of you're disproving.
guys,
You're
wasting your
saying
time,
you
man.
are disproving
No, I'm saying
principle of
you're
relativity in
refuting it.
No, you are in the.
He's wasting your time.
You're
He's
doing
got you
it
in the
right now.
grass now. He's got you in the grass now. He's talking blah 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 blah. Guy, can you just tell me which laser they used to shoot to the moon? Was it this one in the side chat? Would this one be sufficient? Could I use that one if I got my hands on that one? Could I?
I don't know
could
what
I,
that laser that is. It's just an image.
Well, okay. Which one could I use? I thought maybe I could use this one. Which one do you think I should use?
I don't know what that. That could be a potato gun for all I know. I don't know what the hell you're showing me.
Which one would I actually,
What
so
the hell
what
are you
equipment do I have
talking
to
about?
use to shoot to the moon? So which equipment do I have
I
to
think
use
you
to
need
shoot
a
to the moon?
I think you need a pretty what you call it, a powerful laser. But I
Right,
think
can you show
more
me one?
importantly, you need a very
Can you show me the laser they
strong
used?
receiver.
Can you show me the one
That's
they
all.
used? Can you show me
That's
the
a
one they
great
used
video.
for what you were arguing just now? You seem to
I
know.
can show you
know
the
exactly
one
how the laser
in.
works.
I can
You
show
seem
you
to
the
know.
one that they
You
used
seem to know
in
exactly how it's going
Mythbusters.
to work in a relative space. You
That
seem
was
to know exactly
perfect.
where it's going to hit and how. You seem to know a lot about it. Can you
Yeah.
tell me which laser they used?
Yeah, they know where the retroflector is. Yeah.
Where's the laser
perfect.
that they used?
Doesn't
Can I see
matter
it?
if they know where it is. They couldn't hit it anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's
It
you're
shows
in
you
you're
laser they
you're
used or not?
confused about like
you watch the
physics
video?
in the.
No.
I don't know what to
Refute
say.
what I posted.
Okay, can you tell me the name of the laser
Guy.
or not? Can you give me the
Guy.
experiment
I
details or
already
not?
refuted it. You don't
No, you
understand.
didn't. You
I
just
need
said
you
no.
to show me the
They
experiment.
already did all this test. They tested
Show
whether
me.
there is.
Show me. What's
They
the laser?
already
Which laser
did
did
all
they
this.
use? Which laser? Which
They've
laser?
done
I
like
don't know. Which
20
laser?
different tests
I don't believe you.
on exactly
I
what
don't
you're
believe you.
talking
Show
about.
me.
Indio.
Show me the
Guy.
test.
Okay,
Show
I'll
me the
show
laser
you.
they used.
Guy,
Michael.
real quick, guy, hold on, real quick, guy. Did you watch the video where it says mathematically, if you want to go into your paradigm, the target, it would have moved 675 miles. Do you understand that?
He doesn't
The
care 'cause
target
he's
would
got a
have
religious
moved.
belief.
Sorry, what?
I said you don't care because you have a religious belief. See, you
No,
have an
no,
idea.
I
You know
care,
that
but
idea
they
is a
already did
contradiction to
this
your other
test. They did like a bunch
what
of different
test?
ether tests. They have done ether tests for
This
this,
isn't
Indio.
about
Can
ether.
you show me the laser? Can you
This
show me the
is
laser they
ether,
used to
Indio.
test?
If you don't think this is ether, you don't understand what the hell you're talking about, Indio.
What,
Seriously.
what are you
This is
talking?
literally ether test. You're saying
What
there
is?
is some
Hold
drag
on,
on
hold
the
on, hold on.
light.
What is an ether test exactly?
An ether test is a test whether the light is drifting in some way or another based on some like absolute reference in the universe. We have done
Oh,
like
you
a
mean
bunch
like Michelson Morley? No, they
that is
tested a
one
particular
one of
Guy,
the
theory of
like
ether.
50 that is
you
one of the
providing
like
what I've asked
50
for.
different examples that have been done on
Dude,
experiments
you
that
just
is
shot
Guy,
yourself in the
you're
foot.
not providing what you promised.
Okay.
You're not providing what you promised you would.
I can show you a list of this experiment if you want.
Yeah,
Show
cool.
me, show
So
me
they
the list
tested a
of
particular
equipment.
theory
Show
of
me the list of
ether.
equipment.
Hey, guy.
Show me the
Huh?
list of equipment, including the
They
laser.
tested a
Sorry,
particular
there is two people
theory.
talking at the same
Oh,
time.
I'm sorry.
You
Listen,
already promised me.
again.
You already promised me some data. Show it to me.
Hey, Indio, your
One
microphone
at a
is
time, please.
it's not as good as his, man.
Guy, you said you'd provide the specifications of the experiment, including the
It's
laser.
okay though. Yeah, your microphone's fine though. I can hear it fine.
My microphone is not as
Guy,
good
can you
as
please provide?
potatoes.
No, it's good. It's good. I hear it. It's good.
Guy, can you please provide the information you said you would, please? Go ahead.
On what?
What's the laser that they use? Which
Oh, the
did they
laser.
use for
Okay,
the-
sorry. I had like 5 different conversation at the same time. So
Yeah, I know, I know. You're writing checks that you can't cash. You're saying so many random
No,
stuff.
I
You've got a lot of data.
can. Just give me
That-
fucking time.
We'll say
Jesus Christ, you don't have
50
to.
times.
So I need. So yeah. So I need the specification of the laser because I'm going to find out that laser and then I'm going to do the experiment myself.
Specifications. This laser.
Yeah.
I think.
want to know which laser it was. I want to know which manufacturer
Okay.
it was. I'm gonna email them and find out where I can buy one, where I can go to use one. Just give me the
Yes,
specifications.
please
for
do
it.
that. Please do that.
Give me the specifications of the laser. You said you would. Go on.
In what world? In what world?
Um,
In what world does your target move 675 miles and you can still hit it, and then it can also bounce back? That's what I want. Like, what world is that?
Well, yeah,
The
because then
fantasy-
it's another 675 miles on the bounce.
You shouldn't be
Exactly.
talking about any of this
And I
with
didn't
him
even
until we
include the
know the type of
rotation.
laser. Unless we know the type of laser, it's pointless discussing this with him. It's a waste of your time. He's just getting you in
Yeah,
the grasp.
I agree. This is all
So
academic.
which laser? If he tells us which laser it is, then we can start talking about distances and air pressures and movements and whether the laser would hit or not. But which laser is it? Which experiment?
Can we talk about plane flights on a globe?
we will get to that.
Not with a guy. A guy has been through it too many times, and he's just
All right, well,
not worth
somebody
it.
else.
Not
Somebody
worth it.
else.
But
Anybody else.
this is something you
Anybody
can
else.
read up on. This is Indigo. I'm just gonna post this because this is the first thing I look for while I'm looking for the observatory that
Just
I
remember, guys,
use.
I just want to give a background.
But this is
Yesterday, a guy
this
told
is
us
the
that-
test, exactly the test you're
Can I
talking
finish?
about, India.
No.
So yesterday, a guy told us that the first geodetic survey was done by Aristophanes. That's what a guy said.
Oh,
yesterday.
Jesus Christ.
You're saying the light is dragging. You're saying the light is dragging. That's what you're saying.
Oh, I'm not saying
They have
that at
tests.
all.
They have. Yes, you are.
Strong man.
How
my
does
position.
if you're aiming at the moon, you're saying the moon is somehow moving away. That's the light dragging behind.
No.
How is that not drag? Yes, it is.
You put the crosshairs on the moon, right? Dead center. You center it on the moon. Push the button. Photons shoot out. Photons travel at 300,000 meters per second.
Mm-hmm.
The moon is also traveling at some speed.
In relation to what?
In relation to where you were
The
when
universe?
you started, right?
In relation to what? Tell me exactly in relation to what?
In relation to the speed of light, right? In relation to when you
But the
push
speed of
button,
light
right?
doesn't
There
have
was
a
a point in
reference.
space. We're gonna use the laser as the reference frame. How about that?
The laser doesn't have a reference frame.
Well, it does now. We're gonna use it as the reference frame.
You mean the laser beam or the laser device?
Laser
The laser
device?
device. The device.
Oh, okay. So the Earth is the reference frame. So you're saying the moon is moving in relation to the Earth.
It doesn't matter what the Earth is doing because the moment the the photons leave the emitter,
Mhm.
it has a 300,000 meter per second speed. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
what the Earth's doing. It doesn't matter what the moon's doing. It doesn't matter what all those things are doing. It has a speed. It doesn't matter how
Yeah.
fast the Earth was going when it was emitted. if the Earth was going 299,999 miles per hour, right, or meters per second, and you hit the laser, that velocity of the Earth is not going to add to the velocity of the laser.
So why
Okay,
would
don't
it
ask me a
add to
question.
anything?
Answer the question I asked you. Is the speed of the Earth going to add to the velocity of the laser?
It doesn't add to any velocity because there is no velocity. You're confused. It's a
So the Earth has
principle
no
of
velocity.
relativity. It doesn't have a absolute velocity now. You're just
It's
saying a
stationary.
number,
I didn't say
but it's
absolute
I don't know
velocity.
where hell you got that number from. Is there a reference system?
300,000 meters per second. You don't know where I got that number from?
No. You just picked the number out of your somewhere.
That's not the speed of light. 300,000 meters per second.
Yeah, but that's a speed. That's not a reference.
Okay, you just said you don't know where I got the number from. I tell you, and then you said that's not a speed. That's a reference. Can you get any more dishonest?
Sorry, that's a speed. That is not a reference system. You can't use
the
light
laser.
as
I
a
told you
reference
where we're
system.
starting from. We're starting from the laser itself, right? And you said Earth, right? So Earth.
Yeah, you picked
it
the
can
Earth.
be Earth. It can be whatever. If the
Okay.
Earth is in motion, it's the Earth in motion.
The Earth is in motion to relation to something else. Yes.
Yes. In relation to what?
In relation to the moon, in relation to this sun, in relation to other
Yes, all that
stars.
shit's moving around, right?
Yeah.
At some speed, or all relative to each other. But
Yeah.
the laser has one speed, regardless of how that shit moves around, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a point in space that the laser left when I pushed the button. And relative to that point in space, when I push the button of the laser, the Earth
Yeah.
moved, the moon moved, the galaxy moved, the sun moved, the solar system moved, all that shit moved.
Yeah.
So it's not in the same position in space, it's somewhere else.
The light is moving, yeah, but in relation to you, it will if you point the
Who cares
laser
about me? I'm
in
talking about in
relation to
relation
you,
to the laser.
Wow.
in relation to the
Photons that are
laser
traveling through
is where the
space.
laser is. What the hell are you talking about?
Dude, the photons that are traveling through space. Push the button. Now the photons aren't touching anything.
Okay.
They're in space, somewhere between the
And then
fucking
what
moon and
happened
the
to
Earth.
the laser at that point? What
Who
happens to the laser
cares?
at that
Who
point?
cares, dude? It moved away. It rotated away. It moved
Where?
around the sun away. It moved away.
So you're saying it's held back by some kind of there is some
So straw man after straw
some zero
man after
point.
straw man after
No,
straw
that's just
man.
what you're saying. What is
No, it's not what I'm
how
saying.
is it deflecting?
No matter how hard you try, I'm not going to let you straw man
But you
me. You're
can't
trying to get out
describe
the
it
look.
properly. You're just saying it's going to move away because the galaxy is moving.
You
Wait,
said
bro, can you show me
motion's
the laser
relative.
you're using or what? Come on,
Can
man.
you
So
not
relative
understand what's
to the
being said, bro?
so there's a point in
It is.
space.
Bro, come on, man. Get
I'm
the
going to
fucking
say it
laser out.
again,
I
A
don't
guy.
even understand what you're saying.
You're cooking, you know it, dude. And this is why you guys don't
No,
get no respect.
this is luminous. This is ether theory. What you're talking
No,
about?
it's not.
This
It's not.
is
Straw man
literally
again.
ether theory.
Straw
It
man
is.
again.
No, I am
No,
not.
you're just
Sorry,
straw
I'm
manning.
trying to help you. This is ether
No,
theory.
this is just a straw
People have
man.
tested this
It's either Dunning-Kruger or a
hundreds
straw
of
man.
times already. People
No, it's
much
either
smarter than both
Dunning-Kruger or a
of
straw
us
man.
tested this. I'm not
Guy,
Dunning-Kruger. I'm saying
No,
these
I'm
people
talking
are
about
very
ether.
smart
Yeah, you
who
try to go to
thought
ether. I'm
about
not
this.
talking about ether.
guy,
Okay.
would you
What is
admit,
it then?
guy,
Hey,
hold
can
on, guy,
can we bring it on?
It's the
Bring it
theory
home.
of general relativity and special relativity, right?
guy,
So when I push
No,
the button,
special relativity
the
says
photons
that
leave.
there is no
Cares,
ether. Jesus Christ, it
Nobody's
says that the light
talking
is
about
not
ether.
deflected.
Hey, guy.
I know.
Nobody's talking about ether. You brought up ether. You brought it up.
But special relativity say whatever reference system you're picking, light is always moving at the same speed.
Yeah, no shit.
Okay,
guy,
so
That's
if
what
it
I told
does,
you.
if you pick a different reference, the light is still gonna move at the same speed.
Yeah,
So there is
fantastic.
no absolute reference. There is nothing holding
Fantastic.
it, right?
So we push the button, the photons leave the emitter, right?
Yeah.
And that's our reference from that point, right? So we have a vector. So from that position, right? And there's a direction, and there's a magnitude of the speed, right? So we have a direction. We know that magnitude's constant, and it has a direction. That direction's constant. So boom, push the button, fire the laser, boom, the photons are going in a direction.
Yeah.
The Earth don't magically stop moving, and it also doesn't move with the laser.
It does
doesn't
move with
move
the
with
laser.
photons. So
Yes, it does.
say that
It's the principle of relativity. There is no
it moves
velocity.
so the photons move. Say the Earth is in a orbit left to right. So the
Yeah.
photons move left to right with the Earth's same velocity. It just
At the
stays.
same point. Yes.
No, that's not how it works, bro. It's not
That
how
is
it works.
special
You're moving
relativity.
dummy shit
This
I've
is
heard.
special
No.
relativity.
Special.
Yeah,
It's
dude,
very
you just made
special.
shit
You
up.
don't understand
Yeah,
physics.
saying
Sorry,
I don't.
bro.
You don't
No, you're only
understand
proving you
You're
don't.
saying you're smarter than like every
No, you're only
physicist that
saying
have
no.
ever
They agree
existed
with
in the
me.
last 200
No,
years.
good try, A
You
guy.
are,
They
or
agree
you're
with me.
ignorant.
Yeah,
Either of
no,
those
they
two.
agree with me, A guy, not you. They agree with me, A guy, not you,
So
because I read the
they
literature
think
and you
that
haven't.
ether theory. They think
No,
that
you're
ether
bringing up
theory
ether
exists.
again. No, you're trying to get off the hook by just getting fucking muted by straw manning again. You're not
Okay.
getting off the hook, and you're not getting muted. No one
I-
brought up ether.
What
You're
is
straw
dropping?
manning
What
my
is dropping
position.
about the laser, man?
The position of the moon's orbit will affect it, but whether the Earth-Moon system is moving in relation to the sun doesn't matter.
Dude,
You're saying
Because
there's
the
no
Earth,
Coriolis
because
at
the
all.
because
is it moving in
because the
relation to
Earth
the
and the
direction?
Moon is moving at the same speed around the sun. They're moving with each other.
Yeah, but is it moving relative to the path the laser's going to take?
It's moving with the lasers
Answer the
moving
question.
with the
Is
Earth.
the Earth, Moon, Sun, galaxy, all that shit, is it moving relative to the path the laser's going to take?
Yes, the laser is moving with the whole
So it's
system.
moving relative to the path of the laser.
It doesn't move relative to anything. It moves with the system.
So the laser moves with the Earth and the Moon.
Yes.
So the laser's in orbit.
It can.
So the laser's in orbit. So we can add the 18,000 mile velocity to the 300,000 meters per second, right? That's what we
No.
can do. No, right? Exactly.
No, it doesn't.
No, we
It doesn't orbit. But at the
It
moment
doesn't
you're
orbit. How
firing
does it
it,
move with Earth and the Moon? The Earth and the Moon are in orbit.
yes, the Earth and the Moon is in orbit.
Yeah,
But when
so
you're
how
firing
does
at the
laser move
moon,
with Earth
it
and the
doesn't
Moon
matter
if the
whether
Earth and the
you're in
Moon is in
orbit around the sun, because the laser looking if you're on the sun and you're looking at the laser being fired,
Not
if
on
you're
the sun.
standing where the if you work with me
Guy.
here. If you're looking from the sun's perspective and you're looking on the Earth and you see the lasers being fired, you will see the laser being fired off in an angle. When you're on Earth, you will see the laser just move
What
straight.
does that even mean? An angle? What angle?
Where's the moon?
If you don't
What's the
understand
moon
this,
doing?
then I don't know what the hell I can say.
Why didn't
Okay, I can
you
show you.
mention the moon in that scenario? Why didn't you mention the moon in that scenario?
I did mention the
Yeah,
moon.
you left that bit out, right?
Okay, when
you
they
went to the
fired the laser at the moon, it will move at an angle in relation to from the perspective of the sun. When they look at the Earth, so the
so
Earth
that
will
angle
move, right? And
so,
to aim and to hit the moon.
Great. It'll move at an angle.
Yeah.
It'll move at an angle. Is the
Yeah.
hypotenuse of a triangle longer than its longest side?
Is the hypotenuse of an angle?
Yeah, so you have the direct line to the moon, that would be the longest side, right? But
Yeah,
if it
the
leaves at an
hypotenuse
angle,
is longer.
right? If it
Yeah.
leaves at an angle, that's the hypotenuse of a triangle.
Yeah, great. This is special
So it has to
relativity.
travel farther distance, going the same speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has to go farther distance, traveling the same speed.
Yes, this is special relativity, Indio. Perfect. This is special relativity. The distance, this is the distance will change based on your speed, so it will affect the length. It's length contraction. This is length contraction, Indio. You just described special relativity, Indio.
Wow.
So there's absolutely nothing. There's absolutely no Coriolis. That doesn't exist, right?
This is nothing to do with Coriolis. This is nothing else. No, this is
Indio,
nothing to do with Coriolis.
Hold
But
on,
Indio, you just
real quick.
described special
real quick.
relativity, Indio. Very
So
good.
there's length contraction of photons? Is that what you're saying?
Hmm?
So what's the length contraction happening to?
The length contraction is happening because of the velocity
No,
that
what's
the
it
Earth
happening
has.
to? What's it happening to?
It's happening to everything. To the speed of light, to objects, to distances.
So but we're
Like
firing
the moon will
photons.
appear to have the moon will appear to have like a different distance
How do you have a length
between the
contraction
Earth
to
and the
speed of
moon.
light? You're not even in the same units. Like, what are you talking about?
What?
Speed
Hey,
is not
he
length.
just said
Let,
The,
let
No,
me
the
give an
length,
example.
the length contraction the length contraction. Yes, the length contraction will happen when you're on Earth. It will look like the distance to the moon is different than if you were standing on the moon.
Guy,
If this isn't ad hoc, I don't know what is, man.
No, this is special. This is this is special relativity.
No, it's not, dude.
This is why this is why you
No,
have
it's
like
not special relativity.
the Mercury's orbit will affect.
real
That
quick.
is that is like more or less
Yeah,
with
just say some
the.
buzzwords. Maybe that'll help you.
Let me
No,
let me
this
jump
is-
in. Let me jump in real quick.
It's so
Guy,
crazy. You guys are so
Hillion, say
crazy.
Eddington, say Michelson Morley. Just say some buzzwords. That'll cure
Guy,
everything.
let me jump in real quick.
No.
Let me jump in real quick. Hold on, Guy, wait. Let me jump in real quick. Hey, Guy, can a sniper, if he was on a Gravitron carnival ride, can a sniper? Yeah,
Wait,
Gravitron.
you lost me already. What's a graviton?
It's a carnival ride that spins in circles. Okay, if a sniper was on a Gravitron carnival ride that's spinning,
Yeah.
can a sniper hit a target a mile away from when he shoots his bullet if he's on a Gravitron? Right. So, like, imagine a sniper has a gun and he's spinning around. Can he hit a target that's a mile away accurately? Yes or no?
If he's spinning, no,
Yes,
it's gonna be very hard.
Thank you. So now you say the
That's
Earth is
great
spinning,
evidence.
and it's logical. So now you say the Earth is spinning, but we can shoot a light and hit a target as we are spinning accurately, and by the time that the bullet or the ricochet or whatever you want to say, by the time that measurement comes back to the sniper in his position, remember
Yeah.
the gravitron was moving. It's not.
Yeah,
going
but
to hit
I agree
back.
with that. But this is you're describing the Moon Earth system, and I didn't say that the Earth Moon system will not affect it. It will affect it because the Moon is moving in relation to the Earth, so that will affect it.
Okay, so you're saying if
But
a target,
so that's correct.
Hold on, real quick. If a target was moving at the same speed or maybe less speed at this point in your paradigm, because the moon doesn't spin or rotate at the same speed as the Earth. So then, if the gravitron was a reference frame, and you put a sniper on the gravitron, and then you had an object also moving around with the gravitron, will the sniper hit that target in its distance accordingly? Yes or no?
No.
I agree. So then why would you?
Yeah, but that's that I didn't say.
Wow, bro. Thank you.
Apocryphon.
Oh my
I
God,
just
bro. Oh my God.
literally just told you the moon will and the moon Earth system it will affect it, but not the Earth and moon system according with relevance to the sun because the Earth and moon system is moving
We're
with
not
each other.
talking about the sun here. We're talking about
Then
two
you're
positions.
making what the hell are you talking about, Apocryphon?
We're talking about two positions. The Earth
Yes,
to
but
the moon.
I agree with you,
shooting up-
Apocryphon. I never disagree that the Earth.
I know you.
Okay, so then we
That's why-
agree. There's nothing more to talk about.
Okay.
It's fine.
If you agree,
You can just make whatever you want a single reference frame, right? You do.
if you agree,
Bullshit,
then
man.
how? In the same
I agree with the Earth
Hold on,
Moon
wait.
system because the Moon is moving in relative to the Earth.
If you
The
hold
Moon
on,
is moving
okay, but if
relative
you-
to
Yes,
the
yes,
between
I
the
get
Earth
it.
Moon system.
I get it.
No, you don't
I
get
get
it. You don't understand it.
You're
No, you
saying it's
literally
moving-
don't understand it.
you
Letting
say
this
it's
dude off the
moving with
fucking
the
hook.
Earth.
He isn't going to concede a Pokemon.
I know.
Because
I
it's
know.
actually
I'm
worse
with
than
you.
what
See,
you're making out of Pokemon.
India, you just
No,
you're so
you're a
confused,
moron.
India.
No, you're a moron, a guy. You just proved
You described special relativity to me straight in my
guy,
face, and you still say it's not true
You
or something.
admit-
You say
hey, guy,
that's not
you
special
admitted-
relativity.
No,
Hey, guy,
no,
hey,
you
guy.
ignored what I said, and you can. It
You
was
would-
convenient
No.
ignore.
No,
No,
you
so-
described.
No,
It
I'll
was
do it
a
again.
beautiful explanation of special
I'll
relativity.
do it again. So we have a laser on Earth. We push the button. Our reference frame is going to be 0.000000000. The distance a photon gets 0.000000001 meter. Right. That's how far the photon is away. We're going to start there. So it's not on the Earth. It's not on the moon. It's not on the sun. It's not in the galaxy. Right. It's in free space. That's going to be our origin of coordinates. Now it has a direction it's traveling, has a speed it has to travel at.
Yeah.
Are the Earth, Moon, and Sun, galaxy, and everything else relative to that point in space? Are they going to move?
It depends on what how that
No,
coordinate is
it's a
moving.
yes. It's a
No,
yes. It's not
answer the question. Are they going to
What
move?
what
Yes or no?
coordinate? What did that? Is that coordinate
I
system
just gave you the
absolute?
origin coordinates.
Guy, it's
Point
a yes
Origin.
answer.
You gave me an origin, and then you say the Earth is moving.
It's a yes
Sorry,
answer, guy.
that coordinate. What is that coordinate?
I just told you 0.000001 meter from the front of the laser pointer.
Okay, that's the coordinate.
Yeah, that's my coordinate. That's my origin of coordinates. That's my
Origin of
reference frame.
coordinates.
Yeah, that's my
Well,
origin of
reference-
coordinates.
Well, Indio. First
Yeah,
of
but
all,
that's
he
but
conceded-
what is that
Hold on, guy.
reference?
Hold
Is
on,
that
guy.
if
Wait,
that's a
guy,
coordinate system, you have to refer to something.
Guy, you
Yeah, I am.
conceded.
That point in space.
Yeah,
that
but what is that
location.
point? Is it absolute? What is it? It
doesn't
doesn't make
matter.
any sense
It's
to me.
Point, it's
No,
my reference frame.
This
I'm
is
starting with that as my
literally
origin
the
coordinates
most
and my
important
reference
thing
frame.
you need to answer.
An
What is that
arbitrary-
reference?
I can start with any arbitrary origin of coordinates. You know this.
Yeah, yes, that's
Because
great.
it's
You can say it
invariant under
arbitrary. I accept
transformation,
that.
right?
It's
So,
arbitrary.
because I can start with any arbitrary coordinate, that's my arbitrary coordinate. 0.000001 meter away from the front of the laser.
Okay.
That's where I'm starting. Now, does the
Okay.
Earth, Sun, Moon, Galaxy, Great frickin' Andromeda, does everything move relative to that point in space?
Yes.
No?
Yeah, he knows. He knows what the answer is. You don't want to say
He
it.
said no.
No,
He said
you're
no.
confused about physics if you ask such a question.
Holy
No.
fuck.
Then no.
No,
Don't tell
you're
me what
saying
I'm confused about.
you picked
Answer
you picked the coordinates. You picked
Answer
the solar
the
system
question.
as a coordinate. You
I
picked
didn't-
first of all.
No,
I
I
think you
didn't.
picked the
I picked
sun.
a point in space. The solar system
So-
is supposed to be traveling, right? So
Everything is
point in
moving in relation to the coordinate. Then you need to describe.
I'm asking you,
what
is
the
it? That's the question.
I'm
Is
asking you.
everything
This
moving in
is
relation to that coordinate?
this is your coordinate. So what is
Yeah.
it
So
moving
what
in
is
relation
everything? Is everything moving in relation to the coordinate?
to?
Yes
I don't know
or
what the
no?
coordinate is. I don't know what the coordinate is. You haven't described it.
told
yet.
you the
Zero zero
coordinate.
zero zero
No,
zero
you
zero
just
5
gave it.
meters
You
away
gave
from
you
the
gave
laser
it a
pointer
point.
at the time
You
of
gave it a
emission.
point, but you didn't give it a. You didn't tell us in like an inertial diagram, a free body diagram. How would that look like?
What's that even mean? I don't
It's
need a three body
a free
diagram.
body diagram is like
Are they
it's
moving?
an inertial diagram, and
Are they
then
moving,
you're saying,
guy? Guy,
and then
are
you're
they moving?
and then you have stuff on the diagram, and things have
can't answer it.
velocities.
You will not answer
What
that.
kind of stuff? Like
You
cheese
can have the
noodles and
Earth,
shit?
the
You call
sun.
like
You can have the
clowns?
Earth, the sun.
Hey,
Yeah,
Indio,
we don't.
he cannot
Yeah, so
concede
if
because
I
it
drew this
destroys his
diagram,
argument.
Yeah, but the fact that you
I
guys
know it does.
asked this
He'll never
question, you
concede.
are invoking some kind of reference, but you're not
No,
saying it.
I'm invoking
You're
an
not saying what
arbitrary
it is. You just think it's there, but you can't explain what it is. It's
Yeah,
weird.
I did.
This is it's
So at the time
again
of
you're
emission of the laser,
alluding
then
like
what do you
ether
do?
theory again.
No. See, back to the ether theory. Straw man again. That's all you have. You have no argument. Your
Yeah, but
argument was
this is.
destroyed, and you know
Let me
it.
tell you what. If I can tell you what ether theory is, and see if this.
0.000001 meters away from the front of the laser pointer at the time the laser button is pressed. At
Okay,
the emission
so-
of the first photon, if you look 1.001 meter away from where the front of that laser was, that's my origin of coordinates. Now, relative to that, does the Earth, Sun, Moon, Galaxy, Solar System, do they move relative to that point?
You haven't described what the coordinate, what the free
in order
body
to create
diagram is.
in order to create a reference frame, you can't just pick some arbitrary point in space because there's infinite number of reference frames that will have these
Holy
specific
fuck.
coordinates at these different times.
Yeah.
And
You have to pick some kind of.
that-
If you pick the sun, because the sun has a velocity, it's an object. and-
No. The
Time
laser.
reference frame, and I'll use,
But you pick
6
something
hours
else.
from now.
The
You
laser
pick something
being
else,
shot is not
heretic,
infinite
Indo, and
reference
you know what? That's
No one's
something
gonna use
else.
something else. It's straight over to your argument, and you know it, and that's why you're dodging like fuck.
And no, Indio,
He's
you know what
fucking
else? You know
dodging,
what
bro.
people have
Straight
tested
Neo.
this other reference that
Yeah,
you
we don't care
cannot
about your
point out
fucking
what is.
anecdotes, man.
People have tested. It's called ether theory. That is
No one's
right.
talking about
The
ether.
point is,
Holy fuck, bro.
the point
No
is
one's
that
talking about
velocity. The point is that velocity is not a position of something at a given point in time. It's the change of that position as a function of time.
Yeah,
So-
we have a starting position. So this is my starting position. I just said it to you. Our starting position is at this point.
Yeah, so at this point we only know.
0.00001 meters away from the front of the laser. At the,
Yeah,
at
so
the
at this
time of emission.
Yes, I agree. So at this point, we have only
Equals
one.
1 second has to the moon, Earth, sun, everything else have a different position. Yes or no?
Yeah. So at this point, you only have you only know where that origin point of the coordinate system will be at only one point in time. But in order to compare some velocity of some other objects to it, you have to give at least other one point in time. So you create actual velocity of that coordinate system.
That's
Yeah.
the question, right? That's the
You
question
can-
I'm asking.
Yes,
It's not
that's
the
the
question. It's
but
an
that's
information you need to provide in the first place.
Yeah,
1
you need to
second
answer
later,
that, Indio.
No, listen. No, I'm
Yes.
talking about within your paradigm, within your model. If I take this as my origin of coordinates,
In my
and then
model, you
1
need to
second
provide
later
a
is the
velocity.
position of. Why are you talking over me? So 1 second later, has the sun, moon, Earth, galaxy, have they moved? Yes or no?
You can't say that based on that.
Why can't you say yes or no, bro?
Because
I mean,
it's incoherent.
It is
the
coherent.
information, if
They've either moved or they haven't moved.
You don't have
The
enough
information-
information. I can't say.
The information, if they moved, have to be provided by you in the first place because you have to connect to define the coordinate system relative to something actually physical.
No, I don't. All I have to have is an origin. I have an origin of coordinates, and you know where it is relative to the sun physical.
Where it is? Where is it? Just point at
1
it.
meters away from the front of the laser. The laser's physical, right? Hold on, shut the fuck up, guy. The laser's physical, right? Is the laser physical? I define my origin of coordinates, not on the laser, but off the laser. Some minute distance. That's my origin of coordinates. Now, is the laser moving? The laser pointer, is that moving? Is the
Depends
Earth
on your
moving? Is
reference
the moon
system.
moving relative to that point when I start?
Depending on your reference system.
Wow.
Pardon me? What'd you say?
You have to define the reference system. You haven't defined it yet.
I just did.
No, you
I have
didn't.
an
You just
origin
said
of coordinates.
you plotted a bunch of points on a map or in the coordinate system. But in this coordinate system, you're
Yes,
also
I didn't
saying
have a
things,
coordinate system.
and then you're saying things in the coordinate system also have velocities. Then
No,
you
I'm
need to
asking you.
describe what the velocities are.
No, I'm asking you relative to this
The
point.
reference.
I think I have an. I think I have an analogy. Let's say that you have multiple people that are shooting a bullet at some given time. They are shooting these bullets from different positions, in different directions, and at different speeds this bullet is flying. But they happen to meet each other at a single point in space at a single time. So they collide with each other. So what you basically did is that you only provided the coordinates of this particular point where these bullets have met. But in order to actually compare the velocity, you would have to choose to additionally give the information of how one of these bullets are moving, and which would be this one specific coordinate system, because you can have multiple different bullets, so multiple different reference frames bound to them that meet at one given point at one point in time.
That's not the
Okay,
argument.
so
That's
listen,
not the fucking
listen.
argument.
So listen, how did you determine where the bullets came from if you don't have a starting coordinate system? How do you know they met at a single point if you didn't already have a coordinate system in place when the gun was fired? Okay, good try though. That was a good try, but it ain't gonna work. So we have a coordinate system. We have a minute distance from the front of the laser. At the time we have 1 second at the point of emission. Right? That's our time. 1 second later, at this spot, has the Earth, Sun, Moon, and everything moved relative to this point in space? It's real
The answer
simple.
is yes. The answer is yes, guys.
yes. In your paradigm, the answer is yes. And it's
Yes.
not me that says that you're trying to go against your own goddamn religion, throwing it under the bus because it's not convenient for your freaking stupid moon box.
Exactly. The only reason why they cannot say
Where do you think I got this information? You think I made it up?
Yeah, but you're not providing.
No,
I know. I'd say it.
No, I posted the
He
source of my
provided
information
everything.
in the video in
You
the
did?
chat. So stop fucking lying.
Where did you
here's
post it?
here's the point, guy. Here's the point, guy. You will not concede to a simple fundamental principle, even in your paradigm, that if you were to launch a light beam from a said position on Earth as it's rotating, you are not conceding that everything celestially is going to be moving in position according to when you first shot that. And this is weird to me that you cannot like that's fundamental, bro. That's like
Everything is moving in relation to the Earth.
We don't
but-
know
but-
what velocity that point has and in which direction. So analogically, we don't know which of these bullets is there.
Yeah.
Why would
What
the
you're
point have
doing,
a velocity?
Every coordinate system, every reference frame has a velocity relative to some other reference frame.
yeah. But there is no absolute reference frame. That's what the whole point of
Okay,
this is.
so let's do this. We shoot the laser from Earth in your paradigm, right? In the first photon that comes out, so 1 trillionth of a second after it's emitted, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use the location that photon is as our origin of coordinates. So is everything
What
moved relative
velocity
to
does
that?
it have?
So is everything moved relative to that photon?
You're asking the same question that you did earlier.
No, because you guys you all said I need a velocity. Now I have a velocity.
No, the reference
think-
system needs a velocity. What is the reference?
Yeah,
The reference
Yeah.
system now is a photon. It has a velocity.
okay, so now we aren't just picking one point at which this photon was at given time, but we are consistently having this
that's where we're
coordinate bound
starting.
to this photon.
No, so we're going to use time to figure out where the photon is in space. So we start with the Earth, the coordinate of the fucking laser pointer. We let some amount of time, trillionth of a second roll by, and then that photon is going to be some distance away from the laser pointer. We're going to use that point as the origin of coordinates. That photon that's at that point, that's 1 trillionth of a second away from the laser.
In that case, in that case, the moon will appear to just move towards the I don't know what direction it is, but if the origin is like the center of the photon, and that's the reference, then you will see it as the moon being far away, and then it moves through the origin. That will be the. Yeah.
Oh yeah, can you explain that to us? How the moon appears far away, then moves through the origin? No, the photon's not moving. We stopped at time equals 1 trillionth of a second.
You just ask me how it will appear when you release, when you allow it has vectors, right? It has vectors, so this vector is pointing towards the origin. The moon is pointing
so
towards
the moon's not going to move relative to the photon.
It is.
That's what you're saying.
No, it's. I told you the vector of the moon will point towards the origin of the photon because the photon will hit the moon.
You're just stating your conclusion, man. Okay, you're just stating your conclusion, like without anything in between. You need the in between shit, dude.
What is the in between shit?
The in between shit is okay. So we roll forward again, 1 trillionth of a second. Has the moon moved relative to that photon?
Yes, it has moved towards the photon.
The moon has moved.
Yeah.
Physically.
Yeah, relative to the photon.
Directly towards the photon.
Why would it move towards the photon?
Because the photon is getting closer to it, so if you have a coordinate system bound to the photon,
I didn't
from this coordinate system
I didn't even say I aimed at the moon. I didn't even say any of that shit. I just want to know if the moon and the Earth are moving relative to the photon.
Where did you aim? Where are you aiming the?
Why does it matter?
It will move. It will move to in relation. But I thought you said you aimed it at the moon.
I'm aiming sideways, perpendicular to the moon.
Yeah. Then it will move away from you.
Yeah. So the only velocity the Earth and the moon will have in that.
Standing still, and the moon is moving into the photon. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The photon is stationary. It doesn't have a velocity anymore. And it's moving into the photon at 300,000
In your
meters per
reference
second.
system, the photon doesn't have velocity, yes.
Yes, because you created a reference frame which is connected to the photon in the first place.
Yeah. So then it doesn't
You're
have
looking from the photon's perspective.
Yeah, from the photon's perspective, the moon is basically just coming straight towards the laser or moving. The photon's stationary and the moon is moving around relative to the laser.
It's not moving around, it's just moving away depending on where you pointed it.
But what if it's in an orbit? What would that look like?
It will just orbit the Earth while it's both of them are moving away from the laser.
From what? From the perspective of the photon, it moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Congratulations,
No.
you played yourself. It took a while to me to box you in, dude. You're a fucking snake.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, so everything moved
I just
relative to the laser. Yes, you admitted it.
Yeah, but when you're pointing it, depending on where you're saying, if you point it, then somehow, if you, let's say you point it directly away, if you point it directly like up, you're on the ground and you're pointing it straight up, and then the laser will move straight away from the Earth, then that laser will move in a straight direction. And what you'll see if you're picking the coordinate system of the photon, you will see it as the photon being like stationary, and then the Earth will just move in a straight line away from the laser.
Oh, cool.
But-
and the moon will move too
Right.
with the Earth because it's the Earth's moon system. So
No,
they'll both move
the moon obviously orbits. The moon obviously orbits,
Yeah, so
right?
they'll move together. They'll both move away.
But the whole point here is that you pick the Earth and you're moving it a straight line. What you said earlier is that somehow the galaxy affected.
Yeah, we're gonna keep building on it.
Wait. So sorry. So what you're saying earlier, I'm saying that, right? But you're saying that if you point the laser straight away from the Earth, it will not move in a straight line away. The Earth wouldn't move a straight line away from you.
Straw man
It will
again. But
deflect.
what are you up to now?
Okay, so why are you saying? Why did you
so
say
you-
earlier
you
then that
conceded
that
that
the
the Earth-
movement? Why? Sorry, Indio. So why did you say earlier that when you fire the laser at the moon, the speed of the Earth around the galaxy affect the direction? Because you already
tell you
agree
why.
it doesn't. It moves
gotta
in a
tell you
straight
why.
line.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'll tell you why right now. So you already conceded that the Earth and Moon move relative to the laser. So the Earth
It
and
doesn't
Moon
move
move
in
with the solar system, right? And the solar system's moving. So relative to the laser, the solar system's moving. And then
Yeah, but in
relative to the
relation,
galaxy,
but
the
in
galaxy's moving, right? Relative to the laser.
yeah, but
So
the
all
whole
these
point here.
motions combined relative to the laser add up
I
to
cannot
something.
understand how your brain works. Seriously, sorry.
No, because we're just adding stuff, right? So you
No,
say,
but
oh,
why are you
relative
doing
to
this?
the
Why are you adding them? They are moving in straight line. Like if you look at the Earth and the photon as like two objects, if you remove everything else in the universe and you just say it's the Earth and the photon, and you fire the photon, what does it change if there is a
Yeah,
galaxy
but we're not
there?
dealing with that. We have more than the Earth. You
But
can try
this
to
is the
strip
whole
everything.
point, Indio. You're somehow saying that adding the rest of the universe somehow affect the path in relation between the photon and the Earth, and it doesn't. It moves in a straight line, and you even agree to it. If
Does
it
the
moves
solar
in a straight
system
line,
move relative to the center of the galaxy?
yes, it does, but it doesn't matter for this.
Okay. So solar
It
system
does
moves
not
relative.
matter, and you
Yeah,
already agree to it.
yeah, cool. When I
What's it
shoot the
cool?
laser relative to the laser pointer, does that motion of the Earth relative to the galaxy, does it change the position relative to the laser?
Sorry, could you repeat
Laser
that
like
last
the
thing you said?
photon of the laser.
You
So I'm
okay?
at
So
the
you're
photon
firing
of the
it.
laser, right? So the Earth is orbiting the galaxy with the solar system at some speed, 1.6 million
Uh-huh.
miles per hour or something.
Uh-huh.
Now, so from the perspective of the photon, does
Yeah.
does the Earth move at that same velocity relative to the center of the galaxy?
Yes, the Earth will move in relation to the galaxy. Yes.
Yes, but from the perspective of the photon.
From the perspective of the photon, it will move in relation to the Earth,
No,
and the
no.
galaxy will move in relation to the Earth.
That's not right. No, that's not right.
Yes,
Because
it
the
is.
photons don't experience time.
Yes, but don't do that. We don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, we're
Almost
not
full.
going there, man.
We don't have to deal with like relativistic, and they don't experience, and then you have like infinite length contraction and all that kind of shit. We just act as if you actually have this speed. You don't have to say it's a laser. You could just say it's a bullet or something.
Okay, then you'd have to say it's not traveling at the speed of light.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't travel at the speed of light. That's fine.
You're basically assuming the classical mechanics.
Yeah,
No, that's
we are
what he's
using
doing.
classical mechanics for this. No, he
I'm
is
not
not
using
assuming.
classical mechanics.
We are using classical mechanics now, Indio, but he is saying you cannot, and that is true. You can't. we can't state that it's moving at the speed of light. Because if it would, then you can't use this reference system. It will distort everything, I think.
Oh, let me put it this way. Say I have a spaceship going. It's one direction, right? I'm going in one direction. It's going in the opposite direction, but it's some distance away from me. Say 250,000 miles, right? And our combined velocity towards each other would be greater than the speed of light.
Yeah.
See, I try to shoot a laser from one ship to the other. What happens if I aim at the ship where I see it is?
Sorry, you're aiming, and then the combined speed towards each other is greater than the speed of light.
Yeah, so our combined speed is 1.2. Our combined velocity towards each other is 1.2 times the speed of light. And then as we're our closest point, our closest distance, push the button for the laser to try and illuminate the ship, the other ship.
I think that doesn't work. It's impossible. You will not observe the combined speed to be greater than the speed of light.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying what we observe, but as far as that goes, I'm just saying I push the button, dude. As we pass each other, and I aim right at where the ship appears to be. Will the laser hit the ship?
Yes. The laser will move according to you, the laser will move at the speed of light regardless of what speed you're moving at.
Yeah, that's right. So the velocity of me going in the other direction is not going to add to the speed of light, right?
It's not going to add. What do you mean?
It's not going to add. So it isn't going to be, say I'm going 0.6 the speed of light, and I hit the button on the laser. It isn't going to be 0.6 the speed of light.
It's depending. The speed of light. It depends on the observer.
Oh God. The velocity of the laser isn't going to be 0.6 times the speed of light plus the speed of light, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm trying to confirm this with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the ship that's going in the other direction, 0.6 the speed of light.
Yeah.
Right? So it also has a laser. And if I fire a laser from there, or the light that reflects off of there, it's not going also 0.6 the speed of light plus the speed of light, right? There's speed of light, and that's it. It's just
speed
one
of light is constant. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I see the ship, and I fire the laser at the ship, and I want to bounce the laser off the side of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And I shoot where I see the ship. Am I going to hit it?
If it's just if it's moving with you, like you will see it at the same
don't
position.
try to make a different scenario. Why are you
sorry.
doing that?
Is it moving? Are you moving towards each other?
I literally said the other direction like 5 times. Why would you say moving?
Can you make a drawing? Make a drawing. Make a drawing.
Shut
So I
the fuck
understand.
up. You're muted, dude.
Make
You're
a drawing.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm done with that shit. Goddamn weasel. That's why you guys get no respect, man. Literally give a scenario 5 times, and he says so you're saying the exact opposite of that? Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I gave up on that guy a long time ago. He just obfuscates and tries to avoid what you're saying.
That was crazy, right?
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's like he's literally just tactically trying to skirt around everything.
Here's a new perspective. If you were going up, what would happen? So you're saying you're going down, right? What about this down scenario? Like, dude, like, what the fuck? He literally said the exact opposite of what I said.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
What the clownery is that?
Yeah, I won't talk to him anymore. I'm done with him. He's lost his respect too many times. You can hear him smiling too. He's one of those guys you can hear smiling as he's
I know what he's doing.
Yeah.
But you gotta do it, man. Like as far as I'm concerned, it's just like you just have to. At least I have to. I just have to go, hey, man, here's some bullshit. Listen to bullshit these guys will do. They'll do anything.
Yep.
So this argument, in case you missed it, started with the retroreflectors and timing retroreflectors bouncing off the moon.
It's insane to even consider it possible in the way that they're saying. It's just ridiculous. They get like a scattering of readings back, and they just cherry pick whatever, even if they are at all, if they're even getting a reading and actually saying that that's the reading they got off the moon, and it's just a reification parlor trick, basically, in my opinion. He could be bouncing off the firmament for all we know, but there's a claim that they have all these, when they don't aim it at a certain area, they don't get any results. They have to aim it right at the moon and whatever else, But of course, they've got it worked in. It's just a way of, they need certain things to make it seem like they've done the thing that confirms what they need to be confirmed, and they can manipulate that all they want. There's no way to repeat that. Waste of time.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Hey, guy, why don't you take time and watch the video I posted and see that is your model? I don't agree with you on anything, dude. You're just making shit up.
He's not in the voice chat anymore.
Yeah, I know he's typing. Point is, push the button on the laser pointer. Photons fly out. And everything is moving relative to those photons in your paradigm. Just trying to say, you're just trying to play games. Now say, well, they're actually not moving.
Well, they would be moving. They would be moving in the axis where the moon would be getting closer and the Earth further, because you're shooting the photon out of Earth towards the moon. But on the axis, like from right to left, it wouldn't be moving. They would be all moving uniformly as the entire system.
Oh, that's not how it works, man. Not how it works at all. It's not additive. It's not like you're on a train and I'm in a car and we're throwing a ball across the train to the car to each other, where our velocity adds to the velocity of the ball, so it just seems like we're just tossing the ball to each other. The ball, when we release it, can only go its speed and no greater speed. So you can't add the velocity of the car and the train to the motion of the ball. Right? So it's not like I throw the ball at 60 miles per hour, and then the train's going 100 miles per hour, and the car's going 100 miles per hour, and they're side by side, and I throw the ball, and it's just 60 miles per hour. It don't work like that. It's whatever the fixed velocity of the ball is, in this case, the speed of light. It has a fixed velocity. It doesn't matter how fast the Earth is going, how fast the moon is going. None of that crap matters. It doesn't add to the speed of light. Because it doesn't add, that means if you're going to hit the moon, the moon moves, but the speed of light to cross that distance needs more time, because it is the hypotenuse of a triangle.
That's when your contraction comes in, right?
Oh, you just say the distance shrank, right? Space shrank.
Yeah, I'm not that good in relativity, so I can't really discuss about it to not pretend that I know something I don't.
Well, I mean, it's not my opinion. This is what's in the literature. I posted a link. I posted a video that has not only the claims about the velocity, but also to Penn State University, where they're talking about, hey, you got a rocket ship and another rocket ship, right? And they're going 200,000 meters per second. What's their added velocity? Let me see. Can't have a velocity faster than the speed of light. Hey, guys, you should actually go through that link and actually read it. I clipped the relevant part.
A guy's going to be here tomorrow saying the same shit, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that.
Yeah, we know. Like,
That's
you play video games, right? So, like, you know how when you walk out of the town and then you walk back into town, all the NPCs reset to the beginning script. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
You go walk out of town, walk back in, and he's gonna just NPC reset. And the same script is gonna pop up that we read 1,000 times.
Yeah. And in about a month's time, he'll come in here saying, "Yeah, but Aristophanes did a geodetic survey. The sticks and the shadows."
If you talk to some other NPCs, occasionally they'll update DLC, right? And then you'll get a side quest. And one of the times you talk to him, it's something like 1 out of 1,000, you'll get a side quest that he heard from some other NPC.
Yeah. Side quests, they'll stop them sometimes. It's true.
Side quests are the worst because the people that made up the side quest, they can't prevail, but then you get someone that's parroting the side quest and they butcher that person's argument and it just becomes a train wreck.
And by the way, I don't know if this is just like, remember you're talking about the cars and throwing stuff between cars. Imagine me and you are traveling in 2 cars. So you're in one car, I'm in another car. We're just driving side by side on the highway, right? If we're like literally 1 meter away from each other, if I throw you a ball, yeah, you probably catch it. But if you're 20 meters away and I throw a ball to you, your car's going to leave the ball. In other words, when I have to throw it ahead of you in order for you to catch it. If I don't throw it ahead of you, there's no way you'll catch. If I throw it at you, you'll just go behind you every time because the car will be moving away by the time the ball gets there in 20 meters time. You see, so all this shit they're talking about, lasers and planets, it's all nonsense. Everything's moving. Can't test anything.
Yeah, but that's because of the air resistance slowing down the ball after you throw it. But we're considering a situation in the vacuum where you have no air resistance.
If the cars are 20 meters apart, you're never ever going to reach the other car unless you throw the ball ahead of the car. It's just like when, it's like when sniper or whatever, like military people, if they see a man running, they don't shoot at him, they shoot a little bit in front of him, dude. And that's with a bullet, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but I agree with that, and I gave the cause of that, which is the air resistance. But as I already said, in this hypothetical situation, there is no air resistance because there is no air. So this factor that we're talking about doesn't have an impact.
Doesn't matter if it's resistance. There's 3 objects moving, not 2 objects, and glued together by some sort of thing.
No, if there was no air resistance, no.
He's talking about real life. He doesn't talk about Fantasyland, a bunch of math on paper. He's talking about in reality.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I throw that tennis ball really, really fast, imagine I'm like a fast pitcher for the baseball team. Maybe if I throw it at him, but I throw it so hard, it's like a laser beam, he might catch it. But in other words, I'm gonna have to make up for the speed of the car with the speed of my throw. You see?
Yeah, if there was no air resistance, then you could just throw it in a straight line towards him. He would
Air
catch it.
resistance. Air resistance is applying to all objects. Me, the ball, and the other car. Doesn't matter about air resistance. There's no air resistance. The cars will be moving faster, won't they? God's sake, sir. No, you're not thinking.
Yes, but you're countering that air resistance before you throw a ball by holding it in place.
I'm telling you that throwing a ball between 2 cars is not the same as it doesn't work. In other words, the object you have to throw ahead of the object, not just shoot at the object, like this guy was saying with the moon.
Yes, because of air resistance.
No, you idiot! Not getting it. Not getting it, dude. I've explained it 3 times. If you haven't got it, it's no good. That doesn't matter. Maybe tomorrow.
So, do you think that if I did the same thing in a vacuum, or at least very low pressure environment, the same thing could happen?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. You have to throw ahead of the car in order to reach the car.
It does, though.
You have to shoot ahead of. In other words, you're gonna have to shoot ahead of the moon in order for the laser to hit that target.
It doesn't, because if you move with the target at the same velocity in the same direction, then it's like if you were both stationary.
What did I just explain to you about throwing a ball between 2 cars? What did I just explain to you? How you have to throw it ahead of the car, otherwise you'll never reach the car. Did you not hear
Yeah,
that?
I explained to you. I explained to you why that has what physical causes it.
If we were in a vacuum, it'd still be the same, dude.
It wouldn't. Do you have any proof it would?
It would, because the car would just leave the ball behind. Why would Why would the ball arrive into the other car? Wait, but the cars are moving.
Because that's how physics works. Like when something
Right, but
is
the ball
moving
isn't moving as
and
fast
you're
as the
moving.
cars. The ball isn't moving as fast as the cars. The ball is moving parallel. He's moving like across from one car to the other car. But the cars are moving in one direction simultaneously. So there's a third object. It's moving at a velocity and a trajectory that's not going to be able for you to be able to reach the other car. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Why can't you get this? Why is this so difficult for you, bro?
But in the forward direction, the direction of the road, the ball was already moving with the car. So it's not going to magically lose that
Now it's
velocity.
moving laterally. Yeah, but now it's moving laterally towards the other car, so its forward momentum is much lower. But the car's forward momentum is still the same. So it's going to be going behind the car, isn't it? Just use your brain, bro. Come on, man.
No,
Dude.
I'm using my brain.
Wait, dude,
You have
I'm running really fast. And I'm like, oh, bro, throw me a ball. Throw me a ball as I'm running. Are you going to throw the ball ahead of me or are you going to throw it at me? Which one?
Depending on how far away I am, probably ahead.
How far? Are you literally purposefully dumb, yeah?
Yeah.
Purposefully dumb?
No, I'm just explaining that a resistance is a factor, where you're taking this fact and trying to apply the same effect to situations without it.
Oh, good, man. Put someone else in here, brother.
If
Sorry, man. You're not,
if you
you're
don't
not on my
think
level, man. Sorry.
if you don't want to use common sense and you don't think it's air resistance, then what do you think is slowing down the ball after you throw it?
Our conversation is done, sir. Talk to someone else.
I mean, this doesn't even require some knowledge in physics. If that ball was a person, like for example, if you're in an airplane and jumping off an airplane, then you will physically feel that force of that air pushing onto you and slowing you down. That is just a common sense. So logically, if you create a hypothetical situation where that air wouldn't exist, you wouldn't expect that to happen. Like, it's the same thing as if you're in that airplane or in a train or anything that is moving, and you have the air that isn't moving relative to you, but it's moving with the same velocity as you. It's basically stationary to you, a part of the same system. Then if you jump, you're not going to smash the back wall of that airplane or that train. You're just going to land in the same place you jumped from.
That's
Because
fascinating. Wow.
Yes, because the air is stationary to you. I'm talking to you.
I already told you. About 3 minutes ago, I told you the conversation was ended 3 minutes ago. I haven't listened to anything you've said since.
Then I'm not going to speak anymore.
All I hear is blah blah blah. The Earth isn't moving.
Honestly, I think this guy's an AI. I'm not joking. I think there are now AI voices, boy. This guy's an AI voice. I'm not even joking. I've got that feeling.
Yeah, there are AI flat earthers, but they aren't in the voice chat. They are rather in the text chat. Which, like for example, Flat Plains Drifter, I think he was called like that, who's constantly repeating the same phrase like since a year. Yes, that guy is absolutely an AI.
Lack of emotion. Lack of emotion. Everything is just dry. Look.
I can't imagine a person being able to repeat the same phrase throughout a year without any hesitation.
And they use when they use AIs, they're starting off with using foreign accents, so it's a bit easier for them. No one notices accents that much. So literally, what they're doing. This is an AI. We're talking to an AI right now. Busted, brother. Tell your programmer he was a shit job.
Yeah.
We found you. You're
Yeah,
crap. You're
they
shit.
say that the government
calculator
always
failure.
have the better technology before the open public. So maybe they already have AIs, like chatbots.
Dude, you're an AI. We discovered you. It's over.
Yes, I
You've been
know.
busted.
I know.
You've been busted.
So
brother.
is my money from NASA now gone? If I am just an AI and not an actual real person, an agent?
It's just that your program tells you that you can't leave right now because that's like one of the programming defaults. But soon you will leave. But remember, we caught you, and we'll always catch you because you're dumb.
Yeah, I admit that it's so over for me.
You're just a bot. That's all you are, mate. Just a bot. Not like us humans. We humans are alive, but you're just a bot.
Yeah, Flatplanes Drifter taught me how to behave like a bot. He schooled me.
That guy go is still here. Is he gone? Yeah, that was definitely yeah, man, 100%.
Want to be held, right? Held in place while the ground spins past me at 1,000 miles per hour. Just like
So what's the Eastern European guy gone? The AI guy.
a jet aircraft would whiz past me at 1,000 miles per hour.
I just noticed that. Is that guys? I just discovered an AI, and now he's left. Got busted.
You didn't want
man.
me to speak while I was responding. You said I'm talking to no one. So why should I speak
How
anymore?
do I get into that position, Embo?
No,
How do I get into the position so that the ground is whizzing past my face at 1,000 miles per hour? How do I get to that?
You
How do I see
you would have to manually accelerate yourself to that speed. So, for example, get in an airplane.
No,
that
no.
travels
The ground is the thing accelerating. I want to be in the position so that this accelerating ground, this ground that's beneath me that's moving, whizzes past my face like a jet aircraft would whiz past my face.
Yeah, you can see that inside of an aircraft through a window. You see a ground passing behind you. But
That's
if
that's the aircraft moving. I want, you know how you're outside the aircraft and the aircraft goes past you, goes like freaking Sonic and gone. How do I get to experience that with the ground?
Yeah, without accelerating
Hang me upside
yourself,
down.
No, yeah, without
upside down,
accelerating
like-
yourself, like using this airplane, you're not going to experience that because you're already moving with the
I'd
earth.
have to be in a position where I'm not moving. Moving? Tell me I have to move to see the ground move? No. If the ground's moving and I'm moving with it, then I want to be still. How do I get to no motion?
You're
gonna
still
have to
in
go-
relation
you're
to
gonna
the
have to go
earth.
backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. If you go at 1,000 miles an hour in reverse, then you're standing still.
And
Yes,
that's
exactly.
ridiculous
Then
to
you
say
would-
that if you're moving, you're standing still. I want to be absolutely motionless and watch the ground beneath me move past me.
Then you're gonna have to
You
accelerate
want
to
to-
1,000 miles an hour and go west.
That's moving. That's moving. I don't want to move. I want to be not moving. I don't want to be in motion. I want to be.
moving. That would be the illusion. No, that would be the illusion of moving. They wouldn't actually be moving. You'd actually be standing still.
What? What? Wait,
You want
what?
to be-
So I've got to slow down, right? So I've got to
This is how
slow
you speed
down
up.
the other way.
No, you got to speed up to stop. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, No, you slow down
No.
to stop. That's
Yes.
great. What the fuck, man?
No, with the globe physics, we've got to speed up to stop. So
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. No, don't.
So what happens there is the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and moving at 26,000 miles an hour. So if you want to be perfectly still, you're going to have to go 1,000 miles per hour in reverse. And well, actually, you'd still be the Earth would still be circumnavigating the sun, so you still wouldn't be moving. You still would be moving. So to be perfectly still, you're going to have to go 27,000 miles in reverse, plus do a little bit of a wobble as you're doing that. You're going to have to basically dance while you're dancing. So you have to go 27,000 miles backwards per hour, backwards, and dancing, and then you're standing still. Okay. Done. Proven.
What?
What do you want?
Usually when I'm in my car and I'm driving along and I'm coming up to a stop sign, I don't speed up. I start slowing down. Oh my god, man.
What do you want to be stationary relative to?
Ground moving. I already said that.
Yeah, not moving relative to what?
Ground.
To the ground. You're already not moving relative to the ground. Right now.
No shit, Sherlock. But it's supposed to be moving. And I'm moving with it. So I want to be not moving relative to the ground that's moving.
Then go to some machine that will make you move, like a car, like a plane, a train, anything that moves in relation to the surface.
I want to slow down. Wait, I'm probably doing like something like 700 miles an hour east at the moment.
It's like riding a
I
motorbike.
want to start slowing. I want to slow down. I want to decelerate to
It's like riding a
zero.
motorbike. If you want to turn left, bro, did you know that if you want to turn left on a motorbike, you actually have to go to the right in order to go left? Did you know that? It's called counter steer. Did you know that?
Motion is relative, so if the Earth is moving in relation to the stars and you want
It's
to be
only when you're
stationary
driving
relative,
fast on a motorbike. If you're driving slowly, you just steer normally.
Yeah, less than
You're
10.
all
Yeah, only
insane.
above 10
How do
miles
I
an
know
hour.
that? I have a motorbike.
That's cool. You put your knee down around corners, yeah? Yes, no.
Yeah, he deafened himself.
Fair enough.
I don't know if you
Am
wanted
I
a medal or a
tripping,
tattoo.
Indio?
Are you tripping? I don't know.
Am I tripping? Do I not understand something or what? Like,
Yeah, you could tell it's moving because it's not moving.
I don't want to be rude, but yeah, I would say that may be the case.
what?
That's so dumb.
Yeah, you said that you don't understand something, maybe.
Oh, I thought you were
So-
agreeing with India.
Well,
No,
I'll just
no.
say, by the way, for the record, he was talking about ether, and I didn't want him to distract from the point. But those experiments only falsified a particular ether theory. It doesn't falsify all the ether theories. So the first ether theories was entrained ether and partially entrained ether. So you would never detect motion in those theories. It only falsified a particular ether theory that the Earth was moving at the velocity that you guys are now denying that it's moving at.
So that ether would be basically stationary in relation to the Earth?
So this is what you guys get. No, yeah. So it's entrained ether. It's getting pulled around with the Earth in its orbit, right? So it's like the ether's being held, I don't know, gravitationally or whatever the fuck, right? So it's being pulled with the Earth. It's entrained out to some distance, like a laminar flow, right? If you have something like a fluid, the fluid will kind of like stick to the surface.
Yeah, I guess that
Or
could work.
I think one of the alternatives was the ether actually emanates from matter, so it's flowing outward from the center, so you wouldn't actually detect any like tangential motion. There's lots of ether theories. There's probably as many ether theories as there is people. Well, hypothesis, ether hypothesis. I don't particularly subscribe to any of them. I think the jury's out on ether. It's a nice idea and it solves a lot of things, but you know, need the actual evidence. Well, I should say solves things, not philosophically. It solves things. I just want to know, like, where did all these motions come from now? If it's like, what's the galaxy moving relative to? What's the expansion of the universe moving relative to itself? This is a crazy rabbit hole, man. Like, it's actually just a problem with discrete mathematics. Generally, that's why people don't like it. Some people.
It is what it is.
Did you say like that leads to an infinite regression fallacy kind of thing?
Yeah, eventually, yeah. Because you're always going to have to have some absolute reference frame to even do anything. You have to start somewhere.
That's what I was saying before. He was just like, anytime he needs it to be the one reference frame, he just inserts it. It's like, no, that's just one reference frame. Like, what?
So this is a thing people get confused about. So, you know, if you use the wave model of light, there's a wave front. So when you turn the laser on, there's a wave front that goes out at the speed of light. Things like Michelson-Morley don't measure the wave front. They measure the difference in the velocity of the phase. Now, the velocity of the phase of the wave of a beam of light, it can go any speed. It can go reverse. Yeah, that's right. It can go in reverse. At negative speed, a negative velocity relative to the phase of the wave. The phase doesn't have to go to the speed of light. So they're doing Michelson-Morley using the phase of the wave. They're using interference patterns. Saying, hey, we're not measuring a change in velocity. But they're not actually measuring the change of the wavefront to see if the wavefront changes. So I guess it's kind of, you could say it's flawed to a degree.
Wait. There's like something that precedes the photons. You're saying?
Well, if you thought of it like a wave, right? Like say I throw a rock in a pond, there's all the ripples, right? All the ripples. So that would be the phase of the wave, the ripples. But that first front of the wave that travels, right? There's nothing in front of it but smooth water, right? Behind it, there's a bunch of ripples. The wavefront is where that train of waves starts. That is the only thing that moves at the speed of light. That's what moves at the speed of light. So the way the waves move behind the wavefront, that can be all sorts of variations.
Ah, okay.
It can go
Interesting.
backwards, forwards. It can go more than the speed of light, less than the speed of light.
In and back to the center, back out, back to the center, back out.
Yeah. I mean, but that's just like a model and shit. And just like, I mean, it gets weird because then you get into the photon shit, which is like supposed to be like a wave packet. And then that will have like a group velocity. And then the group velocity can also, within the group, it's the speed of light, but the group velocity itself can be, or maybe that's backwards. It's just, it's a bunch of hooey. That's why they say that you can't measure the one-way speed of light. It's just impossible. It's only the two-way speed of light. But what they measure in like Michelson-Morley in a ring interferometer or a fiber optic gyro, or just they're measuring the difference in path length of the phase. That wave train, that wave, the ripples behind the wavefront. They're measuring those.
Interesting. I thought that he had a light source shining onto a mirror, and then
Yeah,
the
but it's
mirror.
like it's a continuous light source, so right? It's not like they just flashed it once, emitted one freaking wavelength of light, and then like stopped. All right, they just
They've got their little thingy spinning around with gaps in it.
yeah, it's a continuous emission, right? So basically, what it'll do is like it makes like a standing wave, right? So say I have a wavelength of like 1 meter. That's long. I'm just using it for reference, and I have 5 meters between the source and the emitter. You should be able. You could count 5 wave peaks, right, in between the source and the emitter. 1 meter wavelength, 5 meters apart. So there should be 5 peaks, a standing wave in between the source and the emitter. Now, if I took another light source and the path length was less than 5 meters, right? It's 4.5 meters or something. Or let's make it half a wavelength. So and I interfered it with that one, right? What I would get is I would get a phase shift. So if on the screen, right, this interference pattern would show like a phase shift when I took one path length, the 5 meter path length, and interfered it with the 4.5 meter path length. What I would get is a phase shift relative to what I would get is if they were both 5 meters. So if they were both 5 meter path length, I interfere them, right? It'll make a certain pattern. But if I mix a shorter path length, like 4.5 with 5, and then I interfere those, I'm going to get a different pattern. This is what Michelson-Morley is. What they say is the east-west path length and the north-south path length. If the Earth is in motion, right, in a direction, right, the path length in the direction of motion should be shorter, right, because you're traveling in the direction of motion. So that path length, the time that the light travels. So you should have less phase peaks, right? You should have less peaks of the wave because that travel time, right, of going in the direction of the motion will be shorter than the north-south, because the north-south is not the direction of the motion. So they take the north-south and east-west and interfere them, and they go, hey, where's the fucked up interference pattern that shows different path lengths? And they don't get one, or it's so small, it's within that it's like within the uncertainty of the actual measurement, right? So it's just very small. But they can only measure to a certain precision. So they go, well, given this precision of the instrument and the size of the interference pattern, the difference, it's so small we can say that it doesn't exist. Because Michelson-Morley did measure a phase shift, but it was so small they just said it's not big enough. It's not big enough for the ether theory that was proposed at the time for the 300 what is it, 33,000 kilometers per second or something.
Right.
I mean, think of it like this: you're on a boat, you're going towards the shore, and then simultaneously off the boat going towards the shore, you drop a rock, and somebody drops a rock, 90 degrees from you or 45 degrees from you on the other you're traveling east-west on a lake in a direction in a boat, and then there's somebody on the south side of the shore, and they drop a rock, and it makes waves that spread from the south to north. But you're traveling east to west, and you drop a rock, right? Because let's say it's equal length. It's the fucking lake is a circle, so everybody's equidistant. If I'm in motion, right, the amount of ripples that you're going to count from between my rock and the shore, and the ripples you're going to count north to south, it's going to be a different number. So, but when the wave peaks, when they go to overlap, they're not going to overlap perfectly. They're going to be out of phase, and they're going to leave a different pattern than if they were both in phase, right? If they're in phase, they'd leave a pattern as if it was just a standing wave. But if they're not in phase, then they're going to leave a pattern as if there was interference, and that's what they look at. This shit is actually not as complicated as we try to make this out as if it's super complicated. It's actually not. It's the verbiage and the terminology and the analogies they use, which is stupid. And I swear it's some gatekeeping exercise. That's what I think it is, to make it as confusing as possible.
Would you say that Michelson-Morley experiment, so-called experiment, was inconclusive?
That's what I would say. I would say it was inconclusive as to anything. Like I said, it falsified one particular ether theory. I think that was Fresnel's luminiferous ether theory.
He gave the ether certain qualities that they made predictions with that didn't.
Yeah, exactly. So because he had a whole hypothesis. It wasn't just there's an ether. It was more complicated than that. He linked it to the effect that so if you have a medium in motion and it's in motion, and it has a refractive index, it'll deflect light some amount, and there's a formula for that. They empirically quantified it by experiment, how much the deflection is, and this is goes to Airy's failure and all that shit. So he thought the ether would do the same thing, right? It would have this refraction effect that he deduced from experiment with gross matter. So he thought, the same thing's going to happen to the ether. So if we do this test with the ether, we're going to get the same result. And Michelson-Morley was basically this test. But his fundamental premise could have been wrong, right? That the ether does not refract light in the same way matter does. So you're not going to get this. It's not going to be a measurable effect.
So was this at a time when academia was up in arms about whether the sky was ether or a vacuum? Were they at odds with each other about what the sky was?
I don't know. A lot of concepts exist now that exist then. They didn't think galaxies existed. They didn't know quasars, no pulsars, no. They thought galaxies were I don't even know what they thought, smudges or some shit. And even that theory, that changed a couple of times in between now and the current theory. I think it's even changed in my lifetime. I think it changed even from when I was a kid.
They were doing this in a vacuum, were they? They were expelling as much air as they could and doing experiments in a
Michelson-Morley?
vacuum?
That was not in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Not in a vacuum.
Well, it wasn't. So
no.
Did they account for how it would behave in air?
The only
Make
thing
it
they
twist
did
the
is they
edge.
made the only thing they did, I would say, as far as like controlling variables, is they made the table incredibly stable, like where the experiment was on. They went into a lot of effort to make that as completely still and stationary as possible. They used like freaking, you know, everything was like embedded in sand and shit like that, so that it wouldn't move around or shift or anything or vibrate. And I don't know about the temperature. I think they tried to control the temperature and might have had a problem with that, but I don't think it was a problem enough to invalidate the result. But there's another guy that redid all the experiments. His name's Dayton Miller, and he like reperformed the Michelson-Morley something like 100,000 times and got different results. And people don't like that shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So yeah, Dayton Miller, like even Einstein knew about him and talked about him. It's like they pretend he didn't exist and he didn't do all those experiments. So he did get fringe shifts. He did get like phase shifts and stuff. I don't know enough about it. I just know he exists. I would say that like his material it's out there, but like you have to dig for it. And I just never was motivated to dig for it because I don't really care about the ether that much.
So, into Einstein, what that sort of throws in a spanner into the works for the whole thing, because you could just look at it any way you want, right? Because of relativity, no matter the results.
Well, yeah, because you just say that like Dupas tried to do, right? So you have length contraction. So the problem isn't that the Earth's not in motion. The problem is your premise about the distance is wrong because that the length contracted. So now your ruler, which you measure distance, that changed. So you're getting like you end up getting the same result, but you didn't realize that the ruler changed from which you're measuring a length by. And that speed changed. So now light has a constant speed, so that no matter what the motion is of your testing apparatus, you're always going to get a uniform velocity of the speed of light. It's not the same argument I was just making for freaking an hour, is that it's not additive. The motion of the Earth doesn't add to the speed of light. But all they actually proved is it doesn't add to the speed of the phase of the wave. It doesn't say anything about the wavefront. Anyway, I got to get off, man. 'Cause I'm going to the gym.
Man. Yeah, no problem.
All right, it was a good
Thanks
talking to
for
everybody.
answering the question. See, man.
Yeah, I
Enjoy
know.
the
If you ever
gym.
like get to hook up with like Alan or Shane St. Pierre, they know a lot about this shit. All the experiments, a lot. Like you can go to the channel Space Audits. They even have. They're very good at explaining exactly like what the experiment was. Like even the whole history of like they did this experiment, they reached this conclusion, then they did this other experiment that showed that that was wrong. So then they did this so they broached this other hypothesis, and then they did this experiment. Like they go through they'll go through like the entire freaking history of this shit.
Wow.
And how we got, and like all the assumptions. It's on the YouTube channel Space Audits. You probably have to dig through to find out. They title the episodes really good, so you can really figure out like what they're actually talking about. So yeah, he does some really good. He has a really good one about quantum electrodynamics, which is very good. I wouldn't say I helped him with it, but I pointed him to a couple sources on why it's so. There's something's rotten in quantum electrodynamics. Let's put it that way. Oh, something like I'll just give you a short story. They like for all these particle physics, they need something called the G factor, and that's called magnetic moment of the electron, right? So electron is supposed to spin, and because it's spinning, it has a magnetic field, and that magnetic field is supposed to have a precession like the precession of the Earth, and that that angular momentum is supposed to have some value. This G factor. So they predicted this G factor. Otherwise, all the QED, all the particle physics, just a bunch of bullshit. So what happened was, this is hilarious. Wait till you hear this. They so no one could do the math, and then finally someone did the math. Someone did the experiment to measure it, and then two different people independently, allegedly at the time, did the math, did the entire matrix expansion to figure out, to calculate, because they had all these calculations, right? They won the Nobel Prize for this. So it was Feynman, Schwinger, and some Japanese guy. They came up with QED. No one understood it. Then someone did the experiment to measure this magnetic moment of the electron. Then someone went out and crunched the numbers and did the math, and it was two different guys, and they said they did it independently, and it matched the experimental value. Then someone did a better experiment and got a different value than what their math showed.
Oh
And
shit!
everybody's
After
like,
they got their award.
yes, exactly. And everybody's like, what the fuck gives? And then they come out and they're like, okay, we lied and we actually didn't come up with it independently. And we knew what the experimental value was, and we basically engineered the math to make it match. Yeah, they had to do this after the fact. Yeah. And then this value, it keeps changing. Like what their measured value, they'll do a different experiment and the value just keeps changing. And it's not like getting more precise, like changing to getting like another decimal place. It's changing and getting a completely different number.
Like erratic.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just they'll do a different type of experiment to measure, and they get a completely different number. But without this value, right? Without this G factor value, all the Feynman diagrams and all the shit that they talk about as far as quantum electrodynamics, this is like something, because they have to get like the fine structure constant out of this, and like a bunch of like constants that they have to get out of this G factor value that they deduce, that they infer from this value. And if this value is wrong, it changes all the other values, right? So it's like it's like this cosmic distance ladder. If you don't have the radius right, it snowballs into like everything else becomes more and more wrong. So it's like this one thing that they fudged even from the beginning. That the whole thing is, the whole artifice is based upon this.
The Jenga piece.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Jenga piece that if you pull it out, the whole tower falls. But Alan does an awesome presentation. I'll post a link to it. It's really good, dude. If I'm saying it's good, dude, like it's good. As far as like making it understandable even for a layman, to me, it's fucking fantastic. Because there are a couple other people that have made videos about this, but his is just the best.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
It's not too long. I think it might be 30 minutes. And Alan's a fucking nerd like me, man. He's into all this shit.
You know, you seem to be able to like, like analogies and metaphor. Like that helps someone understand it. Like gives them the basic idea of what is trying to be said with all the complicated math and shit.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I swear to God, they just make it complicated on purpose. I don't think it actually is complicated. I just like think that like you got to think of it like this. A lot of people that are like academics, right? They've never done anything in like real life, right? They don't do the plumbing, they don't do the electricity, they don't fix cars, right? They don't do anything like practical, right? Because they're fucking nerds and they got their nose in a book. So they can't make the analogy to shit that common people know, laymen, because they don't know how those things work, right? So they don't see the analogy.
They've never been out and skipped rocks and shit on the,
Yes,
on the
yes,
lake.
exactly, right? Exactly. They like so they can't make an analogy of some physics concept to skipping rocks because they don't know what skipping rocks does. They think of skipping rocks, they think, oh, I'm going to write down some mathematical equation. So, like, here's the surface tension. Like, and they just write down all the math and all the variables. But they've never actually taken a rock in their hand and actually threw it and skipped the rock.
It reminds me of some 60s movie I watched where this professor was trying to surf and they were trying to teach him and he couldn't get it. Like he kept on falling off the surfboard. And he went back to the beach and he started writing all these equations in the sand. And next minute he's surfing like a pro.
Oh, that's funny, man. Probably not that far from the truth. Oh man, where is this, man? I think he did it live. Oh, here we go. Yeah, actually, this is longer than I thought. Anyway, I'm out. Good talking to y'all.
Indio. Talk to you later.
Peace.
So, is the Earth flat or sharp? I want to know because, like, she. Oh shoot. Mm.
Yo, what's going on, people? How y'all niggas doing? Alright, 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 alright. You having a good time in here, hey?
What? What are y'all doing? Hello? Hello? Hello?
I think everyone's sleeping.
Why is everyone sleeping? What's going on?
It's probably their nighttime. Morning for me.
Bunch of fatties, bro.
He shouldn't be rude to himself.
Man, so like this is like all bots who are like here, like all fake profiles. YouTube bot, 24/7 live, Dr. Jordan, Batman, Fresh Glow, Heretic. Bro, that's sad, guys. Putting bots like to, you know, be like, oh, we're hearing people.